I found it. Yeah, I thought Mo or Buck would have went live. I don't know what happened. I've been having this severe headache from migraine all day. I tried to take a little nap. I woke up, nobody was live. I don't know what's up. I ain't seen Buck all day. Mo was live, I think, last night. I fell asleep watching his live. I don't even know what happened. Yeah, Let me let me get him in here and see what's up. Got my boy Mo up in here. Let me get Child of the Sun. Let's see what they doing. Um, Tabitha, did you watch Mo's live last night? Cause I don't know what happened. Oh, yeah. See, I hella went to sleep, so I don't know what happened. I was watching till about like 11:30, 12. I woke up. It was like 3 o'clock, and his live had ended. Cause normally Mo go all night. Mo be up there all night. Oh, I didn't know you were in school. Why are you up? Go to sleep. You see who? Marduk. Yeah, Mesopotamia. No, that's not my book. That's a book that I'm gonna order the end of July. Hell, Mo probably already got this damn book. She says she's been waiting for one of us to go live. Mo was live last night. Mo was live last night. I think Sim was live this morning. Yeah. Oh, today. Buck probably was making YouTube stuff, so he probably didn't go live. I didn't feel like switching my account to go live, so I didn't know Marduk was bald. That's cool. But I wanted to talk about this peer review. Like, are we peer reviewing or are we just taking the word of the YouTube? Because I see a lot of this, like, people get on here. My phone up? Yeah, my phone is up. They get up here. A Train got cussed up by Israel. Yeah, stop playing. Where he? Let me get A Train up in here. Hold on. She said A Train got cussed out by Israelite. Oh shit. I ain't buying that. I am not buying that at all. Will he, that happened today? What up, Mo?
What's up? How long you been live?
I just went live about 2 minutes ago.
Uh,
I thought you was gonna go live earlier today, but shit, nope. You or Buck.
I was about to, but then I was like, eh, I gotta make, I gotta make sure we got more than one backup.
What we do? What you talk about?
Now what we got? One each, two.
I
We need
got
more.
no, we got the one you use, and then I got that other one up.
Right. I want to have like four, cause they're gonna get. Look,
No, we
this
ain't
next
gonna
shit.
that ain't gonna happen,
This
bro.
next, bro. This next shit I'm coming with. This shit about to be ugly. I'm not playing with these people. Remember, I told dude. Remember, he said, "Look, man, just take it easy on them a little bit." Remember the OG that came in there when we was talking to who was we talking to? Damn, who the fuck was we talking to? Jay Benz. Remember
Yeah,
he was
what
like
happened to him?
Jay Benz, they blocked his account.
You lying?
Yeah, I think he's building up a new one. I followed that one, but he just started getting his followers. So they banned him permanently.
For what?
He telling the truth.
He do a lot of the Nation of Islam, so that's probably why they don't like that shit. He be reading what the fuck is his name? He be reading Elijah Muhammad's book, so I can see that he go in there. He say a little bit of that. Then he do his spiritual thing. But he at 10K?
Yeah, he was well over 10K. He was like
Well,
at
there it go then,
15.
because I've noticed when people of our skin complexion get to 10, 15, 20, then they stuff start getting permanently blocked.
Yeah, it ain't gonna work out well. That's why I'm trying to just focus on information and let people. I'm trying to make it so like I'm telling you, and then you go do what you want to do with the information. I'm not even gonna tell you what the answer is. I'm gonna just throw information out there and then let them run with it because that's one of the reasons I think. Like you know how we be wondering like why that person get banned. He's like, what the fuck
Yeah.
happened? What did they do? They'll say something that's not leaving somebody the opportunity to think for themselves. If you say how that person is thinking and who they are, and you judging them, they catch that shit too. You gotta like just suggest something or give somebody advice. You can't say, "See, y'all Christians," like you can't say it like that. So that shit'll get you sometimes too. But then you got the random ban and then gang stalking and shit. So I'm gonna just put the information out, and then when we get on the podcast or a live house, whatever, when we get mad, we can go up there and just cook that.
That's what I'm waiting. I'm waiting for everybody to download Livehouse so we can start going over there. But I don't think a lot of people on TikTok got that.
Yeah, y'all need to get that damn live house. Get that live
'Cause
house.
yeah,
If I
I think
did, let me see how many I got.
coming to the end.
Let me see how many people in live.
It's strange over here, bro. Like for real. You say one thing, then it'd be different if they give you like a warning. They're like, warning, you're saying stuff that we don't like. But that's cool, you know what I'm saying? But they
Mm.
just bend. That
Yeah,
don't
and
make
it's clearly automated.
Yeah, I think so. Because it shouldn't be no, oh, you gotta wait 12 hours before they hear back. No, if you ban mine, then and I appeal, you need to, as soon as that somebody submits the appeal, they need to look at it.
Yeah, they tried that with radio. They tried to they tried to use an automated system to catch cuss words, and they stopped doing that. They was like, look, just make a clean version of your song and then send it into the radio, because the automated shit was cutting out stuff that wasn't even a cuss word. Here we are, like 30 years later, and they still trying to use that shit. It's not gonna work. But A
Man.
Train got banned while he was asleep. He was on there sleeping.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting for him to come in.
Ain't he live right now?
I don't know.
I think he live. I'm gonna check.
After said he got cast out by Israelite. I ain't never seen that. If he live, he ain't gonna come over here. You know, one of the chicks that tried to cuss Emily out, she live, so she might be live with A Train.
What was she mad about?
No, this was a long time ago. She was trying to tell Emily she don't have the credentials or she ain't went to school to tell people what is and what ain't part of the book and how to preach the gospel. And I'm like, well, if you telling her that, then we can tell you the same thing. You don't have no credentials to tell her she can't talk. And the lady was getting mad. You talked to the lady before. I forgot her name. She live. I think she's still alive now.
They be
I
making
just,
this deeper than what it is. It ain't that deep. It's not really not
bro,
that.
I was wondering because they keep talking about this stuff, keep going back to BC, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, okay, where'd this alphabet come from? Because they're saying like the Greek got an alphabet, but the Greek alphabet. Robert, your mama said, do you want to roll with her? Hold on, yo. Robert, your mama said, do you want to go with
Yeah, y'all about to have some surprises. Y'all
her?
about to see why. I try to dog walk them. I'm about to just slam grand pianos on their head. As soon as they walk out the door, I'm just gonna drop grand pianos. Bing, bing. The Holy Spirit. Bing, bing. I'm dropping grand pianos out the window. Bing. Hey, look, ain't nothing you could do with it either. The way I present it, you just in checkmate. The only thing you're gonna do is just sit there and be like, hmm. I didn't know that.
Yeah, this shit is strange. Like, because but this is what I was thinking about. You got the Greek alphabet. They said the Greek alphabet was created from them deciphering the Egypt the Medunetter, right? That's where they get the alphabet from.
Lying.
Okay, but then listen, hear me out. Hear me out. If they couldn't read the glyphs until Thomas Young and Champollion, how and that's AD time. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
The Greeks existed in BC.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
if the
language.
Greeks, go ahead.
And they had a language.
That's what I'm saying. So what I'm not understanding is if they deciphered this language, right? If the Greeks, because you got Coptic, right? And Coptic is the language that they use to translate so the Greeks can understand what the Egyptians was talking about. So you got Coptic because it was like it was interchangeable language for the two. How'd they forget it? How is it that these people, you got the French people, the Dutch, all of them, they forgot this language? How are you forgetting the language, but y'all went in there and conquered them? I am not understanding this. You conquered the people, you rule the land. Then y'all get kicked out. Then y'all come back into the land. So I'm not I don't understand it. Like
Agree.
if the Europeans conquered Egypt, because remember if it was ruled by somebody, then they got kicked out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was it the Persians
Who ruled where?
in Egypt?
They all was in there. The Romans, Greeks, and at
No,
what time?
I'm talking about who the first ones to take over, right?
The first ones to take up, that would be that's the Hyksos.
Hyksos.
The
Okay, so
Hyksos came first.
the Hyksos, then it was a Hyksos and then somebody else, and then it was the Persians. Then the Persians got kicked out by was it the Ptolemies?
Nah, hold on. Okay, so you got the Hyksos. The Hyksos come in, then they get it back. Then you have, let me see, Hyksos come in, they get it back. Persians come in. I think they ruled. I think they mixed at that point. I'm not sure. Hold on, let me see. Because I don't remember how the Persians end up leaving.
Yeah, the Hyksos, right? And then you had like the Hyksos, and then I think it was the Persians. Then the Persians got kicked out by the Ptolemies, right? And who do know the because the Ptolemies that's Alexander, right?
Uh huh.
So
So
that
no,
shit.
no, 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 no. That's the Greek. The Greeks. That's you got the Romans is in there, but they weren't really beefing with the Greeks like that. So they didn't have a problem. And that's what I'm saying. The Persians, I don't think they had a problem either. The Persians had a problem with the Egyptians.
Yeah,
It's like they
because
were passionate, like they were they was in there running a train on Egypt. Like I don't think they really had a problem
it
with
was some group, and
Egypt
the
fighting
group
over
was
the
like
land.
the Persians told them don't help the Egyptians because that's not y'all. That's them ain't y'all boys.
Right.
But still, the thing is, how are y'all not translating the Metal Netter into AD time? If y'all were in the land in BC time, I'm not understanding this.
See, look, right at
Thomas Young and Champollion have to come in, and because Thomas Young was the one who had the phonemes like with the
yeah.
alphabet, he translated 14 or 13 words, right?
Uh-huh.
And then here comes Champollion. This is all in AD. How did they forget? You see what I'm saying? Because when you're
Hmm.
dealing with Romans and Greeks, you're dealing with Europeans. How they forget the language? I'm not understanding this at all.
That's what
We
I'm
got
saying. I don't
people.
think they ever had it.
You don't think they had it?
No, because they said Herod- Herodotus and Herodotus, what's the other guy's name? Manetho and Herodotus kept on saying that they spoke a language when they spoke to them, they spoke to them in a language that they could understand. Because remember, the Phoenicians helped them create their writing system. They had a phonetic language, but the Phoenicians
Um,
helped them create a
I'm
writing language.
I'm gonna ask you something, and I want your opinion. Do you think that the Phoenicians were Egyptians? Hey, Emily.
Yeah, I think even more. But I'm gonna stretch it out even more, and they probably gonna try to use this against me later. But I think some of the Canaanites and because the Phoenicians are supposed to be a branch off from the Canaanites, right? But
Yeah.
when you look at their language and their pottery and everything they knew, what they were developing, I think that the Egyptians mixed in with the Canaanites, and that's what created the Phoenicians. That's where I think they came from because the Phoenicians just knew how to build boats out of nowhere at the time where the Canaanites didn't know nothing about it. But who else knew how to build boats? The Egyptians. So I
Mm-hmm.
think they were just mixed. One of their parents, um, the Phoenicians, I think they're their children. Like the Moors have the mulattoes. I
Yeah.
think
Do
the
you think
Egyptians
that the
are yeah,
Phoenicians
I
are
think the
just
Phoenicians are children of the Egyptians who mixed with the Canaanites.
yeah, see.
And I also think that's where the confusion comes from, where they're saying uh, the Jews are black. Like the Jews are black, and we did this, and we did, and we did it, and they're looking at all of these people who are leaving from that area at the time, because you got to think about it. We ain't gonna like this, and this is a theory. But how the fuck do the Egyptians disappear, and then these Jews just come out of nowhere?
They got kicked out the land.
Exactly. So who are the people who are leaving there, and they getting stripped of their knowledge? Who's at the temple? Who's at these different temples burning down these libraries and then coming up with this damn Septuagint out of nowhere? That's crazy. Where the fuck did the Egyptians go? Where are they? They just fucking up and disappear.
They in Sudan right now, chilling. I think what happened was when Egypt got overran by foreigners, they fled, right? Because at this time, I don't think it was that many like Egyptians left, true Egyptians, because Egypt, it was like a mixed multitude of people, and people make it seem like, Emily, we don't care if you come up. They make it seem like Egypt was just segregated, like they just you can't come in the land. They allowed everybody in the land, but foreigners couldn't rule. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I think what happened was it got so mixed and diverse that they had to create some different type of language. I don't think that everybody was speaking. They had their own type of language for the foreigners. They weren't speaking I don't forgot the name of the language.
Hey guys.
Brandon Kim, I think that's the name of the language, right? But the people of the land, they were speaking a different type of language than the priests and the people high up.
Correct.
So I think when you keep getting a mixture of people, that their language starts intertwining with another language, and they stop speaking it because people can't understand it, and eventually they just came out with a different, like everybody was probably speaking Coptic at this time, and the high priest and the people of power, like the royals and stuff, they still probably spoke the ancient language, like the Demotic and Herodic and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then when they got invaded, I think the common folk, some of them just decided, okay, well, while we're getting invaded, we're gonna leave. So I think majority of them went down south, and some of them, they probably still stayed in the land because they're like, oh, hey, maybe it's not that bad. We've been ruled before. Like, oh, well, it happened because remember, during the time that the Egyptians, or Egypt, I should say, was getting overruled, when the Hyksos or Hyksos, whatever they want to call themselves, they were coming in. The Nubians and the Egyptians were beefing. They
Right.
had skirmishes against each other. So I think a lot of people was like, I'm not finna go down there and mess with them because we beefing with them. Then other people like, well, if we go down there, they gonna kick it with us because they know what's going on. So I think it was like probably like 60 or 70% of the people went back into Sudan where the Magi was in Nubia kicking it, and the rest of them was like, no, I'm not. That'd be like now if America start getting like taken over. Some of us are gonna want to leave and go back home, and then a lot of us are gonna like, it can't be no worse than what's going on now. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
if Russia invaded, they be like, oh, black people like, yeah, we chilling. Russia, they ain't got a problem with us. They never put us in slavery. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I think it
Um,
was kind of the same thing there.
have you studied how the Vikings are a code for the six kings of the Hyksos dynasty?
Yeah, yeah.
No,
You about that
I ain't
last year.
studied that.
Yeah, um, because Queen Elizabeth in the coat of arms, which is the London, oh God, it's like their London lineage college, their specialty is family trees. She used to have it displayed that she descended from the Vikings and then the Hyksos, and then it went to Abraham, which makes sense because if you guys have ever like seen her coronation ceremony, she's standing like, or she's had the jewels on her crown are the 12 tribes of Israel. Um, I mean, that could be stolen and stuff like that, but it's very interesting. There's a 5-hour document called The Rings of Power. If you guys haven't watched that, I highly recommend it. And it talks about Helios, like Alexander Helios was the with the Septuagint and stuff. And it was weird how you've been talking about that because I've been kind of studying that this week, Mo. And it was very interesting because supposedly it like in Jesus's lineage, um, he his grandfather is Heli, which is Alexander Helios.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just found this book too, where they saying that uh, they still have recorded history of this Jesus guy all the way up to 52 AD. Like he he didn't even die. So they're trying to figure out if somebody if there was another one, or if they can match him up to that guy that was there at the time and he didn't actually die, but it was like some stunt that the Romans were pulling. Because if you pay attention to what's happening in the story and you actually look at the historical record at the same time and have them like parallel and go back and forth, it looks like every single time Paul claims that God is helping him or Jesus is communicating with him or some miraculous thing happens like through the Most High, it's actually the his excuse for him escaping the Jews because they're trying to get him.
Yep.
He's covering up how he's getting away every time in the Bible. He's getting away because the Romans are helping him do it. So it could be that they sent both of them in there, this Messiah character and Paul, and the whole thing was botched in the first place. Because you got to remember the historians at that time, they're not how we see historians today. We look at them like they're the ones who tell us what happened in history. But the original position of a historian and what their duty was not only to remember what happened in history, but to start recording history. And that's where I see a problem with historians of today. They're mostly hell bent on writing material and then like being a professor or teaching a class about history. They don't care about writing it much.
Yep.
They want they want to keep talking about what happened in the past. When you look at Herodotus and you even look at Ptolemy Soter, you look at Manetho, they're writing history. They're creating things at the time. They're creating practices,
Yep.
and I think that was the main goal. Even Plato says it. He gives you the steps on how you can create a nation. So we're looking at it from this time back, like, okay, who are these people? And most people are looking because they want to see who they are instead of dealing with what actually happened in history. And what you see is people are creating nations. That's why people confuse the Hyksos with the Jews, and they confuse the later so-called Egyptians with the Cometians. They confuse this all the time because they're not understanding that people were on creating nations and building empires. They weren't really focused on trying to really preserve a bloodline. Even in Kemet, they had what is that like? I think they said they had 5 to 7 different nationalities of people they're ruling. It wasn't just a whole bunch of black people or a whole bunch of sub-Saharan Africans in there.
Yeah, I
Different
like
people
that's like
ruling.
the one thing I kind of have an issue with like like I guess what are they called? Hoteps. Like when I went to Egypt just recently, like I got to see all the dynastic periods and all the like they had people of all different color like ruling, and they document this. And like they'll just say, I mean, like I saw thousands of images in the museums and in the tombs, and like they all look a different color. So it kind of gets blurred in history when you're trying to do true research to just brand something completely, because you're going to miss people like the Hyksos in there, you know? Like the Hyksos went, from my research, the Hyksos, after they were kicked out, they fled to the Isles of Britain, and that's why the name Britain is the land of the covenant. That's why Queen Elizabeth is supposedly a descendant of David and all this stuff. I mean, you can say that they painted it over, but like thousands and thousands and thousands of images I've seen. I have pictures of it. I'm not saying that they didn't,
Yeah,
but like some of
we're
them. I
not
know
saying
that when
that there's
Roman rule
no
came
black
in.
people who were ruling.
Huh?
We're not saying that there were no black people who were, you get to the black people who were ruling, you're going back before they had records, before they were keeping records, and the first 5 dynasties. That's when you're gonna see a whole bunch of black people. But after that, once you get to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, they're mixed. It's a bunch of mixed people.
Oh yeah. When I went to the it's in Cairo. It's one of the oldest pyramids there. They have like a separate part of the pyramid that's not connected. It's kind of like the town near it. I saw some hieroglyphs, and those do not look like white people. They don't look like Mediterranean people, and they were clearly that's that's one of the oldest periods that they have at the oldest pyramid.
Yeah, most
So
of the history, so people don't get this confused. Nobody's trying to take the history away from African people, but we got to realize that most of the history that we're talking about, we're involving the Bible, we're involving the Romans and Greeks and the Persians. That we're not. There's no black people at this point. They're fallen. We this is they're not there. They're running around. They're slave now. They're servants. They're running to Mali. They're the Dogons. They're going back into Nubia, Ethiopia. They're
And
leaving now.
they hit a lot of their history.
Over
Like
this area.
even today, if you go into Africa and certain practices in Africa and languages, they got scrolls and stuff that they don't even let other people know about. And if you
right,
find out about it and you tell somebody and you saw it in the land, they're gonna put you on a T-shirt because they don't want none of this stuff getting out.
right. No, I mean, obviously history has been written by the victors, and unfortunately, like there's been a lot of resets. Anytime that there was like a major event, I'm sure you guys have like studied like the Tatarian Empire and stuff like that. I don't know about you guys, but I vaguely
But this is
remember.
this is what I don't understand. Why? What is this Tatarian? Because everybody keep talking about this. I've never heard of this.
I remember
I
in ninth grade briefly learning about it for a half a class, that it was a ruling empire for a quote unquote brief period of time. I clearly remember it in my book, but that we never expounded on it. But apparently it was this, I can't speak on it. I know there's other people that totally know about the mud floods and stuff like that. Like supposedly Nikola Tesla, who was a sellout, by the way. I don't know why people are obsessed with him. He had weapons. He created weapons of mass destruction and sold it to the government, and they were able to create earthquakes. And it was able for them to do a reset only a couple hundred years ago. Like our technology is not new. That's why there's pictures of like all these cool streamlines, like like the streamline era of like technology. That was kind of the end of when that happened. Like there was a reset done. So my question is, with all these resets, are they burning books at each time and just rewriting history over and over and over again to like be the victor's winner? You know what I mean? Like that's a
yeah,
question that I've proposed in my research, because there's a lot of research that doesn't add up with time periods, kings, you know what I mean? So like trusting a book is is hard, because Kenya's always told me that too. She's like, you rely too much on books and like have faith in people's words. And she's right. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to do research when there's so many conflicting point of views, time periods, like emperor, like, it's just, it is
Keep,
confusing.
keep researching your books. Can you be listening to a lot of people that just do YouTube? They get all that research from YouTube and be believing that that's the truth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she told me to stay
but
out of
she
the
but
book,
she's
but
but she
Follow
still don't
God
trust it.
and
She'll
don't
she
get all
thinks
his
still don't.
research from YouTube.
see, I don't know about the Bantu knots being with Buddha. I'm not just disagreeing that there were people that were like, I'm not disagreeing that that could be possible, but according to like Siddhartha and stuff, like that was the snails that he achieved when he was sitting forever. Because in some depictions they clearly look like snails, and then in other like depictions they look like Bantu knots. So you know what I mean? Like, so were they originally Bantu knots and then they rewrote the history of Buddha? Like, that's something I have to question.
I don't know. I know the theory is that the Egyptians ruled all the way up in there. I ain't researched that much, but that's just one of the things that they say. That the
Well,
Egyptians ruling up in there.
I went to India in 2009. Um, Literally the hottest country I've ever been to. Egypt was a piece of cake compared to that country. It was so hot, so humid.
It's
Um,
huge. Yeah.
oh my gosh, I thought I was gonna die. It was like 120 out that day. Um, it, but it was it was interesting because they've only been a freed country since the 1950s. They're a very early country. So their history has been controlled by the Europeans up until the 1950s. Like, so what did they rewrite? You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, and there's a period, like I say, from like 400 BC all the way up to 400 AD. They went crazy with burning down. You can type it in a Wikipedia right now, and if you don't trust what you see on the first page, just scroll down. There's thousands of sources, and it'll show you that they were. I don't know what the fuck it was, but something got to them, and they just said we need to travel near and far and take people's texts. It was people who weren't even there. Like you said, the people in India had nothing to do with all of the beef that was going on. Those are people who just sit on mountainsides, eat rice, and just mind their damn business. And they
Right.
went to it and took all of their scrolls and took a third of their people and left and then and gave them Islam and versions of Christianity, like, and they made sure for someone knew that we need to go around the world and get whatever these people believe and change it. We need to take their history and change it, and then burn down any evidence.
So
That's
it's very
that's
interesting you say that, because I came across it. It's crazy. Like, old Catholic encyclopedias will literally, they know that we're not going to read that. So we need to start reading that, because they literally put their history of what they've done to this world to create this story that everything was there. So I used to think that the Popol Vuh was legit. um I like promoted it on my page. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. It's like a history of what happened over here. So in the Roman Catholic Encyclopedia, Harry Hubbard, who I've like recommended a bunch, he owns like a ton from the 1800s and stuff, and he read what they put about the Popol Vuh. And so when they came over here, when they came over to Mesoamerica, they the Jesuits realized that they were easy people to control and to convert to Christianity.
mm-hmm.
So they took their gods, and then they hired someone who spoke the language. He was a poet, by the way, morphed their religion, their gods, to fit in with a virgin birth, Quetzalcoatl, who is a farce. Like, there is no consecutive research on him. They say he was the Eastern Star, which supposedly is, Jesus' star, but that's also a Nana's star, so that's also questionable. Um, and they literally put it in their own writing that they
Yeah,
did
I mean,
this.
it's obvious because the lady There was a lady who, like, on her deathbed, I think, matter of fact, I think it was Henrietta Lacks. I think Henrietta Lacks was trying to decipher some of the Mayan glyphs. I may be wrong, but it was somebody over here that was still trying to decipher what their text was saying, like directly from the walls. But yet, I had a whole PDF. I had a folder of PDFs of all of their stuff that, like, it was already translated. That's what didn't make sense to me. Why are you still trying to crack this code?
No, I don't.
But
I
you
don't think
already.
Henrietta Lacks. 'Cause I don't think Henrietta Lacks was that intelligent, bro.
Hold on, I'm about to see who it was.
That's just the lady they used her genetic coding and stuff from to fight cancer cells.
Yeah, I know that part, but I think for some reason
I
it
didn't
seemed
know.
like.
Yeah, I didn't know she was reading shit.
Yeah, it was he was talking about the Mayan calendar, how the Mayan calendar is a farce too because it was created by the Catholics. Like they put this in their information. And I'm not trying to disrespect anyone's culture and stuff, but like when you 500 years ago, none of us were alive. If you're relying off of quote unquote oral traditions, and someone told you your oral tradition, changed it, made you believe that it has something to do with like a Jesus, because I always hear about them talking about how there were armored or turtled armored people supposedly going to come to bring the revelation of their God, and that was supposedly the conquistadors. That don't make no damn sense. It just doesn't.
You talking about the road to El Dorado?
Yeah, like what? Like how convenient that the Jesuits were the ones to be like, "Hey, we're here." You know what I mean? Like it, it just makes like we have to like critically think here. Like I don't mind reading you know these tales and stuff, but I'm starting to see through them from the Catholic Church. A lot can be done in 2,000 years. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and especially with the Septuagint, it's like that's so weird that you were thinking like talking about that because I don't know much about solder, but I was reading. I asked Harry because I read out of the Septuagint, and I asked my research buddy Harry Hubbard what he thought of it, and he was literally like, "Just read the preface, read it slow, and then read it again, and
Mm-hmm.
then go look up who these people are." And I was like, "Oh my, you know, like there's nothing reliable about anything." I'm not saying
That's
there's not truth in it, but like how, you know what I mean? Like the earliest texts we have of these things are the Sumerian the tablets.
that's what I tell people. Like, be I don't care if I'm wrong. You be the first one. Like, you be the first one to find out where if they want to know where the hell it came from. They have a couple of guesses. You can read them. They'll tell you all the legends. It's like 5 or 7 legends of what people claim it was because there's just like rumors floating around, and you got the telephone effect and all of that shit. So it just keeps on changing, and he believes this happened, and he believes that happened. But then you have 3 theories that they're coming up with. Why would scholars come up with 3 theories of where it came from if they already know where it came from? That means the people in the church who claim that they use Aramaic and Hebrew text to get this are lying because no one knows where the hell it came from. And for the people who say, well, they're hiding it in the Vatican, well, if we're reading the same thing that's in the Vatican, why would you have to be vetted?
Right.
Why you not tell anybody what it says if it's the same exact thing? Like, you just got to use your common sense. They want to make it deeper, like, oh, this book is so important that they're hiding the text from us. Then how the hell do you have it? Like, you're not thinking.
Right. Um I know, and it's interesting because like the king like so according to 3 Maccabees chapter 4, the Israelites were enslaved in Sakettia, Egypt for about 400 years. So when I found that out and I found that text because a Jewish man brought it up to me and he was like, what about this captivity, you know? And I know that they say that it can be over and over again, but I found the King James charters, and it literally said that like the people of America did not know the God of Christianity. That's what King James put in there, and that the Christian document was a way for them to enslave and capture. Like their whole purpose of running plantations was to create a monopoly under the guise of Christianity. He said that. He said that they would make great slaves, and he enslaved all the people from America in plantations. It's called the King James Charter 1606. Like it's 8
Who
pages.
is he?
I'm sorry?
Who is he?
King James
Oh,
of
okay.
Scotland. He like I don't understand. Everyone's like, "Oh, he's a Hebrew." And I'm like, I don't think so. not with this document. He might have been a Scottish Rite because he admits to that, but
I mean, it wouldn't make a difference if he. Some things like we gotta stop romanticizing and just consider, because if what we're saying is true, right? Let's go ahead and make him a Hebrew Israelite. What changes? He still did it, just like the Moors used to deny it until Seti. Who was it? It was Seti. Alim Bey came out. Dr. Reggie. They couldn't deal with it. They like, okay, fine, yes, you had good Moors and bad Moors, right? Like it doesn't matter if the person was a Moor who was doing something wicked against their own people.
Debate, huh?
He could be a Hebrew Israelite. He still did what he did. It wouldn't make a difference. That shit was fucked up what he did, and they try to get out of it like, nah, he was a Hebrew. He couldn't have did that. Well, then he was a messed up Hebrew. But there's just no evidence for it. But just to get past them making that excuse, I let them have it
right.
because I want to get back to teaching what happened. So go ahead, let's call him Hebrew then. Now let's deal with the charter. You still got to deal with the charter.
Yeah, and well, the whole because I know a lot of Israelites now that say that this is the original land. So if they were Hebrews and they were told, because Jesus says that like every single one of them needs to believe in him before he comes back. So if they realize that these were the original Hebrews here, then then they would have seen their customs. They would have seen, because I met this guy who used to be a Hebrew Israelite, believed that this was the land, and then did more research and realized that his family has lived here for centuries, like prior to colonialization and enslavement here in America. And he was talking about how the Moors had a lot to do with the captivity.
There were a lot of races that were enslaved though throughout
Okay,
history.
if he's a Hebrew Israelite, read the King James Charter 1606. Because they don't do that. That no one is reading that document. Jamestown, that's where he started the colonialization. I'm not saying that he wasn't a melanated person. I'm saying I don't believe
I'm
he
saying
was a Hebrew Israelite.
The East India Trade Company that funded Christopher Columbus's voyage over here was a slave trading organization.
Mm-hmm. No, that was their whole purpose, was to conquer America with Christianity. They write about it in Columbus's journal and also the charters. That was their whole purpose. So one has to ask.
I really don't feel like that was their whole purpose though, because there was already an indigenous culture here in the United States of America, and they pretty much it was genocide. They pretty much wiped them out, except for the Seminoles and a few other.
when the Europeans came over to this land, there was no Seminoles.
Yeah, the Seminoles were a
All right.
result of them coming over here.
Ponce de Leon, he landed in Florida first. So those Native Americans he met there, they were not Seminoles, because like we call Florida, the Florida Seminoles is a college. Obviously, it's for a reason. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, they were a tribe before that, but the Seminoles came about because of the colonizers showing up. That's when they made that tribe. But that tribe is comprised of slaves from West
The
Africa
Gullah Warriors.
and
Now,
Native.
that's who they were mixed with regular Native American Indians mixed with the Gullah warriors from Africa. And they started rebellion and they just started calling them Seminoles. because they
Just
were
like
the
you had.
first. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
They were the first. They were the Gullah Gulchi warriors were the first slaves to rebel on the land.
But they were already here, though, right?
No, they come from Africa. What's up, little dude?
But they were here, though, right? Stateside. They were in the States, right?
Come here for what?
Yeah.
You don't have to come in here. Go ahead. Okay, son, I'm not going to sleep, so you don't have to come in here. That's only when you were going to school. It's the summertime. You don't have school, so you can go out there and play.
Okay.
All I was trying to say is she said their main purpose was to bring Christianity to America. Like, it was more than that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, I said it was underneath the guise of Christianity. Like that was their main purpose, was to colonize underneath the guise of Christianity. I did say that.
you didn't say guys. You did this time. So I'll take that. Yeah.
Because that's what the charters state, is that in order to colonize and own property and own slaves, you had to be spreading the knowledge of the true Christian God to the infidels and savages of this land. That's like word for word what he says in those charters.
I'm sure he did. I believe that.
And then
I believe he
Columbus
probably
said
did
the
say
same thing, that these were docile people here, and that they would be easy, good servants and slaves, and that they could spread Christianity. Like, I'm not saying that was like, because being subservient to Christian, like slaves obey your master type of thing, that was the rhetoric that they pushed on these people. And that's easy to do when you have a God who's holding you over flames. You know what I mean? Like, it's easy for them to be like, okay, yeah, you're right, when they're telling people that. That's how they did it.
just like today, people still they take Christianity and they put it in whatever form they want and they try to push it on certain people. Some people are not naive and they fall for it, and they just take whatever they hear and they accept it without asking questions.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, but their main goal was God wants you to do this, and God wants you to do that, and God's mad at you, and if you do this, God's going to do this to you, and if you don't listen, when you die, this is going to happen to you. When it comes to being a Christian or a saint or a follower of Christ or a Christ-like person, you get that all around the world. There's tribes who practice what we call the teachings of Christ, and they don't know who Christ is. So that in itself is proof that there's something else that they're actually trying to accomplish. Because everyone already has, for the most part, they have an innate nature to want to be in peace. They want flourishing for everybody. They don't just want everything to themselves. When you get a ruler who wants to take over the world and build an empire, he's usually a psycho. He's not someone that's trying to protect his community from an outside threat. So this whole idea that people are teaching it the wrong way, everyone already knows. You just put a name on it. You can call it Christ, the golden rule. You can call it being civil. You can call it anything you want. Everybody has it, and they don't even know who Christ is. So they're
Right.
clearly they're trying to push is the God, the fear of God, of this particular God. They want you to have this personality because your mind is godlike. People don't like this. This is an example I was saying earlier to somebody when I was speaking to a Christian about repenting every day. They're like, bro, like, come on, man, don't you do bad stuff? Like, I repent every day because I know I'm not a good person, but I'm trying to be a good person, and it's not easy. Like, are you going to tell me that you're just perfect and you don't need God and all this stuff? And I told him I have my memory. So if I say wrong to my mother or my children, or if I steal something and I didn't even really need to steal it, but I was just being greedy at the time. If I'm being jealous towards someone, I'm creating conflict. I'm being rude, mean, inconsiderate. That's all recorded in my memory. So I have to sit back and think about that. And I learned that as a young child. Like, I don't like that memory I have in my head, and it replays over and over and over and over. And then
Right.
as you grow up, you notice that you lose
Hold on,
people.
hold on, bro. Ocean Kiss, there was no green god in Egypt, bro. Go ahead, Mo.
Can he finish what he was saying before he jump on that host?
Oh
please?
yeah. I just didn't hear what he said. You said a green god, dude. All right, yeah. But so, yeah. So as I grew up, and I'm pretty sure everybody can relate to this. You have people that you lose. You may get arrested. You know, that happened to me. I got arrested, and the last thing I said to one of my friends before they passed, it was something I didn't want to say. I come out, they're not even here no more, missed the funeral and everything, and it's like that sticks in your head. This is the last thing I said to my homeboy. This is the last thing I said to my child, and it's like that's God enough for me to not want that memory. So then it made me ask the question, like, what is it that you're doing, and you're like, what's your brain doing where where you have to ask for forgiveness for what you've done? Like, you're not hurting yourself enough with the memory. So that made me think, it's like some people actually need to have this monster hovering over them, like, yeah, I'm watching you, because there's just something's going on with their brain chemistry where having a memory of doing something bad is not enough to make you straighten up your act. You know, it's just not
Right.
enough. And then people exploited that. So now that we have this godlike mentality that's already there to keep you aligned with your morals and principles, as you think in retrospect and you look forward in the future and change your character and you mature more, they like, we're going to insert this through fear. We're gonna put this God into this person's mind, because the God is not actually standing in front of you. The God that the personality of the God is fused into your personality, and you think you're talking to God, but you just downloaded a personality. So when you're talking about like, oh man, I need to repent or I'm going to burn in hell, you're talking to yourself. You're running
Right.
this in your head on yourself. And so what she was to go back to what she was saying, where he says these people are going to take it. They're not even going to be a problem. Like the Ashanti and the people in the Congo, they're not going to be a problem. They're not going to question the people in the Congo. They were questioning like, what's up with this? Well, that doesn't make sense because we have history too, and we know about those people, and this is what really happened. So what are you talking about right here in this book of the Bible? This doesn't make sense.
Right.
This is not with
And,
history. They're not going to question anything. They don't even have much of a history. They're just peaceful people just living on their land.
right. And if I could interject, like fast forward to 2022, like we've seen a couple very violent crimes here recently. You know, the shooting at the school in Texas, the shooting at the supermarket or whatever. You know, those same people, you know, Mo, you talk rationally, like people who, you know what, I got to figure this out for myself. I know I'm not perfect. And you said something about a monster hovering over top of them to make them do right.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these people out here in this world that we dealing with, and this person says, you know what, I sin today,
Wait,
I need to repent.
go back a little bit. You broke up. You was
Yeah.
breaking.
That monster gets a hold of them. Oh wow. Yeah, because I'm saying some good stuff. That's why I broke up. Where I break
Okay.
up at?
Just start over. Start over.
Huh?
Just start over.
All right. So I was saying, okay. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Here recently, okay, we had the horrible shooting at the school in Texas, the supermarket shooting, and you talked about some people need a monster hovering over them to make them do right and to repent. Like, did you repent today? Did I sin today? Some people in this world are not rational at all. The monster that hovers over them actually takes over them, and they do some things that, you know, we couldn't imagine. Like like I can't even comprehend going into a school and killing some kids. You feel me? So everybody's not built the same. Everybody's not going to go through this life and accept a creator, accept a God, accept that they wrong. You know, there's evil in this world. There's good and there's evil.
No, I
And
mean,
us as human beings, we have to find the truth. You know, we got the Bible. It's so many things out there, but you have to seek your way on your own. And I feel like a lot of the problem today is so many people feel like their way is the only way.
Right.
But we
That's
have to,
correct.
you got to learn for yourself, you know? And if you got a problem with somebody's religion or their belief because you feel a certain way and you study this and study that, you know, don't be mad at them. Try to give the knowledge that you've learned to them and let them, you know, if it fits for them and they receive it, let them receive it. If they don't, keep it moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm not trying to like justify any of that bull, but I can almost guarantee you that at some point within the last year or even more, could go back all the way to that person's childhood. There's people who were clapping hands and doing all types of foul stuff to this person. It's the same story every time, and that's why I feel like whatever it is that's going on with people, we have to address these issues early on in children's lives to understand that
Right.
your parents may not agree with what everybody's doing. You may be living in one part of the neighborhood and another person lives on the other side of town and they don't have what you have, and you got to tell your children, listen, don't be sitting there rowdying people up. Don't be sitting there talking about you got this and everything. You should be thankful for it and everything. Let your kid go to school wearing some New Balance. You know what I'm saying? Try to fit in because you can't. That's gonna
Right.
create little groups. We the Jordan group, and that little kid over there can't
Right.
take the certain. Because I grew up poor, but it was fun to me. It was like I'm preparing my jokes for the day because they coming. I got jokes for you too. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You got a hole in your
Right.
shoe.
It's
That's great.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm ready. I'm throwing jokes back. You know what I'm saying? And everybody can't do that. Some people sit in the corner and
Right.
cry, and they
Exactly.
start thinking up thoughts, and then I'm gonna
Exactly.
get you. Like, whoa, it was a joke. Some of these people really didn't understand. This kid ain't joking. They're not playing. They're
Right.
really hurt.
And,
You can cry it
and
off
see,
and come
Mo,
back
that's the thing.
tomorrow with a better joke. This person gonna come back with a gun.
Right. And see, Mo, that's the thing. And like I watched what the vice president said and the president said after this last shooting, right? They want to blame it all on the guns. No. What about this child who felt bullied, abused, whatever trauma he went through? Nobody was there to help this child. That's
Yep.
the problem. There is mental health.
That's why I don't believe in bipartisanship.
We doing
I
bullshit. I got
think
shit I
it's
deal with. You got shit
crazy.
you deal with.
I
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I think both parties are hypocritical. They say that, the left says that they want to control the guns and have harsher, stricter gun laws.
Right.
And then the right says, oh, we need mental
Guns don't
health.
kill people.
Yeah,
People
like
kill people.
Right.
exactly.
And yo,
And then they say that they want mental health care, but they don't want like affordable health care. So where does the line? That's why I can't vote. Like willingly, knowingly, I can't vote for any party anymore because I don't agree with it. I think that the bipartisanship just doesn't help anyone because nothing gets
Okay. And look,
resolved.
Crazy ass
mm-hmm.
dude walking around and everything.
No, I think
Hey,
you're cutting
social,
out.
you cutting out again.
so if you said you can't vote for anybody. So if you don't vote, that means maybe the person you really didn't agree with, he might get elected because you didn't vote for the opposition. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean,
so
if I
look,
was to vote, it
listen,
would be
let's talk.
libertarian, if anything. But I mean, I haven't voted
Well,
for 2 terms now. My parents were anarchists, so like I was raised in a like I was raised in a
Oh
home that was
yeah.
very political. So
So
my
you
dad
already
was
went astray just
yeah.
getting involved in the first place.
Yeah, like my parents were like, "Why are you voting?" And I was like, "I don't know. I thought it'd be cool." Like, I think I voted for Obama. Yeah, I voted for Obama the first year I could vote, and then I was like, "These assholes don't care about me. I don't give a fuck anymore." Like, if we trust our government, that's literally handing over our liberty.
exactly.
I just studying history, I don't understand why people trust the government at all. I think it's hypocritical that the Republicans say that the main government is bad, but yet cops are good. And then I think it's hypocritical that liberals say that cops are bad, but the government's good. Like, don't they work for the same team?
No,
Yeah,
they got their own interest.
I mean,
It's
if you can't get rid of the guns, then you're just gonna have to find another way to do it. Because the problem is that we have guns. That's the issue. The problem is guns exist. So you can't take them away from one person. Like I tell people, my first couple of guns I got was from a DEA agent and a crooked cop. So
you
what does
better
that
be
even
careful. They
matter?
gonna ban your ass. Mo.
But it's true. I ain't gonna repeat it, but that's what the fuck happened. So
Right.
I wasn't supposed to have it, but the people who are supposed to be stopping this from going around the neighborhoods, they're the ones bringing
It's
it
putting
to
them
us.
out there.
So that wouldn't stop anything anyway. And then what about the 400 to 500 years that we didn't have any weapons? We were still getting towed up by the people who did have the weapons. So not having a weapon is not that's not really the issue.
What about the train of weapons they dropped off in Chicago years ago? Just stopped. They stopped the train and left a whole bunch of weapons right there for the taking. See that? Like they don't talk about this stuff. Nobody want to talk about that.
I don't even know about that. I really don't
Google
want
it.
to do anything like that.
Yeah, it happened in Virginia Beach too. Man, I can't even say that. But they had some stuff that they were
Right.
not supposed to have, man. It was like, yo, we got everything right here. Boom, this dude open up this damn chest. It's grenades and everything in there. I said, what? How in the world do you even get this stuff?
That's what they were
Like a
doing
look.
with the BLM protests too, because they were dropping off bricks. Like I lived in Los Angeles, my street when I was living in LA, when the BLM protests first happened after George Floyd, they were putting bricks at random spots and said it was construction, and then conveniently people were able to break into places and smash up
Right.
property and stuff like that. Like that was just really coincident. That probably was the same type of thing.
Yeah, and that's what I've never understood. Like, some stuff pop off, like some racial stuff or whatever. Like, people start looting and burning down their own town. Like,
Hey, wait,
crazy,
hold
man.
on. Odd realist, leave him for a second. Leave him for a second. Hey, Suitin,
What up?
let him keep dropping comments.
Huh?
I keep missing his name.
No, I was the
Somebody
police
trolling.
just came around and said that there's a.
Oh,
You remember that
who's doing it? Wait, who's muting him?
mutant who?
The one who keeps saying repent, 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 repent.
I don't know.
Oh, I thought it
Go
was
ahead,
talking
go.
about
Yeah,
protected
but
by God.
Suitin, go ahead and that dude right there, whatever the hell his name is.
You
So
talking
missed
about
Oh, I'm
him.
already.
Freaking
Sony?
I'm
stole
already.
him from him. Yeah, bro. Look, you see him?
You don't want him in here?
No, he can stay. I mean, he can stay. Just tell him to stop trolling, bro. If you stop trolling and leaving these stupid ass comments, you can stay in. But other than that,
I'm
you about to have to go ahead and
a
get up out of here.
tripping.
Yo,
You too,
I
facts. You,
thought
you get your ass up out of here.
facts. I found your dating advice TikTok and I was dying.
I ain't
Oh.
seen it. I can't wait to see it
You
though.
know,
I'm gonna have to look that up.
I was like,
hey, he got
oh
enough
my
followers. Come
God.
on, he can come on up here. We don't really need help. Like,
Yeah, if you wanna join the conversation, just send a request and get up here and we can talk like men and women, right? You don't have to do all of this trolling stuff. There's a reason why we don't follow what you follow. There's a reason for it. If you want to know what it is, you can respect it or not respect it, and you can say, "Hey, man, I think you really should join us and start repenting and all of that," and then we can part ways. All that other bullshit is not going to work because I want to speak to your God. If your God ain't saying nothing, I don't care about what you're talking about. It's irrelevant.
Um,
Okay, that's
I can jump down, but I was gonna read socially superior, just
yeah.
like a few lines of the charter, just so you can see what I'm talking about and like the language that King James, like you can clearly see that there is a motive behind colonization and Christianity movement. Um, you can find this online. It's the King James Charter 1606, but it says, James, by the grace of God, King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, whereas our loving and well disposed subjects, they name a ton of lines, uh, and divers others of our loving subjects have been humble suitors unto us, that we would vouchsafe unto them our license to make habitation, plantation, and to deduce a colony of our people actually possessed by any Christian prince or people, situate, lying, and being all along the seacoast between 40 and 30 degrees of northerly latitude, from the equilateral line. Uh, and in the main land between the same degrees, says, we greatly commending and graciously accept of their desires of the furtherance of so noble of work, which may the providence of the Almighty God hereafter tend to the glory of his divine majesty in propagating a Christian religion to such people as yet live in darkness and miserable ignorance of the true knowledge and worship of God, and mankind bring the infidels and savages living in those parts of lands to human civility and to be settled and be quieted by a government. Do by these our letters patents graciously accept and agree to their humble and well-induced desires. So, like,
Where does it say we
that's,
got to pay 30% of our income to live here, though?
I mean, I guess that's what teething.
We the only
That's not,
mammals on this planet got to pay to live here. Pay to live here. I'm tired of it. Last day.
like, that's why the King James Bible is an American Bible. It is literally an American Bible because this was dated in 1606. Like, according to the history of this, he went back and wrote the King James Bible after coming to America. Word, because if you read the Masoretic or the Septuagint, it's completely different than the Texas Receptive. And also, I have the Geneva 1590, or excuse me, 1599, and the 1560, and it's also worded differently. So now you have King
Just
James
put
coming
requests in
here,
and you just in the
and
comments saying, come get this work.
he went back and rewrote a Bible to be able to take over America.
Hey, bro, you're not protected. I just told him not to block you. That's all.
Oh, thank you.
He think he's sitting in here because some supernatural power. You sitting in here because we're not trying to block you. The people in the comments, you got to remember, there's people in the comments, and you're getting on their nerves, and some of them are moderators, so they're muting you. But as soon as I tell Suiton to block you, you're gonna be blocked. If you want to have the conversation, just send a request and talk, say your piece, and leave it at that.
Yeah,
Stop trying to
I
make
can jump
everything
down
some damn
if someone
magical
wants to
powers
come.
all the time.
I can jump
God
down.
damn.
I just wanted to read you that because that's
He
kind of
ain't even
I'll
put
jump
no
down.
request in. He
Go
ain't
ahead,
trying
say
to
it.
come up.
Oh, okay. Hey, but Emily, you was talking about like what you was just reading from. It's a charter, and that's what I was saying. Like here we are in 2022. Why are we paying all these taxes, high gas prices? They ain't say nothing about none of that in that charter.
hmm
Because that's where they popped it off with that, but then it gets updated over time. I mean, you can do what you want at that point. They ain't tell them to do a lot of throwing babies to crocodiles either. They just having
Right.
fun,
Facts.
doing what they
And
want to
just
do.
like if you go back to like George Washington and like the early leaders of this country, they didn't get paid to be in office. They did it as a public service. No money.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, religion has been completely weaponized. I mean, but the New Testament does say, "Go to every nation and preach this gospel." And in part
Besides
of
the
the gospel,
Samaritans.
yeah, because in the gospel tells them, "Slaves, obey your master." This is why they're able to do this underneath the guise of Christianity.
Hey
Like,
Mo, now Mo just said something. He said beside the Samaritans, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But according to scripture though, didn't Jesus have a whole conversation with the woman at the well? Was she a Samaritan?
she was,
Was she
yes,
the one with the dog crumbs and shit?
yeah.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
the,
man, you stupid.
the one that was
The-
a whole live, a lady of the night being run through, and she run back to
What
town,
did he
told
say? He
everybody.
said, are we supposed to give that which is Israel to the dogs?
right.
Oh, well.
So she corrected God. What was that about? Was she? Hey, wait, hold up. Wait a minute. She adjusted him, bro. All right. So look, hold on. Send the request, Towner.
No, he
Send the
went, he
request.
went, he went to his other account because I blocked him.
Paul is your nephew? Oh, goodness. So you're an Edomite?
Oh, okay. Go ahead. You can block him now because he ain't got enough
Probably
followers anyway.
he showed up on another account.
Yeah, block all
Lilith,
of them. Fuck it.
Lilith, according to mythology, is really not that great, though. She, like, kills babies and rapes men. Like, I don't know why the modern feminist has made her, like, an icon, but then again, people are
And
really
read the stories.
deluded.
It's motive. The same reason
If
they use Jonathan and
you
David, and they try to
if you
spin it
read
and
the
make it seem
Lilith
like it's
story
okay.
and go watch Darkness Falls, Lilith ties into that.
He said unblock my other account, bro.
You didn't
Well,
join. I told you to join. Now use your
If you
superpowers.
don't join, we'll unblock you, bro.
No, what happened to your superpowers? You said you were protected.
y'all are
You
supposed to do
didn't.
better miracles than Jesus. Jesus tells you you're supposed to do better miracles than him.
What it said.
Yeah. Hey, I believe that more than they do. They already saying it's the end of the world. I'm still waiting for miracles. I think we can pull it off. They done gave up. It's over, y'all. Wait, hold, wait. You didn't walk on water yet. Giving up so soon.
Um,
He
He
said,
said, "I'll let you block." Yo, I definitely want to talk to him. I think he got a
I'll
sense of
let you
humor.
block me.
Go ahead and
I
unblock him.
I would agree.
He not gonna come up, bro.
Come on, request it so I'll drop down.
I'll drop down. Nah,
Hold on. How do you go? How do you go unblock him?
You got to go to your block list.
Where's that at?
Dang, I never blocked anybody to unblock them.
Settings, block account. All right, I see him.
If you don't send a request, you getting blocked. You gotta send a request.
How did you give me permission? Oh shit, my boy in there. Hey, my boy don't play, so if you say something he don't like, he just gonna block party you.
Hey, how come some moderators can permanently, like, they can block someone 100%? I don't even know
Yeah,
how they be doing that.
me either.
It's Kenya,
they got
Hebrew,
power.
Child of the Sun. They can get you out of there off the
I think,
panel.
I
I don't
think
know how they do that.
if they're your first mod, like the
Did you
person
see
that you
when
make
Kenya?
mod first.
Did you see when Kenya got blocked? I like hopped in her live and she was like, "Y'all blocked me, and now TikTok loves me, and they'll never block me again because they know that you keep reporting me for dumb shit. So like, I'm immune now." And like,
Yeah, she got banned 3 times in the same live, and she just kept going live.
I know. She like, I was like, "How did you get it overturned that fast?" She's like, "They literally, as soon as I hit uh, like contesting it, like it just immediately let her go."
They probably checked her lives too many times. It was like, ain't nothing happened.
Hey, so what was y'all's main topic tonight? How'd y'all start off?
I think we were talking about the Septuagint, right? And the Hyksos.
Yeah. We was just talking about Egypt, the language, how the languages was created, and the theories on how we got the Septuagint and shit.
Yo, Mo, you dropped a bomb with that Phoebe thing.
Oh, wait, who? Which one?
I was like, wait a damn minute. Because I've always thought Luke was that's what like the scholars say, is that Luke was the scribe of Acts. Because he was Paul's scribe.
Oh, Phoebe?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, Phoebe. And then her name had to be Phoebe. I was like, what? Phoebe, really? I said, this is about to be ugly. That's about to be ugly, man.
Well, that's why they say that 2 Timothy wasn't written by Paul, because Paul actually like didn't condemn women in the church. And I've heard about the Phoebe story, but I had no idea that she helped write that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got this other book I didn't get to yet that I want to read, and they said the women who were the forgotten women who helped write the New Testament. So I can't wait to read that book. I'm like, what?
Yeah, we
Wow.
told you so you can come up here, bro. You playing. You just want to sit in the comment section. You got 33.k. Come on up here and give us that work.
He said, beg for my presence.
I'm asking a question.
I don't think it's going to happen the way you think it's going to happen. Once you
We're
get in
gonna say
that
one
box.
thing wrong and Child of the Sun gonna excommunicate
We're
you.
not. You just said I'm not gonna lie.
see you, but they can hear you.
Once,
Whatever.
yeah,
So what are you
yeah,
doing?
we
You been
can,
talking?
yeah, we can hear you. We definitely can hear you. But yeah, once you get in
What's
that
up, my
box,
baby? You ready?
we gonna
I
learn that
need you
something.
to get them out your goddamn mouth, cause that's sick and sad.
What?
Is you really doing that? That's nasty, motherfucker. That goddamn candy. Look at that. What the fuck? That's a popsicle.
I'm having some Ralph's wife.
Who? What'd you
Oh,
say?
another guest that came on here.
Hold on, baby girl. Baby girl, what you say?
Ralph.
Wasn't that
Oh,
Ralph's
Ralph
wife?
came back.
Who was the one that had a wife that like yelled at him on there? It was so funny.
I think that was Ralph.
No, it wasn't. It was Big Daddy. What's her name, boo? What's up?
What's happening?
For real.
Come on, Towner,
What
get your
you do?
ass up here, boy.
Boy, bye. None of my want to see your bitch ass.
Hey, yo, look, this is cousin Christy. She done took over the goddamn.
I am cousin Chrissy. I am Chrissy Red. I'm the big girl. I'm the big drop. I'm the love drop. Everybody loves me. Even Sam, don't you? Hello? Sam! You don't say shit.
This sounds fun.
But yo, look,
He got hijacked. He got hijacked.
you a terrorist? You Taliban?
I'm a tourist. Taliban.
She said I'm a Tory.
Motherfucking
It's the same thing.
Is he getting beat up?
Yeah, man. It sounded like you was up against the ceiling. It sounded like they had you up on the ceiling by your throat.
Nah, my girl snatched the phone back. I'm good.
Oh my god.
It's Big Daddy.
Oh, yeah, coming up here, man. That's what I'm saying. We unblocked you for a reason. Yeah, he's scared to come up. It's cool. I understand. It's cool talking in the comment section, but when you gotta come up here and present your case, that's pretty hard work, buddy.
I really don't think he's Christian.
I don't think you can do it, buddy. Let's see. I don't know. You got 33,000 followers. Come on. Well, if you're a believer, come give us that work, man. You believe in the book. Show us something in the book we don't know.
All right, well, look, y'all. I'm still breathing. I'm safe. I'm gonna hop off here. I'll let y'all later.
We were worried.
Nah, I'm good. I'll holler at y'all.
Have a good night.
Right.
Good night.
You too.
Come on, bro. Put in that request. Whatever you trying to save us. You trying to save us, so come save us in the live. In the box and save me. Help me repent. Cause if you trying to make me repent, that's gonna be real hard for you, buddy. You climbing up the deep. Come on, man, hop in the box, boy.
I have the Columbus Journal open, and it says that they should be good servants and intelligent. For I observed that they quickly took in what was said to them, and I believe that would easily be made Christians, as it appeared
You
to
talking
me
about the
they had,
Native Americans?
yep, and it appeared to me that they had no religion or Lord, being pleased, will take hence at the time of my departure 6 natives for your highness, that they may quickly learn to speak. I saw no beast of any kind except parrots on the island. The above is the words of the admiral. So, if they had no religion and no God, why are people saying that this is the land? This is like the real native land. It makes no sense to me. I've
They
seen
had
so many.
totem poles. Yeah, the Native Americans had totem poles because some of them worshiped the female god.
But but this journal was written in like 1492. So after the Jesuits came in the 1500s, all of a sudden they had all these religions that aligned with a prophecy of this coming Messiah through Quetzalcoatl. Something's not adding up. You know what I mean? Like,
We Hebrew Israelites to them.
and
the
and
the
Jesuits,
Native American is part of the 12 top charts.
because they had very interesting they had very interesting like theologies and stuff. They didn't have like necessarily God, but they talked about the star people that came down and that they chased out red-headed giants. Like, sure, I can believe that. Like, I know that there's been a lot covered up in history and stuff, especially from the Smithsonian, but like what the Mormons and what everyone's trying to push right now, it doesn't back up with what these people firsthand accounts were saying of these people here.
I mean, like the 5 civilized tribes that the Moors trying to make it seem like that was them.
Yeah, I heard someone saying that the after the great earthquake of what was it? The New Madrid fault line, they after the World Fair, they restated all their history and stuff. Like, I know that that's what they keep saying.
I never heard that.
Asir the Duke, who's a Moor, always talks about it. He's done a bunch of videos and stuff. I don't know, it's interesting. That one guy that was used to be an Israelite that thought this land was the native land here, finally, like, he started reading all these things and he told me to read these. And he was saying that the Moors were some of the biggest slave traders and that they enslaved them here.
The Moors was shoot. That was enslaving everybody. It didn't matter what color you was. They didn't care.
Because there's a movie, it's like a movie from the 70s. This woman's like naked on a bed and she's like talking to this guy who's like kind of dressed up like a pirate almost. And she's like, "You're a slave pusher." And he just starts laughing and he's like, "I'm a Moor." And it's interesting.
Yeah, they started calling Moors blacks in the end of the 60s.
It had to be 1590 because my Geneva
I think
1560.
this was in the 1600s. They was
Oh,
calling
maybe
them. They start calling Moors like blacks, and they start putting them into slavery. So they weren't always classified as us.
that's interesting you say that because the Geneva Bible translated Ethiopians. It said Ethiopians. No, the I may be doing it backwards, but the Geneva Bible translates it's like vice versa. The King James says Moors, and then the Ethiopian says the Geneva says Ethiopians, and that's about the same time that you said, right?
Yeah, it's around the 1600s.
Huh. Interesting.
Oh, you
You
talking
keep
about
saying you can't go
Jeremiah
playing.
Huh?
in the book of Jeremiah, the Black Moor,
You can't
or it
get
said
Yeah,
Black Moor. Yeah.
but the But the King James tried to cover up who they were. Or, like, I don't have my Geneva up. It's in my bookshelf.
It's not full.
I can drop down, so it's really not full.
He's playing game.
Do you have that verse, bro?
For what? Which one?
Is it Jeremiah the Moors?
Yeah, it's 38. 38. 12. If it's not 12, it's like 11 or 13 or somewhere in that area.
Come up
Yep,
here.
you're right. And it says, and Abed Melech the Blackmore said unto Jeremiah. And in the King James, it translates it as Ethiopian.
I sent it.
So what was he trying to cover up is the question.
The Moors.
Right.
that they were known. First of all, and then the other thing is that that's the Old Testament. So
He can't go
that
live.
that
It says he's not able to go live, so he probably got banned.
because he was probably on somebody else live talking that shit. That's why he's still mad right now.
And you dare to dive with me?
He can't accept it. You sure can't accept it.
Is there an echo?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my thing. It was running low.
You should have just told us you was banned from going live from jump, bro.
Yeah, so if they saying the word more at that time, that messes up the timeline.
Right? That's what I'm thinking. Unless the Ethiopians are the original Moors.
They was using the word more like in the book 700 AD.
Yeah, but this is Jeremiah's BC.
So supposedly
That's way back.
This was written sometime, according to Septuagint. When is the Septuagint translated as? That's the real question.
Like between allegedly between 4 and 500 BC. But the problem is all of the evidence they have for the people at the time, the contemporary documents, those are forgeries. So they have nothing. They don't have anything.
Yo, the preface is wild on this book. It's crazy. They literally are like, well, much is speculated, but there's little known. And I'm like, how can you get a lot of information if nothing is known? It doesn't make any sense.
It's ridiculous. And then when you deal with how long it takes to do that, when they say they locked them in the rooms and they did that and they came out the next day, you can't do that in one night. You cannot do all of that in one night.
Right.
They full of shit.
I don't think this dude a Christian, yo. I think he just playing.
People translated over 1,200 pages from one language to another one overnight. Get out of here.
This part of Jeremiah does not include anything based off the Masoretic. The verse doesn't say anything about the Bed Melech or anything.
Making shit up.
Yeah, it's very interesting. There's a lot of differences between the Septuagint and the Masoretic, and
Like, can you guys go follow everybody in the chat? Can y'all go follow Child of the Sun?
Today, all you got to do is click on his profile picture and hit
Follow
follow.
him, please.
Who?
Child of the
Shout out to
Sun.
Sun.
We've been trying to get this man to 1,000 for months, and he keep losing followers. I don't know how he did that.
That's
He was
weird
at
because I was definitely following him.
he was at like 908, and then he just kept going down. I don't know what happened.
Paul is my amigo.
Who's this Q? Who's Q?
I think he follows me because he got mad at me that I debunked his
You debunk
his
everybody.
antichrist being something coming up for the end times prophecy, when in Maccabees it states that Onias was killed, and then oh god, who was the other? I can't remember his name, but the abomination of desolation already happened like 2,000 years ago. And just because the Protestant Reformation took that book out, apparently 1,600 years of, or well, not 1,600, like whatever it is apparently wrong.
I heard the Protestant Reformation, they changed what the cherub looked like.
Yeah,
You know,
Martin Luther was a wild man.
Had they made God the hero that a God is supposed to be, a benevolent God, an all loving God, if they made that character the way it was supposed to be for its return, to do something good when it arrives, no fire, no war, no fighting, just everybody stops. All of the bullshit stops. No one would think that it was the end time. They wouldn't think it. Because the signs that they would see is just more and more evil. They would be like, okay, the devil is still here working. Now that you have the God in the end that's going to show up and do what the devil does, you always think God is on his way. Did you see that? Chaos. Did you see that? War. God is coming. Look, earthquake. God is coming.
A well washed up on the beach. Jesus is coming back.
Well, the Jacques Villay was talking about how the whole conspiracy against the Bay of Pigs was with the Watergate scandal, that they were going to fake the coming of Christ over Cuba because they're predominantly Catholic, and they were going to do it enough for them to hack their intelligence agencies. They had
Wait,
that
what?
technology in the yeah. You haven't heard that?
Say it again.
That was the missing tapes. Jacques
How
Villay,
do you get all this information? Because I've never
because I
heard of it.
fucking
My
researched
my
my
dad
ass
told me
off.
something like this, and just thought he was playing. And now you said the same. The shit he told me that when I was like 12.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thought they got me. Yeah, his name's Jacques Villay. You can find him. He's a UFO research intelligence agent. He used to work for the government, and he was doing an interview, and he kind of slips up, and he was like, well, we've had this technology, because he was talking about how the UFO epidemic has been so predominant in research groups, and everyone just thinks it's extraterrestrials when they've had this technology, in Germany, and like they have these crafts made up. Like, where they got it from is regardless, but they've had, sure, it might be alien technology, it might be fallen angel technology, whatever you want to believe, but they've had this technology that humans have used. So he was saying that it's so easy to convince people of this extraterrestrial life by using UFOs that people are already using in military.
He said, I've been abducted.
And he like slipped up, and the guy was like, because the interviewer was like, how is that possible? He was like, well, I think people forget that during the Watergate scandal, the U.S. military, I think it was the CIA, was going to conduct the second coming of Christ using a submarine to project a holographic New Jerusalem coming down, like Jesus from the clouds, like a war, all this stuff. In the 70s. In the 70s. They had this technology. Imagine what they have now.
Right?
That's what I'm saying. I ain't falling for that shit. Any intelligent being that's supposed to be above humans with their intelligence, when they show up, they know damn well they can't just be like surprise. It got that's a hint for you right there that it got to be some type of internal thing going on. It's something going on the earth. It's not something a foreign entity coming back that left a stone here and say, yeah, we're gonna be back. And you know what I'm saying? And it's gonna be a surprise. And you just gonna pop up and I never even seen you before. Common sense to tell you if you coming in peace, you would wanna people gonna have heart attacks. Like I don't think people understand that. It's easy to talk about it because it's entertaining and you get bored and people be smoking and they be high. They be like, bro, aliens and it's easy. But when something actually show up and you ain't never see that shit before, how the hell you gonna take that? Everybody can't. You can't take that shit. You gonna
Have
drop.
you
You're not
seen
gonna drop to your knees and repent.
documentaries
You're gonna have a
about
heart attack.
that they had?
Well, I mean, I think people will do that, but I'm also thinking that people aren't going to remember every detail of the scriptures in that moment. You know what I mean? So it's easy for them to pull it over because when you're in your fight or flight situation, you're not going to be remembering everything.
Right.
You're going to be scared. Yeah, you're going to be terrified. You're going to either drop down and just pray and not look up, or you're going to, have a heart attack or run with your head cut off.
Right.
I
You're
don't
gonna have
think
people
anyone.
shooting at it. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying. If they saying it's a hologram, right? If they're gonna like project a hologram, you know how many people gonna be firing at it, and they just gonna see they bullets just flying through it.
literally. It was crazy, but yeah, that was the missing tapes during the Watergate scandal. I mean, now because everyone talks about Project Bluebeam, and I'm like, well,
My
might be your
cousin,
fake end times happening soon. So,
Yeah, Project Looking Glass. I remember all of those from that. That was before 2012.
mm-hmm.
my cousin on all that. Project Bluebeam, High Jump, Paperclip, all that shit. The Earth is flat. The dinosaurs are fake.
I am not one of those people. Don't put me in that
Oh,
category.
Yeah, my thing is whatever when it gets to a point where you're dealing with something that is like beyond your control, there's no point. It's like you telling somebody it's not going to do anything about it. That's why it's almost like the only thing you can get from it is fear. So that's why I don't. Even though I know about it, I either pretend like I don't and then let other people talk about it, and I don't try to teach it or tell anybody to look at it because I can't. You can't do anything about it. That's just way too advanced. Like if you got the ability to do that, you just got to sit back and wait. Like even some people who say like this ain't gonna be real, they're gonna do it. There's Christians I talk to. They're gonna do a fake rapture first, and
Mm-hmm.
then God is gonna come. Then
Yep.
He's gonna come with the real one. I'm like, yo, at that
When
point, you just gotta wait. Then just wait and see what happens.
when I was a Christian, like all I did was research end time stuff, and I like missed so many important details of the book because that's all they focus on. Like I would like research all, everyone kept telling me that. Like I was fucking terrified. I didn't sleep for like 3 days straight when I was like at the beginning of everything because I was like, oh my God, I need to know everything. Like I was just reading like crazy, reading scripture like crazy. Like it was crazy. And like the funny part is like I was like, this is like what we were talking about earlier, was like the mind is so powerful. I was like having these like experiences where I was just like, convinced myself I was born again. Like I felt the spirit wrap around me and like seal me and like all this stuff. And like then I realized that the translation doesn't even say everyone must be born again. It says born from above. So what is this born again experience that everyone's having? It's literally just people transferring their energy onto something else. What it is. Like, that's what the Greek says. It's born from above.
Bro,
That's
he ain't
wild.
coming up here. He
He
don't want to
can.
get
He
that.
banned. And actually, that's one of the reasons why they don't like
Do
Dylan.
that. Don't
Who
do
was
that.
that?
What's his name?
What?
Towner9, Summer Towner9. Don't do that. Because and I've done this before. When Emily gets up here and you guys start saying strange stuff in the comment section, I tell y'all to come up here and challenge her. And y'all don't come up here and challenge her because she's going to debunk everything that y'all say.
I mean, just read the book. Read
There's
the
a
book.
reason why I always say she needs to write a book. She just
Oh
don't
my
be
God.
saying stuff to be saying it. She's backing up everything that she's learning. She researches the stuff that she researches. And you guys just read a book.
Well, I
So
mean,
come on up
in
here.
Maccabees with the whole abomination of desolation thing, the reign from Babylonian captivity of Nebuchadnezzar minus 434 years is 161 8 or BC, which is the year that Onias, the high priest, was cut off, aka killed, and then the abomination of desolation in the year 140 and 50 year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar. So where is this Antichrist going to do this? Because this has already happened. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, this is what happens when books are moved, people join, um, they join new, denominations. Like, it's stupid. And then you have English translations, Russian translations, all these different translations. When, if this book just stayed together in its original language, we wouldn't have all this. Well,
Hmm.
actually, I'd take that back. You probably would, but like you'd have definitely different sects and stuff, but like less than what we do now. You know what I mean?
Right. It'll be seen as a practice. It'll be somebody's personal, their personal belief. Like they look at everybody else's. Oh, that's your personal belief.
They don't want to jump in the box.
Because
Counter, you can't
The
jump in the box,
Coptic Christians,
bro.
which is supposedly when, the missing years of Jesus, when he supposedly, like, in Egypt and stuff, like the Coptic Christians have a completely different religion until the Orthodox Church came in and like took over, but their
Hmm.
texts are different from the Bible. And that's supposed to be, everyone says, oh, the Roman Catholic Church, oh no, the Orthodox Church, oh no, the way according to Paul was set up. Oh, there's the Nazarenes, there's the Ebionites, there's the Essenes, like all these
Oh yeah,
different groups of
Ebionite.
early Christians.
How come don't nobody talk about them? It's
Asking
like
for white people come from.
Christians they just miss the Ebionite.
Where do we come from? I don't know. Who cares?
Black people. That's where the white people come from. Why
White
don't you
people,
tell us?
white people
I'm a
come
Tamil
from us.
avatar.
That is the strangest shit. White people come there. Homo sapiens sapien, the same as black people. They
I'm a
just have
Tamahu
less company.
avatar. I was made by Yakub. I've heard so many different
Don't
things.
do
It's
that.
like really irritating to me. I've heard the Tamahu avatar theory. I've heard Neanderthal. I've heard that I'm Ham. I've heard that I'm Japheth. I've heard that I'm Esau. I've heard that I'm the beast of the
I'll,
field.
I-
I've
I'll,
heard
I'll be I'll be Esau all day, every day, because that's where their God comes from.
I've heard that I'm the Nephilim hybrids. I've heard that, I mean, it's crazy. I'm like, all right, whatever. I don't lose sleep over it at night,
Right, bro.
What can I do?
Nobody know where anybody came from. It's just theories.
Oh, I mean, everyone, that's why I get annoyed with like modern day Christianity teaching that everyone comes from Adam and Eve because it doesn't even say that in the Bible.
Y'all
It literally
always look, Sky. Listen, I don't know what is in the air or the water, but we get up here talking about things that we can share with you, and you can go look up on your tablet if you need to. We
I
can
just
send
told
each
you
other
10 different
emails.
things
We can
where
give
I
you
come from.
references. There's books you can buy. There's other channels you can follow to find this out. There's lectures you can look at. If you're in college, you can go and access these archives. Some of these books are free. Like, go and look up what we're talking about. They always jump in and ask a stupid ass question. Well, where did the earth come from? Haha, exactly. So, but that doesn't mean shit. You're asking a question that nobody has the answer to. Like you're doing something. Well, then give us some other type of information. You asking somebody where they came from. Nobody knows where the hell they came from. Not one person on this planet knows.
I mean, we're a genetic mutation. Like, that's what happens with melanin recessive people. It's just part of
Nah,
life.
he gonna say you come from Yakub because he probably a follower of the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, you know what I'll ask him? Which version of the Yaqub story are you talking about? Which one?
Right.
Which one? Because there's like 8 of them. So which one are you talking about? This shit is ridiculous. You heard one version.
It's interesting because that's like super similar to the Tamahu theory from Kemet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's
That
up,
was like,
little
what, 4,000, 3,000 years ago? I can't help it.
you get one. You scared? You want me to come with you? Okay.
Kind of cool if I was like an avatar, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'll just take, the lemons and make lemonade out of it. Am I like? But the crazy part is like from that story, especially the Tamahu one, like they bred animals with their women. Like, why were they doing that? Is the real question.
I have no idea. They found a whole bunch of crushed up bones and shit in there too. They found human and animal bone marrow mixed
Because
up together.
it was like what, 8 women? So why were they raping their own women to produce a new species with an animal? That's fucked up.
Just open one at a time, son. Stop. Give me it. You don't need to fucking up your teeth.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
actually
bro.
that's a really interesting topic because Joseph just like disappears off the face of the earth in the Christian text.
Because he was trying to. I think Paul, Jesus, Titus, Phoebe, all of them were in. This was a whole Roman plan because they started. Even when you look at what happened after the whole Christianity thing is supposedly taking place. They started winning wars, even with their internal conflicts. They started doing things more quietly. They stopped all of that. Yeah, we got 10,000 people right here. You pull up, meet me on the left side of the mountain at noon. Like, they stopped doing that. It was like, you know what? We about to start playing mental games with people.
Right.
They've been doing it. And it was like, yo, what is the point of going and killing all of these people when we want them? We don't want to clean up bodies all day. They started thinking smart. Let's go ahead and infiltrate. Okay, Paul got locked up. Paul's walking around. He's walking around with mercenaries, man. What are you walking around with mercenaries for?
And
And
he
then
was allowed, and Paul was allowed to speak in front of a crowd in a different language while he was being put on trial. Like, I don't fucking think so.
Right?
Ridiculous. In Rome. He's
What?
in Rome. He betrayed the Romans. And he's supposed to be on the side of the Jews now. And he's in Rome, arrested, and he's preaching to people. What?
In
And
a
what was the
different
result of his trial? Where did he die? Where's his tombstone? He just disappears.
from legend, supposedly he died in Corinth, I believe.
Another legend. Just add that to the Septuagint.
Still,
It's so crazy. I mean, like, you can see the Flavians in the New Testament. Like, when Romans 16:11, when he
Paul
says
Jack Boy. Oh shit.
Paul the Jack Boy. Yeah, he had, like, I don't doubt, because there was a revival for like 40 years in like that area of like going back to Torah, listening to what it actually said. Like, there was a revival of that. Like, but like, according, because I know people that like are the Yao like people, I'm friends with them, and they only subscribe to the book of Matthew because in Hebrew, because that's the only book that, like, it never says that Jesus is God. He never is like dying for your sins, like none of that. He's just like a guy that was like, hey, you guys are not going with Torah, get your shit together and repent. That's it.
Right. Yep. Nothing else. He don't even
Like,
care who did it. He don't care who did this to Jesus. Like, this dude got muscle and he ain't trying to help them out at all. He just, it's your fault. Yeah, they killed him, but it's all your fault.
Paul is weird, dude. He like literally says he emptied his bowels out to the Lord. Like, what? What the fuck does that mean?
He emptied his bowels out and then God flung his
But like,
feces
he
at
is
people.
so, and it's funny because I used to be like, you guys are lying, because people try to wake me up to Paul like a long time ago, and I was like, you guys are insulting the best apostle ever, and I'm like, it's so true. Like, when people defend Paul, they defend Paul over Jesus. If that's your Messiah or your messenger or your savior, why are you doing that? He literally admits in Romans 16:11 to greet his blood cousin Herodotus. It's crazy. That's an Edomite.
Six,
The Herodians are
sixteen
Edomites.
11. What a hell of a coincidence.
You're right, but
Huh?
yeah.
Romans 16:11. That's a hell of a coincidence. They be playing with numbers. Like, it's almost like they put this shit together to, like, to just laugh in the Jew's face. Like, look what we did to your book. And they're walking around like, and they notice. They don't speak out much. But when they do, they tell you, like, yo, Mo is not lying, y'all. He's telling the truth. You know, they come in, you know, say their little piece and leave, and they family obviously telling them, because they're not saying like I researched it. They're just like, yo, he's right. We already know this.
Yeah, the
The
Book of
world just
Joshua.
doesn't know this.
I don't believe the one that we have now is legit. There was a guy in the 1300s that got arrested for writing it and put on trial. Like, I don't believe it. Yeah, Paul's has a verse in 9:11. His verse is 9:11 when he meets Jesus. I think it's Acts 9:11. Like, go figure.
Paul, the Antichrist.
That's what they called him, the false
Yep.
prophet and Antichrist.
Didn't the Essenes call him that?
Oh, no, excuse me. It was when Paul, after meeting Jesus, like having a conversion, goes to the house of Judas. What? It makes no sense. Like, Matthias was already, like, in the earlier part of Acts, like, Matthias replaced Judas. Like, the apostles drew lot to see which one it was going to be, and Matthias won the lot pool, and he literally replaced Judas. So where is this 13 apostle coming in when you got 12 apostles on the gate, or there's the 12 apostles of the Lamb in Revelation, and then on the New Jerusalem there's 12 apostles with the 12 gates and the 12 tribes of Israel. So where the hell does Paul fit in here?
Nowhere.
Like, it's common sense. It's really common sense at this point. But they don't, I'm blaspheming Paul, so.
I'm trying to see if somebody else is going to join the damn law, but guess they don't want to get in the box to that. They scared. They ain't coming in because Emily and Mo up here. That's what it is. They only can handle one of y'all at a time.
I just get over talked a lot. It's annoying.
You about to spill it, little man. Why you got on this thick ass hoodie? Why though? Are you cold?
Yeah, it's really weird because the Essenes, the Ebionites, and the Nazarenes all were some of the first Christians, and they did not support Paul.
Nope.
At all.
Whatsoever.
And their teachings were Torah-based, like eating a healthy diet.
This is what I don't understand. If all of these people were against Paul, how is Paul showing up and people following him? I'm not getting
Because the
this at
Romans
all.
were backing him up, bro. They was trying to get him. They could not get to him because he was walking around with
Okay, but
mercenaries.
okay, so was was Paul like because his writings come after everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he shows up first. Like you got the synoptic gospels, you got Matthew, you got Mark, you got Luke, right? And then you got John.
Hmm.
So Paul is before them, right?
No,
Yeah,
Paul.
supposedly in order, James was the first book that was written, and James makes sense because he's literally like,
Mhm.
because Jesus preached, like,
Yeah.
whether he's real or not, according to the New Testament, he preached the law. He preached keeping it. He preached doing good works. He preached like giving up everything. You know what I mean? And everyone that because of Paul's writings are like that's allegorical. That like with works comes or no with faith comes works and like they try to like tie it in together, but like if it's this back and forth, like where are all the other apostles' letters too? You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't make sense that there's 12 apostles and this 13th new dude coming in trying to convince all the other apostles who've been with Jesus the whole time that what they're doing isn't correct. And they're getting annoyed with him. It's obvious.
Right,
They
and you're
abandoned
supposed
him.
to have, there's supposed to be other accounts. Luke is clearly stating that he's looking at something else. He's referencing other people and other texts so he can come up with his. So that means they were walking around interviewing the apostles. Hey, you were with Jesus, right? What did you see? Hey, this person said this. Can you finish telling me what happened when you and him went? Because sometimes they split up. So you would go get the story from each of the people who were there because he wasn't with them. They weren't all together all the time. Sometimes it was just a few people with him. Sometimes they were all with him. But you would ask all of them, and then the names weren't attributed to the Gospels until what over 100 years after it was already circulating. So the names that we're talking about aren't even the names of the actual apostles in the first place.
Right.
But you should still have interviews from all of the people, and we should have the accounts that Luke was referring to. He said that he went over the accounts so
Oh
that he
God.
can present his own accounts to Theophilus.
I already smashed Facts to God on them damn accounts. That shit all was made up.
It's divinely inspired. This sounds like an investigation. That's what it sounds like. I'm so divinely inspired. I'm about to go interview people. No, just sit on a rock and get this inspiration and just let the pen move. Go get that hand that was on that wall in the temple. What was that? That hand? Let the hand
Bro,
write.
you gotta read a couple lines before and after. I'm like, yo, how is it that this hand is just pop up and start writing? Like it's like if you read the book from front to back and you accept everything in it, you're accepting ghosts, you're accepting people walking from the dead, talking zombies, snakes, donkeys, and then like Godzilla.
You never heard your cat talk? I'm just
Yeah, bro.
kidding.
That does not count.
Sometimes they say no. I'm just kidding. Um,
Oh.
no, I'm kidding. No, it's so weird. Like the more like I studied for myself and I stopped listening to people and like I just because I'm like an all or nothing person. Like when I was like into Jesus, like preaching all the time and stuff, like I would literally just be like, nope, you don't have to do anything. Like Paul says this in Romans and like Galatians and stuff, and I'm like, why am I not quoting the freaking Savior? You know what I mean? Like I was just like, what am I doing? And so I kept studying and studying and studying, and I just saw so many discrepancies and like I can't remember what verse it is, but there's a verse in Acts. The King James takes it out, by the way, but where I thought Luke was the scribe of Acts because that's what scholars tell you. But if it's Phoebe, that makes this really weird because um in Acts he says like that they're with this it's a Greek name, and it's a character in a play at the time period that was really big about the Trojan War, and it was a spy,
Yeah.
like it was an infiltrating spy, and that was like their way to be like keep their head on the table, but like kind of insert that and be like, I don't know, man, he's going to the house of Judas first, and then he's this he's similar to this guy that's a spy. Like they were trying to put hints in there. They really were.
Why quote the book? Like you said,
Just
why quote the book
we
moving
got
forward?
play, and somebody
Ugh.
turned fucking play into something real.
What this is what I don't understand with people who have a problem with us doing our studies and sharing our information and building and trying to just put the truth out, right? So most of the time we let people come to their own conclusion. You can check what we're saying. Move on from it. Why do we bring up the scripture? Why don't y'all shut the fuck up? There will be nothing to talk about if y'all stop talking about it. Keep your shit to yourself like the Buddhist people do. They just keep it to themselves. You want to involve the whole world in some war that's going on in your mind from a book you read, and you want to involve everybody. So if you involve me in it, I'm gonna go check and see what you're talking about, and your shit ain't adding up, and now y'all up here at nearly 3 a.m, but heard about it. Go to sleep.
Right.
You should be sleeping easy. You ain't got no studying to do. Just hold your Bible and pray and go to heaven. What you worried about?
Seriously, it's crazy. I mean, like when you study Paul's comparisons to Jesus, if Jesus took a Nazarite vow, like, and Paul was condemning men for having long hair, that makes no damn sense. You can't cut your hair when you take a Nazarite vow.
His goal was
And
to
that,
stop all of that shit. That was what his
yeah,
goal was.
is like, I mean, there's a reason that Jews didn't convert. They were literally getting killed in like, the first and second century by Christians because they're like, this shit don't add up. And I don't blame them. It says no one can die for your sins, but now we got, Paul preaching like Jesus crucified, like, all that, like it's a lot. Like I saw a comment saying like facts goes it talks to Muslims, like Muslims know more about Paul than most Christians do. Like they study Paul. I know it says in their book about Paul and stuff, but like they're right. He was influenced by all of these cults. Like he was completely going. He says that they can eat, food sacrificed to like or sacrificed to other gods, and then in Revelation it says that like those who do that ain't gonna make it.
What did
Like
he say?
it's
He didn't he have a vision where he was like he saw the Lord and he's like, eat that. He said, those are I can't eat those animals. Eat them.
oh, that was Peter, right? Yeah. God, I don't even read the New Testament anymore. I just read the Old Testament, but um
That's you can clearly see in those instances whenever they want to make some adjustments, somebody has some supernatural experience.
but even the context of that
From the
is
whole
him realizing that Gentiles aren't unclean. Like that's literally the context of that verse.
Read more. This is ancient. I don't know what you're talking about, bro, but you got enough followers to get up here. So in the comments, you're gonna keep being misunderstood. We're just talking about what people talk to us about, man. And it's y'all got to remember this all starts off with us sharing information with people who want to know about the information no one's talking about. And then Christians and people who, think that they know about this stuff, they jump up there and they get their heads chopped off. That's how this happens. We're not up here trying to tell somebody what to do. This is the information is really for people who don't have the time to do the research or who they're already researching and maybe they missed something and we're helping each other out. But in the meantime, in between time, people are jumping up here trying to make corrections and their teachers are not even telling them that we're right. That's what really be pissing me off. That pisses me off so much because they know this shit already, but they don't want to sacrifice the money that they're making off of these people who believe it.
Right. And it's interesting because in Acts 24, they try to say that like the Nazarenes are the same as the Way, and it doesn't make any sense because the Nazarenes completely disregard Paul. like in history. And he's saying that he's a plague to the Nazarenes and like what? It's just the truth is in people's faces. They just don't want to. They just don't want to.
They did, like I say all the time, they did all of that fighting against these people so that they did not worship things like the morning star, so that their God is not, even in the Septuagint, the God is not a sun and shield. The Lord your God is a sun.
Mm-hmm.
And shield, that's not even in the Septuagint. So who stuck that in there? Who added that the God, your God is a sun? That would come from people who do sun worship, who have sun worship cults. Because there's
Right.
no way you can mistranslate that. There's no way to do it. You would never come up with sun. The word for sun is not in the Greek. They didn't use it. So why did you insert that word in there? Because you had a motive. And those people died for that. That's what pisses me off. They died trying to avoid having this happen to their text. And it happens. So that's the proof that someone tampered with their shit, because that's what they were trying to hide. These people didn't hide bloody manuscripts because that's how they like to store them. They were
Right.
injured, hurt, and running away, and they hid them. They ran all the way to Babylonia. Even when you go up to before and after the Council of Nicaea, 200 AD, 400 AD, they're still running from people because they're all the way back in Babylon. They don't like Babylon, but they still went over there. They're like, okay, this is a lesser evil. Let's run over here, maybe this and plead with these people, and maybe they'll help us hide our text because they're taking it from us.
Right.
And
Well,
here
they
we go with a savior that can be killed. The guy's a morning star now, like Venus. Your God is a sun, and the Old Testament God is just gone. He ain't
yeah,
even there
and
no more.
he says he's the Eastern Star, or his star is the Eastern Star, and that is directly related to the planet Venus. This is easily Googleable. I don't even know if that's a word.
It is now. It is now.
You know what I
It's
mean? Like that's
Googleable.
what the like. It's just hello. It's the Eastern Star. It's the same retelling of Inanna and Dumuzi. I just did a video on this. Like they like it's just so odd. Like and it's crazy because Christians get mad at me all the time when they're like, why do you read all these texts? And I'm like, go read Daniel 1. It says that when they were in Babylon, they were learning the literature and the language of of the Chaldeans for 3 years. So why can't I read the same stuff that they were doing? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make any sense. I actually understand the Old Testament better because I know who these gods are. I know that there's two classes of families of gods fighting. It's Enlil versus Enki. Like Zachariah Sitchin's completely morphed all of those books, like in the tales, and thank goodness he passed away because they're completely different. Like the Ostrahasis, like all of that stuff is so different to what he came up with. And
Yeah,
like, you know,
his shit was a romance. He was romancing with that shit. He just got lost in his own imagination with it. And
right?
he
Yeah,
still, I mean, he still revealed some too, but I think he just ran out of ideas and he just started being inspired. He
right.
got divinely inspired. Everybody does it. They're human.
This guy that I like study with, and he like I respect him and he like respects me and stuff, but him and I kind of got into it because he was trying to tell me what these stories meant, and I was like, have you read them? And he was like, well, yeah. And I was like, okay, well, you're saying stuff that's not in there, or the history of these gods, like at all, or their relief
Shit.
depictions. Like, he was like saying that Enlil was the god of Israel, or Archangel Michael, excuse me. He was saying that Enlil was Archangel Michael. I was like, that makes no sense because Enlil is considered a demon lord. And, I was like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, Inanna, I think, is look at my chart again, but Inanna is like the grandchild of him. He actually raped Inanna in one story. Like, I was like, I don't think Archangel Michael would do that. You know what I mean?
I don't put nothing past them. If those things are real, I ain't put nothing past them. What happened to their women? Shit, that's the question.
Yeah. I mean, but like, and then read all them because from Noah, if Abram, the Chaldean, and he's from the lineage of Shem, then that would mean like Shem and Noom are very close in Hebrew. And this rabbi researched on it, and he was saying that this ties into why they went back to. They were told in Jeremiah 23, I believe, to go back to Babylon and seek prosperity and the peace of the city. And then when you read Daniel, it's saying that they learned the history. They're learning the history. That's why the creation epics are literally the same. Because after the Babylonian captivity, Ezra compiled the scrolls together, like which is what started Judaism.
Yep. They say that when they were digging and trying to figure out what time period you have the what JEPD, those writers, one of the works is contributed to Ezra. Another one is Josiah, and
Mm-hmm.
then Moses. Even if they give him, they try to be nice, saying they don't think he wrote any of it. They think someone else wrote it, but they said if he did, he even referenced somebody else. But it didn't come. It was with Ezra where it was completed, where they actually had a full blown religion.
That's why.
You breaking up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
broke.
Oh, this lady that I researched under, she was like, I know what people are gonna say that like there's only this one God, but she was like, when you read and the other people are called Elohim, like she was like she's like Jews or like the Hebrews worship one God, like that's true. That's literally who they're only supposed to look at, and they got in trouble for worshiping these other deities. So she was like, do they exist or do they not? Because it's such a mix conflating with Christians about it, and they don't read these books because they think that they're satanic when their own prophets read these books.
Right. And I think that scene where they're mocking who was it? The Amalekites. They're mocking somebody who's praying to their God to light the fire, turn the water into fire,
Mm-hmm.
and they take the ox or whatever, put it up there and put it on the altar and see which like, you call to your God, and I'm call to mine. Whoever gets set on fire, that shows who's the actual God or whatever. My question with that, which I didn't even get back into, but I'm gonna do that later on, is where was that at? Because they had specific rules with like the chief god, which is I guess the Most High, Yahweh, whatever you want to call it. The chief, their god, the Hebrews, their god could do anything he wanted wherever he was at, right? But if they were in the jurisdiction of the chief god, then that god can't light a fire. He can't turn the water into fire. So if the scene is that the god is on the land or in the jurisdiction of the other god, then the fire should have worked. But I'm gonna check that out in a second because that's what
Yeah,
people
that's
don't understand about henotheism. It wasn't about. It was more of jurisdictions, and it was more
ex-
of the special people that the chief god set aside. It wasn't that those gods weren't real. That idea that the god isn't real came about later. They clearly knew that those gods existed. In fact, I think twice in the Old Testament, they had to retreat.
yeah.
They had to retreat
They
from fighting the other god. If the god is fake, who the hell are you fighting?
yeah, they well, according to Canaanite mythology and also some of the apocryphals and Deuteronomy 32, the 70 sons of El are placed over the 70 nations, which supposedly are United Nations. Um, Not a coincidence. But like he that's in the apocryphals and stuff. It talks about this. I think Enoch and Jasher talk about this, or maybe it's Jubilees, but um like this is a known thing. Like this was in Canaanite mythology too. Like Ezekiel 16:3 says that you're like that verse. Oh, what is that verse? Because I asked some of my friends about this verse and they pressed my head out. So I was like, okay.
See, look, it says at the time of the sacrifice, the prophet Elijah stepped forward and prayed, Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel and that I am your servant. So people take this scene to mean that the other God wasn't real. He's asking God to prove that he is the God of Israel,
Right.
not that the other gods are fake.
Yeah,
And they be
because
like,
Ezekiel
context is
16.
key. You got to read the context.
Well, it's interesting because the Cyrus scroll, have you ever seen the Cyrus scroll or heard of
Somebody
it?
was just claiming to be reading. Oh, you mean the Bible, or is that's a different document?
No, it's a separate document, but he gives thanks to Marduk
The
for
Messiah, Cyrus.
mm-hmm. And they
Sheesh.
believe the lady that I researched some under, she was like, she's way more advanced than I am in this. I mean, she could just tear apart people with this mythology or like, just understanding of it. And like she was saying that Isaiah 56, the Lord there, because Lord's just a generic title. So the Lord in Isaiah 56 is Marduk from her research. And the Cyrus scroll, after Cyrus, is victorious, he gives thanks to Marduk and on his scroll that they found.
Damn.
And
What? And that's called the Cyrus scroll.
yeah, and it's pretty easy to find. And I've seen Christian apologists try to, write this off, and I'm like, oh, I don't think so. Did Suiton die?
Why he not there?
Oh yeah, it's a Cyrus
He
cylinder
probably walked
scroll.
off.
Yeah, I mean, like on this scroll, it says, where is it? He gives thanks to the Lord Marduk. And Marduk's not evil. He's the one that's going to kill Inanna in the end, according to who's the Queen of Heaven, who they've always been at war with.
Oh, they took this from the cylinder and put it on the scroll.
Hmm?
This is a cylinder. They put it. They took it off the cylinder and put it on a scroll, I guess.
That's very interesting.
That's tough. And then in the Bible, it says Cyrus was chosen, wasn't he? So is this before? So this is his success was he's giving thanks to Marduk. You said for the success of him, I guess getting rid of the Babylon ruler.
Mm-hmm.
But the book says that he was chosen. The God of the Bible helped him do that,
Yeah,
right?
because he was a Gentile. It's very interesting. Um, I don't know. Like, I don't have bias when I research this stuff. Like, obviously, if it lines up, like, I mean, for my research, Marduk is quote unquote evil. So I don't know. Enlil's family's evil, though. I know that. Like, Ningishita comes from them. Nurgle, Inanna, Ninlil, Enlil, Elilil. Like, all of these bad beings from all of these ancient stories come from that lineage. If you've ever seen the show Lucifer, it's literally like two sons fighting. It's Michael versus Lucifer, and it's two separate families. I mean, it's two separate like subcategories of gods from one father. That's what all the Sumerian tablets and the I mean, when I say Sumerian, like it's just kind of like a geographical location, but these are Assyrians, Babylonians, and Chaldeans, like all you know. That's what I'm saying. There's so many mythologies with these dueling brothers. It's weird. I mean, there's probably truth to it. You know what I mean? Like, or unless the Jesuits just went around just planting everything over the last 2,000 years, that's also a possibility. I don't know.
Yeah, I think dealing with the book, what they're lying about is history. Something these stories obviously came from somewhere. You can take the whole entire Bible and read that. You can cram it into one epic. You can cram it into one of their epics. The sacrifice for the people, the person conspiring against the gods, the bad seed being separated. All of that shit happens in a short period of time, and I think they just infused it into history because it was familiar, knowing that it would resonate with people because it's that like we say, they know not just with technology, but the whole human anatomy, they know more of it than we do. Not just the technology they're using, they know how you operate. So if we put these familiar stories into your history, plant a savior there and everything, it will create a reaction for the whole planet. Everybody's going to be feeling guilty and don't even know why, because it's from a long lost tale that you're still familiar with in your DNA. So you don't even know. Some people don't know why they're addicted to it, why they cling to this story, and why they feel like, man, I do feel guilty. It's something there that's clicking in your head, but you don't necessarily know that it's familiar to you because it probably did happen a long time ago and it's just embedded in you. But that doesn't mean that what happened in 100 AD is actually real in that Bible. That's a
Well,
completely different story.
that's what people are so adamant about proving the Dead Sea Scrolls to be real, because that's their like if, the Septuagint has this funky history with it, then the Dead Sea Scrolls are the next supposed, a perfectly kept scroll when there's discrepancies. Because I've heard Christian, they were like, it's exactly the same, and I'm like, have y'all read them? Like, or do you just spew this off of the
No,
internet?
they just say that. That's
Like,
exactly right.
Yo,
And
yo,
because
that be getting on
all
my
these
nerves. You be
and
think,
like,
yo, we get excited sometimes. We be like, okay, cool, this is about to be a fire conversation because this person read it and they don't know what the hell they talking about. They're like, bro, you heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls? I'm like, yeah, come on, what you got? They match the Bible exactly, word for word. I'm like, oh shit, he didn't read it.
well, it's because the guy Harry that I've like researched with, he's a linguist scholar. Like, he reads ancient texts. That was like part of his like job in the 90s, and he was one of the first people to come out in 1993, I believe, and said that these things are a bunch of crap. He was like, they have a Latin syntax, and if people don't know what a Latin syntax or like its syntax is of a language, it's the grammatical structure of that sentence. Like, you know how in like it's like when you're speaking Spanish, like the verb and the noun structure are completely different than American syntax. So he was like, why does this ancient Hebrew text have a Latin syntax on it? And it's also written in block Hebrew, which is medieval. And it just so conveniently was placed, and they just happened to find it. And then Israel was like, oh yeah, we see, we've been here this whole time, and they just moved in.
Told
I don't
you.
I don't think so. Like, if y'all have that little discernment when it comes to doing research and stuff, like, you're hopeless at this point.
So, hey, you know those documents I was talking about where they said they where they said they found more records of Jesus after 33 AD. The guy sent in the pictures and stuff that he took of it because they were about to sell it to, I think the Vatican came. They had two sellers, and he's guessing. He's like, I think it was the Vatican that bought it, because the other person he asked them, they said they didn't buy it, they didn't get it, or they were concealing that they did purchase it because they didn't want anybody to do. Because people kill over this stuff, whether people notice or not. Like
Yeah.
these, yeah, they kill people for this shit. So he just left it alone. He said, "Man, I'm gonna just go ahead and take these photos I developed, and I'm gonna send them to I think the British Museum." He sent it to them, and they just stole it from him. They kept it.
Yeah, if you learn the history
I
of the Dead
said,
Sea Scrolls,
damn.
they only had Catholic priests working on it. They had Orthodox rabbis working on it, and then they had Lutherans and like okay. So there was one secular scholar that was working with them, and Harry talked about that in the lecture, and he was like, this guy just supposedly quit. He's literally the best. He was like, he's one of the best in the industry. Just happened to quote unquote quit and now is a raging alcoholic. Like, I don't think so. And they kicked him off the project. Because he, like, and that raised Harry's suspicion because he was like, if this number one scholar in the world is, like, not working with this, the most biblically accurate find supposedly we have in the world to prove everything, and he just walked away from it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. Because when people, especially like secular scholars, when they do this research, they're not trying to debunk Christianity. Like, if anything, I would
Exactly.
feel like they're trying to like find truth in this world.
That's
Like,
exactly what
this
they're
is
trying to do.
fake. Y'all trying to forge history and make this make sense. I quit.
Yeah, exactly.
They messed it. They messed up my goddamn content because I was like, y'all think. I said, y'all think that there's only atheists involved in finding these scripts and doing the research, and I'm like, I'm thinking in my head while I'm talking. I don't know of no atheists involved in this shit anyway.
Mo making a hot
What the
mic.
hell am I even talking about? What am I even talking about? It comes from talking to them. They fucking up my damn content because I said it because they say that was an atheist. Atheists keep on trying to debunk the book. That's where y'all getting this information from. No, there's atheists who talk about it and they share the information, but it's coming from people who are seeking to prove it. That's how they found out everything about Noah's Ark. This is matter of fact, Sumer and Acadia, the Cyrus cylinder you talking about, the epics,
Mm-hmm.
the ziggurats and all of that, all the writings they got over there. They found that looking for Noah's Ark. That was a mistake. They was like, hold up, wait, there's a flood story going back 2,000 years before the flood story we trying to prove.
Right. No, yeah,
That
that's
has
why.
nothing to do with any Jews at all. It has nothing to do with them. This is just history from these people in this area at the time, and it's local.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Like, it's real. Everything in the book is real. Then when you talk about, oh well, what about the snake? That was allegory. Oh, okay. Well, what
I
about
mean,
people rising from the
but
dead?
like when you
It was
read the Sumerian
allegory.
tablets, it makes more sense that it was a god that had two protruding snakes out of his. I mean, like, wait, I take that back. That might not make sense to everyone, like believable, but it's literally not like a talking snake. It's this demon
Yeah,
deity
yeah,
that like has more of a human figure to be able to talk to them. Like that
yeah.
was
If y'all look up,
it was
there's
Nindishana.
statues of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
some of them
Nindishana.
have one head, some of them have two, some of them have three, four.
Hey,
The
I'll
Mayans
be
have
right
it.
back. I'm gonna
The
drop my
May.
phone now.
Okay.
All right.
All right, I'll be right back.
Then you got they be like, oh, it's all real. It all makes sense because all these angels. But when you go and you find the earliest writings of an angel, it come from a totally different belief system. So why is it that we find angels in this other belief system that predate the stuff that happened in your book? So then they're like, oh well, shit, we got to go back to the drawing board because now we got to say that we're older than these people, where we get these angels from. Some people don't connect the dots.
Right. That's why I tell them you safer saying the shit my mom said. She said that these demons, she said these demons and fallen angels, they went back in time and they knew what God was going to do. So they set up all of these false stories. So that's why you have all of these stories that look like they predate the Bible and it looks like the Bible stole from them because they can travel through time. Like y'all just deal with that
That
shit.
that
That
that sounds good,
do that.
but if
Right. I was like, yo,
I'm a
that's deep.
demon, if I'm a demon that can travel back in time, then I'm sketching people off the map. that believe in Jesus. Jesus is gone. Abraham gone. Moses is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, I'm going back. I'm taking them back to the beginning. If I can time travel and do all these things, there's no one stopping me, right? So
Right.
whenever God goes to sleep, I'm gonna put him on a T-shirt. It's the Bible sounds real good and interesting until you start reading it and then you try to make sense of everything that's going on. You got the flood. The flood comes and wipes out. It's supposed to be wiping out the Nephilim DNA, right? He said he's gonna
Mm-hmm.
it's
I'm
wiping
with
out the Nephilim DNA. Well, when you read later on in the book, they still here.
still
So what
here.
that don't make sense. You just killed off mankind for no reason. For no
Watch that.
reason.
You watch the
You
angels
could've-
do it. Where y'all going? He ain't saying that. Like they like, ooh, well, no, don't you think about it. Don't mess with them. Let them live their own life. Don't you go down there corrupting them. Why are you up there with corrupted people anyway? You thought you'd get rid of corrupted people. Oh no, you throw corrupted people on the earth with your precious creation. The babies of the creation, which is the humans. That's us. We're the babies of creation. All those other rankings of angels, you just sat there and watched them go down and have kids with people. Then you kill their offspring. And then what?
We
You
don't
knew
know
that
no.
wasn't going to work in the first place because they still here. How they still in Chronicles and in a book of Samuel still fighting people with 6 fingers and 6 toes if you wipe them out. And Noah's seed is clean in all his generations. He's untainted. He's good. It should just
That
be
means
us
one
here
of one of
at the
them
top.
wives, one of those wives that got on that boat had Nephilim DNA. I'm just saying.
Right.
I'm just putting it
No.
out there. I'm just putting it out there, y'all.
Yeah.
Don't if you don't take my word for it, go to Chronicles and read the Chronicles, and it'll tell you that it was like 10% of these mother. It was 10% of them left. So like, yo, you 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 didn't kill them all. What was the point of putting the whole humanity on a T-shirt to get rid of a certain group of people's DNA strand? If later on in the story, they they still exist. You messed up.
We were
I
like
just
grasshoppers in their sight. You were like grasshoppers? Oh, really? That's tough.
and
The
then
hell
it's
is that?
how tall were these beings? Like how tall were these giants?
Right. They hid in the caves. So what? So whoever the hell that was, it wasn't something almighty. That's what people be saying. Even if I give people this shit, if I let you have it, it ain't an almighty God. It would already know. You think you can hide in the cave from me? Zap! It would have got you. You can't get away. These beings, if a flood took place and you still here, this was people who may have been more advanced than humans that were fighting each other because they survived. They hid. Even when you go into the story of the flood dealing with the Sumerians and the Akkadian record, they say the Noah in this part of this in their version, he goes to this other advanced being who he I guess that he thinks is a god, and he says, "Hey man, I'm trying to learn how to live forever." He's asking him like, "How can I live forever?" And he tells him like, "Just don't go to sleep. If you keep going to sleep, that's what's gonna mess it up." But he tells him like forget that. They about to flood this bitch. don't. It's like, yo, you got bigger fish to fry. They about to flood this joint, but don't tell him I told you. So he's not worried about the flood. This is just like some guru, some shaman or something that's off in the distance, he goes and approaches him to ask him some deep information. He wants some wisdom from him. And he says, look, this is how you could live forever. Just, practice not sleeping. But you need to watch out because they about to come, his brothers, I think they were his brothers and sisters, like they're about to come and flood this place and get rid of y'all. But this is how you can survive. Build this thing that's called the boat, yada, yada, yada. And then that's how he survives it. So this is clearly local because this guy ain't worried about it. This other guy.
Anu is a Moor? What?
Right. He just saying.
Oh, damn.
What? That doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, I don't care about the names. I'm just pointing out that the story already existed, and over time it got exaggerated to the point we can't accept it. It's better in its original form. That's all I'm saying. You're not dealing with an almighty God that thinks he flooded the whole earth. Like when God comes back, we got some stuff we need to talk to him about. Like, yo, you didn't kill all of these beings. You did you know they were still here? Like, where are these angels at? Are we about to go chill with them? Like, how are we going to live amongst those people? If we all conform to this and we go to heaven, none of us are going to have any questions about like, okay, how do we know that you're not going to do this again? Is this the only earth where you angels are going down to the planet and sleeping with these men's wives? Like, y'all need to be put in check.
Listen,
We got some
bro.
problems with you. You
Just
raped our
listen to
ancestors,
this.
didn't you?
We talking about giants that are between 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 feet.
You gotta look up the Tartarian Empire. They're there.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, and they're having sex with human female. They're destroying their cervix. How they having these kids?
Yeah. They say they'll say that the Nephilim were the hybrids because the Book of Enoch records like 2,000-foot tall giants. But then the Book of Enoch also goes off of 52 weeks, which is the Gregorian calendar. So like, when was that written? You know what I mean? Like, they try to make sense out of it, and there's truth in there. I'm not like denying that, but like
But
they
you can't make sense out of the truth of these beings being this tall. A
Yeah.
human female can take between 7 up to 7 to 8 inches, right?
well, our
So
cervix is only 4 inches deep, but yeah.
but I'm saying like you're destroying it with a 7 and 8. They can tolerate that. So if you got a 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, it's a wrap. They're not
And
having
and
kids.
and hold up. We're after the fact. Those giants are the hybrids. Their parents had to be even bigger.
Yeah, it's weird because it makes the way that the Book of Enoch makes it worded. It sounds like they were smaller beings that had sex with the women and then created 2,000-foot giants, which genetically I just don't see that happening. Like the Titans make more sense because those were, demigods that were made, but like that was like a long, long time ago. It's just
I'm not saying that there weren't giants roaming around this earth. What I'm saying is I need someone to make this make sense. Because if you got these beings that are tall as hell walking around earth, when they walk, they're exceeding a vast amount of energy. So they have to replenish themselves. What are they eating?
well, that's where you get like
Us.
yeah, they were saying that they're eating humans. That's like supposedly why, according to the Book of Enoch, that the earth was flooded was because they were eating up all the vegetation. Because like scientifically, there were snakes that were 30, 60 feet big. There were butterflies that had an 8-foot wingspan. So it's not like these things didn't exist according to science. You know what I mean? So I try to like keep that reason. I don't I'm not saying that the Book of Enoch has like I said, like I think there's truth in it, but like it also says when Christians try to tell me that the Book of Enoch makes the Sumerian stories make more sense, I'm like, well, it also discredits your Messiah because the original text of Enoch says that Enoch is the messianic Messiah. So like who's gonna reign for the millennial reign?
I'm
So
thinking
It might make sense, but it
Uh,
discredits your New Testament.
yeah, I'm thinking that they just exaggerated the story to make it, because why else would the story be this ridiculous? It's like I say with the game with, well, I got this power and I got that power. Like they just made the God so powerful to the point it makes no sense at all. I'm okay with there being some type of being that's over a human, because then there's a chance of fighting in life. When you look at the cosmos, you look at the earth, it's balanced. It's not, it may seem unfair, but it's actually so fair that you can be wiped out, this can be wiped out, anything can be wiped out, but life is going to continue. So it ain't gonna, there's not gonna be something that powerful that is just sitting there hovering over the earth and letting angels go down and sleep with people and then go, oh shoot, oops, let me wipe all of these people out. Like, I'm not seeing that. That doesn't make sense. If this is a natural occurrence, then these beings can be here. They could do everything they did in those stories, minus the exaggeration, and they're just not as powerful as we think they are. That's why they're hiding. That's why they got to make up these damn stories to make you think something is happening. So when they pop out, you already submitted. These people, if they
Bro,
do,
listen,
if
listen.
something jumps out, the
Where they
first thing
popping
people are
out
going to do
from?
is, huh?
Where they popping out from?
Well, there was that story of the
I have no
soldiers.
idea. I'm talking about a hypothetical. If
What
it
about the
if
Oh,
it
story of the
if it
soldiers
if
in
it is
Iraq?
real and they pop up, you just got to think. If it's real and something pops up, I'm saying that these religious beliefs are involved in whatever their motives are, because aside from the government making money and having a whole bunch of docile people roaming around, if these beings are involved in it, then they got you crippled already. Because when you pop out, you're gonna be submissive. You're gonna be like, oh, that must be God. And if people bow to authority right now, if it doesn't need to be anything good. Once they see that this has power, whatever the hell it is that shows up, they're gonna buckle under pressure. You see what they did, what they just did the last 2 years. They got power to look. You can't go to work. You can't do this. All right, fine. And everybody rolls up their sleeves and do what the hell they got to do. Most people submit to power. They don't care if you're right or wrong, or if you're good or evil.
I think the next thing that's coming is they're gonna shut down the what is they call when you guys go and you try to pay with your debit card? What is that system called?
Like
What is it?
like a
I
credit?
forgot the name because if you guys watch and notice, a lot of times when you go to a store, they've like their systems down. You have to only use cash. Have you guys been
Uh,
noticing that?
my card has not been working, and it's a brand new card from Bank of America. That's so weird.
Yeah, I don't even know what my debit
Hi
card is.
guys. Hi.
Hello.
You mean the
Hi.
So
chip,
you
the
Hi.
chip
you guys
system?
be on the lookout in the next couple of weeks for that. I think they're gonna shut down the debit card system. You can't even use it because every time, because I deliver stuff to stores, and every time I go to stores,
Yeah.
certain stores, their systems are down.
So everyone pull
It's all
out
related to
cash.
the Federal Reserve Bank. The Federal Reserve Bank runs everything under colonial law.
Yep.
So it's already started down here in Australia. You got 48 hours, no consent of taking $500 out of a bank, doing transactions, nothing's working. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look around. There is no ambulance. There is no fire police. There's no one. They're running. They're in very big trouble. I went for a big trip the other day from one end of Sydney to the other. My normal count was 4 to 5 pole going past. I didn't count one. I don't have a license. That's why I was keeping a lookout. But the deep state run everything. Yeah, I had to go see
Keep it in a
mum. I miss
buck.
mum. Yeah, man, I gotta stay above it. I got apps on my phone to let me know where the cops are. Now check this out. We are made of reptilian and mammal DNA. This is what the
Oh,
Anunnaki,
damn. Here
right?
we go.
Here we go.
I'm
Right?
ready
I
for the
am
I
that
ride.
would,
Let's
guy.
do it.
but
Let's do
Right,
it.
mofact, you know I'm loaded. You nickname me loaded,
Yeah.
bro. Right.
Oh,
So
that's
check,
you.
I'm loaded. Yeah, man. I
Mr.
don't shut up.
Loaded.
Sorry.
Go ahead, do your thing, man.
I okay. First of all, my
are
mother
you a
is white. My
messiah?
father.
Just
No,
don't.
I'm just a normal guy.
Okay.
I'm a normal bloke, mate. I like fishing, surfing, jumping off bridges, and making splashes. I'm a normal guy. Um,
That's fun.
okay, we are made of reptilian and mammal DNA. We do have the spine of a snake and lungs of a mammal. When you look at the DNA ladder, one's blue, one's red. Blue blood is reptilian, red blood is mammal. The police are governed by the reptilians. On their machines, they have two lights that indicate what they're controlling, the people of the red and blue bloods. What color are the police lights?
Red and blue.
Okay, because they're coming
Got
to
some
flash
white.
us that we recognize it. When they hop out of the car, what color is the uniform? Red or blue? Blue. Therefore, they're being uniformed by the reptilian. It's all under your nose. So, I just want to introduce you and let you all know that
You
this
said
is fact.
you said that the
Sorry.
police have what now? There was reptilian what?
It's being run by the colonial system, and the system's been run by for
You said
hundreds of years.
Soon he.
you said the police or they have reptilian deep blood or whatever.
Listen to this. On the top of a police car, you have the same colors as your DNA letter, the red and the
No,
blue.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the DNA of the
Question?
police.
Oh, okay. So when they hop out the car, they've got a blue uniform on. Now, the only people we don't see red uniforms, meaning that we're not being controlled by mammals.
But
We're being
I'm talking
controlled by them.
about you
Now,
said the
why I say
police.
this and why you guys laugh, I'm Indigenous New Zealand. I'm Maori. My ancestors are Māori. We do the haka, the all-black rugby team, right?
That always
So
makes
what
me
we're doing
cry.
what we're doing, I'm going into culture. I'm leaving. Okay, first things first, that Bible come to New Zealand and we put them in the pot and we ate them. We started the fire with that book. Mofact knows I'm loaded, right? We knew they were lying.
Yeah,
When
I
they
like
took
this
over
part.
Hawaii,
This is my favorite part.
when they took over Hawaii, they locked the queen upstairs in the town hall, but because they wanted to run the sugarcane fields, the white fellas, right? So we went in there and tried to get our queen out. What they called out for backup, the battalion, I apologize, turned up in the bays with boats with cannons. We shat. We were scared. We had to let down. Half of us got off the island and passed the word down Polynesia. It got all the way down past New Zealand, Australia to New Zealand. When it got down there, we were ready for Captain James Cook. His first trip around the world took 3 years because he kept bouncing off the southern wall. He had no idea how to get around. His second trip, he popped it back into Polynesia and he took one of our men to help him get around. Today, you guys see this man on a movie called Moana, and that man's name is Maui. And if you don't know, like I know, Maui's a shapeshifter, and he goes from a manu to a reptile. A manu is a bird in my language. We hid history in song and dance. I have come above the equator to have a look at what you guys are up to. My culture doesn't want to get involved in this because we've
What
been
you
through it
said? You
before.
what? You from where?
Below the equator, I'm from the southern continent, so I'm South Polynesian, brother. I'm Dwayne Johnson's cousin. Like, we're from that bloodline.
You keep talking about the Hawaiians. Like the Hawaiians is something totally different.
Hawaiians are Polynesian. There's mountains down there with giant
Where you
trees.
getting the Hawaiians or Polynesians from?
I thought everyone
Te
knew
reo
that.
Māori. I am Polynesian, bro. They're part of my whānau. Whānau ko tahi tātou. We are the family of one, brother. We hide this from you, fellas.
You hide. So you saying they're all the Hawaiians are Polynesians?
Not all of them.
Whoa,
But they're,
whoa.
No, I
Okay,
know
so
not.
this
they're,
guy's got
You trace, if you
1917
trace,
history up. I have
if you go back,
1790
if you
history back.
trace the
Whoa,
ancient
whoa, whoa,
Hawaiian
stop.
DNA
Stop,
genetic
stop, stop,
code,
stop, stop.
it would
I'll
tell
tell you.
you.
I'll tell you.
Like
wait, Kyle, hold
I'm
up.
not going to be able to talk. You just want to
Kyle,
talk.
hold up. Wait, you got you gotta let him say something,
I
bro.
know
You
he's
tell him to
confused, but he's answering his own questions in his head, my family.
Yeah, I
I
know,
need to.
but I can't hear. But hold up, I can't even hear
Okay,
what he's saying.
okay.
You gotta slow down, Turbo. We're gonna let you talk, but you
I
gotta
know,
slow
boss.
down a bit.
I know, boss. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So Hawaii, no, they are the Japanese runaways from the Japanese war. That's why they look so ching chong. That's why they look so Asian. They're not so bungified like me, brother. Big
Hawaiians will tell
noses,
you
big
they have
eyes.
African ancestry.
Pardon?
Hawaiians will tell you that some of their ancestors come from Africa.
Well, you try and walk through that island and call one of those names
No,
of
I'm
those
not
trees
trying.
or
I'm not
any.
trying to walk
Whoa, 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 whoa,
anything.
whoa,
I'm
whoa,
telling you
whoa,
what they
whoa, whoa,
say
whoa.
because I have
Ah,
Hawaiian
okay.
friends. Bill.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm here to let them know. No, get off the water. Go back to your own land and
Also,
say
too,
that
so
every.
I'm hearing it from their
Whoa,
mouths, and now
whoa,
you're telling me
whoa.
that they're lying. They're wrong, and they got
Brother,
ancient
brother.
African people
The correct
ancestors.
spelling for Hawaii is Hawaii.
What does that have
It's,
to do with what they're telling me about the ancestors in their family?
I have 59,000 cousins from South Polynesia. They have no word over me. Not one. I am the ancestor. I have the tupuna from the Polynesia. I don't know what they're talking about. They are not invited. Do they know
So
Kapahaka?
why the Hawaiian people that I know are not invited to wherever you're from? I got it. And they're telling me that they have African people in their ancestry.
Carl,
They say that ancestors come from Africa, but you're trying to
you trying
tell
to...
me that the Hawaiian people come from Chinese
Yeah.
people and they're
All right.
Polynesian. Got it.
Are you familiar with a map of Mu, sir? M-U. Map of Mu. Are you familiar with this?
The map of what?
Mu. M for McDonald's, U for umbrella. 2 letters, 1 word.
It's the
Mu.
sunken continent.
You talking about
Okay.
the lost continent of Mu?
Yes or no is fine, sir.
The shit that don't exist? Got it.
But they
Yes or
did
no is
find a
fine.
continent that existed, though. They've like found sunken continent.
Guys, are you going to tell me about my culture? Do you want to learn something about Polynesia today,
No,
please?
I'm not telling you about your culture. You're telling me that the Hawaiian people that are telling me that they have African ancestry are lying because you're Polynesian. I got it,
No
bro.
facts. Why is this guy's changing my words and putting it in my mouth? I'm not comfortable, bro. I just want to say
You
something. I don't
told
want to
me
have
no, they're lying. They're not
stuff.
invited to wherever you're from. That's
I don't
what
want
you
to.
just
If you
told
listen
me.
to me and you stop doing this, you'll hear something. It'll make sense, and it'll stop me being abusive to other people, which is not my job.
I'm
That's not
abusive
my
to
job.
other people. Got it.
No, I am. Oh, look, shush. Are you tired, bro?
Go ahead,
Look.
man. Talk.
All right. The top of Mu is Hawaii. The bottom, the eastern corner of Mu is Easter Island. The top left corner of Mu is the Solomon Islands. The bottom of Mu is Fiji. It was one continent and it was a land. The last pole shift was down there. Pole, poly. Land equals Nesia. I'm Polynesian. What do you follow? Like, sir, I'm sorry if I've upset you or anything, but yeah, I'm from down here and I don't think you guys are familiar
How
with a
many
bit of
times you
our
gonna
stuff.
tell me you're from Polynesia, bro? I don't care about that.
Okay, okay, question. I'm here to answer a question. What would you like to know?
No, talk. You just want everybody Polynesian. That's from Hawaii. I got it. Go ahead.
Well,
The
it got
people,
taken
the
over
people,
by the
the people from
colonists who
East,
wanted to
the
run the
people from
sugarcane
Easter
fields,
Island.
the same
They're
people that
descendants,
ran the sugarcane fields
they're
over
the
in
descendants
Fiji
of
and brought the
people.
Indians down.
I mean, the Hawaiians are descendants from people from the Eastern Island. I got it.
Hang on. So what
Everybody.
happened? All right, I'm going to try one more time. So Hawaii was taken over by the white colonists. They were running sugarcane fields over there in Hawaii. They were farming and they were also doing sheep. They knew that the resources were good, so they wanted to keep taking over the land. The queen didn't want them there because they were being mean to the people with wages and food. So she wanted them to go. They locked her in the jail cells and the British, or the battalion came over and ordered all the people to surrender. That's how America got hold of Hawaii. Once we found out about that, the canoes came down to Polynesia and passed the words through Fiji to Tonga all the way down to Aotearoa. When it got down there, we were ready. The Queen sent 1,400 men down there and we smashed them with 110. They never ever took anything. We have the treaty with the United Kingdom, and I still have my sovereignty and all my land in New Zealand. So what happened to Hawaii is after America took it, they then took a bit of American Samoa. And these two places here have airfields that they used to refuel for the Japanese war. And all the Japanese refugees that fled, they ended up in Hawaii, sir. And this is why they look more Asian compared to what they do more Polynesian like us. That's all I want to say, brother. I love you. I appreciate you.
Who is the people you saying they look more Asian?
The Japanese. What do you mean? Who's the people who I'm saying look more Asian? Hawaiians today don't look too much tupuna like us. They look very different to us now.
Bro, you black.
I know. Well, I'm a black ass for it, and that's a compliment where I'm from. Like, there's no mum's white. Like, we're not racist down here. We just give each other stick, bro. We're cool like that. You know. So yeah, I know. I'm sorry if I shook you up, my brother.
You can
I do
still grow.
appreciate you,
Can you still grow an afro? or is that gone?
No, I'm straight here. I got wavy hair, James Brown. I got that James
So,
Brown
so
wave.
did you? But I'm saying, so have you seen any old pictures of your ancestors? Did they have afros?
The Melanesians
They
at
didn't
the
have.
near the
They ain't had.
Solomon.
They ain't had no
Yes,
dreadlocks. They look like Rastafarians.
the Melanesians are the Papua New Guineans and the Fijians from the eastern coast of Mu, the Solomon Island. That's where the Afro. We don't have Afro in Hawaii or Rarotonga or Tonga or Samoa or Aotearoa. It's all wavy, long hair or ginger hair from Easter Island because they took the letter R out of those statues, the
You said
Moai.
the who don't
That's
have afro?
tough.
The all like so I've diverted the whole island and I've separated. So the Melanesians are the Papua New Guineans and the Fijians. The other ones with like the Afro. We don't have Afro. We have more long, straight, wavy hair. Like it's different, but brown and black. So and I go grey from the age of 16. Since 16, I've been turning grey, guys. Like a bit of grey, but now I'm just fully blown. So yeah, the DNA, even down here, it's all different breakups and makeups. But what they try to do is separate the Melanesian from Polynesian, and we don't like that. We think that's not nice, so we pull them all together. We just call ourselves family together. You know what I mean? And that's all I wanted to say, man. So, yeah, Elvis took over Hawaii. As soon as we seen Elvis in Hawaii, we were like, "What the hell? What's this guy doing?" Okay, just like, okay.
I
So
have a
yeah,
really quick question. Doesn't your culture have a mythology about a turtle being the shape of the earth that's similar to the natives here in America? If
no, honey, that's the red dot Indians over there. The other turtle people. Our gods are the Taniwha. We have Rapa Nui, like the sky and the earth. You know the movie Moana from
mm-hmm.
Disney? That's me. That's my kids, my mum. That's what we believe in, Mother Earth and the sky, Rapa Nui. And Maui is naughty. He was a shapeshifter. We've known this. We've known this for centuries. We hide it in song and culture. So no, we don't do
Oh,
that. But what I've done is
so
related. Yep.
what if you were black and then you shapeshifted so you can hide your identity?
Well, have you guys heard?
Poppy, yeah.
I'm
He's
fucking with you,
cool,
man.
man. You gotta bump it off, you know. I appreciate you guys again, but what I'd like you to look up is the Haka, H
Don't
A
want
K A.
to be us, but then they take our culture, they take the way we talk, they take the way we dress, they take the way our
Yeah,
style, so we do our hair in, and no,
yeah, man.
then they talk shit about us. I don't fucking understand it at all.
Because we were better, bro. We were good at what we did, and they were jealous. That's all.
You're better than Africans, the
No, I
African
said
American.
we. I said we.
He
We
is
like.
an
Oh,
African. He,
am I a target? Because I'll just
you're an
fuck off.
African.
I just want to help. If I'm going to be a
No,
punching bag, I'll fuck off, bro. Set
he's
up.
Polynesian.
Yeah, I'm
No,
a
he's
target.
not.
Later, cuz. I love you all. I appreciate you. Catch up.
All right.
He's a dark ass Polynesian. That's what he is.
I think he was pretty light
Bro,
skinned.
he was saying we, Susan. He was saying we. So, but he doesn't want to claim African. But he's saying
Well, then
we.
he don't need to say
When
we then.
he was saying we without claiming African, but he knows what it is.
But
He
aren't
just
the
see
haplogroups
the
completely
the
different?
issue is people got to tell their story. That's the same thing that's happening with our people. It's an identity crisis, and they're not understanding that all of this stuff is going to boil down to three people, three different distinct types of skeletons, not 70. All this other stuff is in people's imaginations. There's three types of skeletons. Oh, well, actually four because the Mongoloid mixes with is a Mongoloid Negroid mix, but that's it. Everything else it breaks down into just those four. And your shell gets all of this other shit on it, and you put on outfits and you make languages, and then you forget who the hell you are. But your bones don't lie.
Yeah. Ah,
I'm Polynesian. Hey, I'm a Hebrew Israelite, and I'm a Christian, and I'm black, and I'm African American, Negro, color. Yeah, we're running from people who trying to kill us. That's why we keep switching identities, man. We
like, oh, I'm a
running.
Hebrew Israelite. And he was like, "You are?" I was like, "Yes, I am." They was like, "Oh, well, you coming to the temple?" I sure am. Oh, well, you want me to read out the book? I started in the corner. No, brother, what I need you to do is clean this toilet. I was like, I started rethinking that shit. I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm a Hebrew Israelite no more, bro.
Look, if y'all could show us some evidence of that
They
Mu and
just
Lemuria, then there's no
just
problem. It's
they
just
You
we
want me
don't
to
have
do
enough. We don't have
something?
enough. This is something y'all got to understand about me and Sudan. If y'all could prove something to us, we will back you up. But we're not about to sit here and talk about that shit because we're gonna have to explain it later. We can't explain it. So why would we sit there and vouch for it? Like, oh yeah, yeah, go Mu and Lemuria, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I cannot explain that to you. I know about the theories and the legends and the stories that they're telling about it, but I don't have any concrete evidence where I could sit here and tell you about it like it's something actually real that's proven. So if y'all prove it, I'm with you.
they posted in 2017 that there is a lost they found a lost under the Indian Ocean.
Here it is. Here's my book. Here's my
Mount.
book.
Hey, Emily, you breaking up?
Can you hear?
I don't know if y'all can you see it?
Nah, I can see a
Oh,
little bit.
The lost continent of Mu. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see Mu at the bottom.
USA
This,
Today.
this is one of the. It's by James Churchward. The new introduction by David Hatcher Childress, and it's talking about the same shit that dude was talking about. And the reason why I stopped believing in this bullshit because they ain't found it yet. They found some little island or whatever they want. It ain't even a continent. And then, oh, it's sunk. That's just the theory. Oh, this could be it. It's not. Oh, well, this is it. It's always this could be it.
I don't know.
It's like the city of Atlantis. They try to make the city of Atlantis like its own continent. Well, why y'all keep calling it the city of Atlantis? It could just be a city. That's why I don't believe that bullshit neither.
Well, Atlantis, the word, as etymology wise, has to do with it's like anti land.
Huh? You cutting out?
You broke up.
Here, I'll drop and come back up.
All right. Yeah, this is what happened. I was watching this Unk in Sarasota City. There was on some channel, right? Doing a radio show, but they was taping a live interview with them. And he brought up James Churchward. So I was like, hey, let me look into this guy. Because if Sarasota said he's talking about this white dude, he must be credible, because said he don't talk highly of the European people. So I
Mm-hmm.
was like, let me get this book. And then no, was it James or was it Albert? Which one? It was either James or Albert because if they brothers, right? I think it was Albert that Sarah soon said he was talking about. Because I think James didn't come out to this book, The Lost Continent of Mu, until after his brother died. Because then he started working like with the Darwin theory and stuff, trying to discredit his brother or something. Because Albert Churchward was the guy that said that the everybody come from Africa. I think that was the dude. And James Churchward is his little brother, and he didn't come out. I don't think he came out with the Lost Continent of Mu until after his brother died. Then he started with the Darwin theory that we are what's the word I'm looking for? Uncivilized. Like just because even though we were the first people on the planet, we were uncivilized, and we had to be civilized by the European. And the
Mm-hmm.
European, when the human development went through the European, it got more sophisticated, and then they taught the rest of the world how to be civilized and use tools and stuff. So
So the word I was trying to say the word Atlantis me like people I feel like people like this is my theory on this. The word like the etymology of words tell a lot, right? You have the word anti, which is meaning no, right? And then lantis, the etymology of the word lantis means land, countryside, earth, or ground suitable for farming. So if there's no land and that's able to be, habited, that would be an ice age. That's what he was talking about with the pole shifts.
So it's a place where people are living on ice.
Yeah, Antarctica.
I mean, they have evidence that Antarctica was inhabitable. I don't think they're ever gonna tell us the truth of the time periods and the cataclysms and all this stuff. Like, they don't. We know this. Like, we've been talking about this, is that the victors of history write history or rewrite it, And if they have these oral traditions,
The losers on Friday too. They just go work for the winner. So
I mean, then what would be the reason for them to cover up that? And why would they still be trying to find it? If they already found it, why they like for the people who talk about they already found the ark? Why are they still trying to find it?
well,
That's what I'm saying. They're still trying to find Mu and Lemuria because there's still a few people who do have the credentials where they can, pull enough people together to go look for it. If they found it already, what are they still looking for?
Well, according to the legends of Thoth, Atlantis fell because the priesthood was doing bad things. And it's weird because I play Assassin's Creed a lot, and that's like the only video game I play, and it's weird because they kind of tell truth in that like series. And they taught the one I just played or replayed was Odyssey, and they talk about Atlantis, and they talk about how they were genetically mutating humans there as a project, and like, you know what I mean? Like, it was interesting that they said that because it had something to do. It was these goddesses, this god and this goddesses that were doing it. There's mad scientists making making hybrids of people. And we've heard about legends of.
then.
Huh?
You said mad scientist. That's Yaku.
I mean, it could be. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it could be. There's legends of hybrids being, even, what is it? I can't remember if it's Epic of Gilgamesh or Astrahasis, but it talks about how, like, during even the flood of Noah, it was a different name, but they were doing, like, how they got all the animals on the ark was by test tubes. They were like the stem cells of those animals, which makes more logical sense than anything, than like two little crocodiles hanging out with, like, baby deer. Just doesn't make any sense. Right. That's what, remember that document that I gave you, Mo, about the Adam and Eve story and the cataclysms, and it talks about how every 12,000, 6,000 years there's a major cataclysm that like restarts history over. Mm-hmm. Kind of ties into it.
We're not close.
Huh?
I said we're not even close to that.
Oh yeah, we would be. If the timeline is correct, yeah, we would be at
what timeline?
According to the Jewish calendar, it's like 5,720 something years. So it's getting there. I've also heard that they during like the 500s they moved the calendar up 1,000 years, which is why history is really off too.
But see, my thing is whether it's any advanced beings or gods or anything involved in it or not, the Earth is going to cycle anyway.
Oh yeah,
it's going to do it anyway. Like, we don't need all of these stories or beings to have their hands in it for it to be true. It's still true. The Earth is going to run through its cycle no matter what. The sun is going to run through its cycle no matter what. Now, if somebody's pushing a button and they got some control over it, we can't do anything about it anyway. At that point, I'll stick to than to be on my knees. I'd rather, join the people who trying to ascend to light bodies, because that's your only way out of this shit anyway. That's your best bet. Not to get on your knees and wait for a rapture. Because if somebody has the ability to control weather and the cycles are really, something that's going on that's not automatic, it's manual. then you can't do anything about it anyway, but try to advance your body that you have. Seeking salvation in a book is never going to work. Yeah.
The raptor, that sound like teleportation.
You know, I always think back if there's like soul contracts and stuff that people make before coming here. Like they always talk about that. Like, what the hell were we all thinking?
Yeah, there's a lot of Christians that are talking about that now too. That'd be surprising me. They like the Muslims already were talking about that, but like, yeah, agreeing. And I ain't gonna lie, I did feel that's what something. But that was when I was a kid, before I like got information. I don't know if that was true, if I was thinking the right way, but I always thought that I came from somewhere else versus I'm here and then I'm going somewhere else. Like I always thought that way, but even with that, who the hell is wiping your memory? Like, are we sitting there like, yeah, I want to go to the earth, wipe my memory, don't make me
That don't make
remember
no
anything?
sense. Why would you? Why would your
Because we're all
spirit?
over
If you already
all.
been here as a spirit, why would you want to come back?
Well, I don't think it was coming. I don't know. I don't know if it's like coming back, but like you agreed to come down in this body. Yeah, she said Mormons talk about it too. Like, because even in the
No,
Bible, it talks
so you
about
saying
before I.
you get to choose the body, or you
Apparently,
just agree?
you agree to it. Like you agree to your family, you agree to your conditioning, you agree
Yeah, but
to
that
like.
don't make no sense for me because my body's fucked up. I'm not even supposed to be alive right now, and I am.
You might have agreed to that. I mean, like
That
I'm
don't,
being, the
me
devil's
being the
advocate here,
person
but
that
like,
I would never agree to that.
well, that's what I think too. I'm like, why the fuck am I alive right now when they're trying to fucking kill everyone off? Like, I wanted to, it was crazy because as soon as I graduated college, like, I got a job and then the world shut down, and I was like, well, fuck me. The last 6 years just were for nothing, I was like, all right.
That's
And
man, that's
you know what I
crazy.
mean? And I was like, and like,
I'm like,
but
hey,
then I
hey
realized,
guys,
like,
guess what? Send me to Earth. I want to go. I want to join this guy's family. Right there, the guy with the fucked up last name and his whole family's just strange as shit. And
hey, I feel you.
I'm going to his mom, who's pregnant, and her body's messed up, which means the child's gonna be messed up. Y'all, let me jump in that. That don't sound like something I would want to do at all.
And
I
especially
mean,
without that would mean your dreams are probably memories.
yo,
Or
I've
But
had some
this
man,
is the thing,
wow.
Mo.
crazy, like,
That flips the whole
Basically have
thing
been the
around.
same since I've been a child. They're barely different. In my dreams, I am fighting zombies. Every majority, 90% of my dreams, I'm fighting zombies. I swear I am.
I always have
So
dreams about planes.
we're past life that I live somewhere else where I'm just fighting zombies.
Well, I mean, memories like because you would have to be outside of time, right? So what you're looking at is previews because if you picked it, then it was already written out.
Yeah.
So that means your dreams are you like, oh man, I saw the future. No, it's a memory from what you had already been seeing. You already had a preview of it before you came here.
Because they always show in movies and in video games that there's people like the movie Avatar. They go into this machine, and then they are here on Earth in that Avatar body. It's kind
And
of
shooting this, what we doing? You are fighting. You are fighting zombies. We gotta fight zombies for the rest of our life. You just didn't know they were zombies until you grew up a little bit. They zombies, huh? The Holy Spirit. Like, what are you talking about? Come, Jesus, you must let me bite you.
Like that's my majority of my dreams is that, or well, I can't even because that the dream. My other dream is that New York is underwater and I'm traveling there with a group of people. But
that
then that
might.
leads right back to the zombies. So
But they show that again in movies too all the time. Like, remember The Day After Tomorrow, or what is it? The Day After Tomorrow? That movie
no,
was
this
really
is
good.
when I was little because
Yeah,
I
yeah,
look.
I had dreams about that before I seen the movie. Before I seen that movie, like yo, I had a dream. I would open my window and the planet was right there. Like it was, the planet was so fucking close. It was ridiculous, and the water was. It was just water going everywhere. It didn't even settle. And my cousins were in New York, and now they live in New York. But we all lived like right down the street from each other, and they ended up moving to New York later. But yeah, I had that dream before that even happened. The 9/11 shit, I dreamed that before that happened.
No,
I I had a dream the night before my mom died that she was gonna die. Like, someone told me in my dream that like she was gonna die that day, so I called out of work, and my boss was like, because she was in hospice, and like my boss was like, "Did anything happen?" And I was like, "No, but I just know," and she like didn't even question me about it, which was kind of awesome. And then my mom passed away that night.
You see, in my family, that's common. Uh, we always dream about the people in our family passing before it happens.
I
Like
think that
it's a normal thing in our family. Like some people have it and some people don't. And when you do, it's like our grandmother that lives in Southern Virginia. She like talks to you and tells you like,
Yep.
don't stress over it. Don't
Yep.
stress over it when you see it, and don't try to stop it. Don't do anything. Just let it be what it is, because there's nothing you can do about it. But that's something that I never understood what that is. People always said that that's God, and I don't understand what the hell the point of that. That's like I had like three different family members that happened when this, the way what happened to them, there was nothing you could ever do about it. You just know. It's like, what was the point of me knowing that information in the first place?
I think it's that higher. I mean, like, obviously, I'm not an atheist or anything, but like, just on like a level, like, I think that's just our premonition that we're told is, doesn't
all a
exist. Like,
psychic, yo.
Bro, that shit makes it hurt worse. When it just happens, it's like it's normal. When you knew it was gonna happen, but you
Well,
didn't
listen,
know that you knew it was gonna happen, it's like what in the what is? It's almost like
you out
something's
here,
fucking with you.
you out here giving people the facts about the religion, and you could be out here giving people facts up interpret their dreams, and we could be making money, Mo. See, you messing it up for everybody. You gotta come on
Nah,
here and
it
tell the
doesn't.
truth.
It
You
don't
gotta
work
come
like
on here
that.
and tell the truth and be broke.
It don't work like that. Look, this is how it worked. Like with my grandmother, when my grandmother passed, I walked up to this house. I'm walking down the street in an old neighborhood I lived in. I lived in that neighborhood when I was like 7 years old. But now I'm grown and I'm walking in this neighborhood, and in a dream I'm like, oh shoot, I'm about to go see if this creek is still over here. Or I'm about to go holler at one of my old friends. And I'm walking past this house, and my dad is standing there in some suit, and he don't normally dress like that. And he's like, hey man, come here. And I was like, nah, man, I'm about to go see my old friend or whatever. I'm gonna come back in a minute, or you come with me. And he's like, nah, man, come here, man. I gotta tell you something. He just grabbed me and hugged me. He's like, your grandmother's gone.
hmm.
And he went in the house, and I peeked in the house where he was at, and everybody's in there crying and all sad. And you can feel that vibe, like that she passed away. And the
Yeah.
same exact thing happened, except for I'm not walking past the house in my old neighborhood. It's just that all of the old people that used to be in that neighborhood were on a conference call. Like they put the phone on speakerphone or whatever, and they was like, "Hey, where you at right now?" Because I had moved like 4 hours away from my family. So all of those people were there, and some of the old friends were were in the same house as them at the time. And my dad was giving me the information, and I haven't talked to him in years. That's why the dream didn't even make any sense. I hadn't talked to him in like 5 years, but he had moved back with my
How
family, so
the
he
hell
ended
you
up
gonna have
calling me.
long without talking to
But
Pop, yo?
I could. He wasn't even in my life though. He came in my dad spent probably like a total of 8 months in my life. He wasn't even really there. I met him when I was grown, and then we ended up being tight like that up until now. Like I met him when I was grown, but that didn't make any sense. I would have never guessed that my dad would call me and tell me that my grandmother passed, because he wasn't even in my life. He just ended up getting back with my mom while I was gone, and I didn't even know about it because so many years had passed. So how would I ever figure that out? There's no way I would put that together. Like, and then what would I do anyway? Like, yo, grandma's about to pass. If you tell somebody that, they not gonna. Like, what are they gonna say? Oh,
What
we
you
gotta go
do
help her
is
because he had a dream that she passed away.
you going to meditation state, you astral project, you get the knowledge, You bring the knowledge back down. We get on TikTok. People tell us about their dreams. Then they gift us and we interpret it and we make money. Because us telling the truth on this app, we broke.
Y'all are ridiculous.
Hey, the truth is a sacrifice. Hey, you know, you listen, yo. I'm not even gonna say that.
I'm like, I told this
I'm
dude,
gonna
he
tell
was
you on the
like,
phone.
Paul was a Jew. I said, Paul was a Roman. No, you're lying. See, we're going to stay broke saying that. You see what I'm
No,
saying?
bro, listen, but we can't. You're not gonna be able to live with that, bro. People tell me that all the time. They're like, "Yo, bro, if they leading all these people astray, why don't you just do it? Because you know the book better than them and all that." But then I gotta sleep at night. I can't do that. Like I'm
Oh,
satisfied when
sleep at night anyway.
I can't sleep like that. I gotta sleep, bro. Like that may be it. That may the look that this may be my last time talking to people, and
Okay,
that's
how
it.
about this,
I don't
Mo?
want to
We
be
do
up
this.
here talking about something. Tell me your dream, and yeah, the Lord. I don't want to do that. I can't do. I
Wait,
cannot
listen,
do
Mo, I
that, bro.
got it. We do that for like 2, maybe 3 years. Then we come clean. You purge your soul of the wrongs you've done, and you can sleep at night after we make the money. See, I got it.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
listen, bro. You ever see somebody do something? Let me tell you, this is something that I used to think all the time, and I caught on to it, and I was like, this is just not me. Somebody could walk into a store, steal a candy bar, and walk right out, eating it. They ain't gotta hide it. When I go steal the candy bar, I'm getting in trouble. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get in trouble for it. My sister could stay out late, come in the house at 6 in the fucking morning, and my mom like, and just make a face. I come 30 minutes late, I'm getting my ass whooped. Like that's just it's just we're more responsible. Or me personally, I just can't get away with anything. I think this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Cause this is what works.
Bro, listen
That
though,
other shit that is
it
not gonna
don't
fit, they get away
it
with it
don't
because
make us
that's what
no
they
money
supposed to
doing
do.
this shit. Like,
You gotta stay in your lane. That's not our lane. We can't do shit like that. Look, them doing what they do allows us to do what we do. They
and
bullshit. We tell the
some of
truth.
them know they know that they spitting what they talk about is fake, but they're getting money to spit this fake information, right? But we get up here, we tell the truth, right? We'll go on YouTube and tell the truth. You go on Clubhouse, live stream, whatever, StreamYard, you tell the truth. At the end of the day, you broke.
Not really.
Gee.
Not really.
It's not like they're like it's not like people breaking up like, you know what? When if Mo go on TikTok, I'm gonna gift
No,
him for telling me the truth.
no, shooting. I gotta keep it funky with you. You don't want it. You reject it. See, that's what you
Nah,
gotta
you
stop
right.
doing.
You are right.
You reject
You
it,
right.
bro. I don't. Listen. I didn't. I'm not asking them for anything, but they hit me up all the time. Boom, that's for you. Thanks for teaching me. Boom, that's for you. Boop, 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 boop. All the time. You said no. He was like, no, I ain't doing that because I ain't like these Christians. They're lying. You're telling the truth. They not putting their money in the church. They coming over here to give it to you because they was gonna give it up anyway. And it's gonna help you along your way with your research and what you're doing, and you can see that you're getting something out of it instead of just sitting here. Because look, remember, if you reject it, somebody's gonna take it anyway. They're gonna take it. So it's better that it goes to you than rather than it go to a person that's sitting up there preaching lies over and over every Sunday.
If I'm telling everybody now, if it comes to me, 9 times out of 10, it's going to my wife's bank. I don't get to spend like I've been on here. I've been on this TikTok app since last year, like October. I think I made $100.
And look, Suiton, you need to give them your
My
cash.
wife's
Listen,
PayPal is
you
on
need
my
to
bank.
you need to put up your cash app anyway because TikTok takes half of your shit and sometimes they'll take all of it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They'll take all of it. My shit, I had money just sitting in there and it was like, you reached your limit. I didn't reach my daily limit. And then they took it, they reset it back to zero. And I was able to take the funds out after that, but they reset everything to zero. I lost all my funds. Then if you get banned and you can't appeal it, they take all your funds. At least from the last live. The last live you do, they'll take all of the funds from
I didn't know that.
it. Yeah. So you better off telling them to do that anyway, because they're gonna gift you. They was in here. They was like, "What's your cash app? What's your cash app?" Remember, I remember that shit a couple months ago, and he was like, "Nah, don't give me nothing."
Yeah, because that don't it don't feel right though. Like people giving you money for giving them basic information that they can find themselves. It'd be different. Let's say me and you was over in we was in
Join my
let me see.
Patreon. Not me. I don't have
Right,
one.
I'm setting
I
mine
don't.
up right
Hey,
now.
you know
My
what? I
information
did.
is
I
free.
did
I
start
think
putting
that
some
is
some of
just
the lives on YouTube.
crazy.
So
People that
I put some of
charge
our
like
lives on YouTube.
the thing that kills me about this is like people that are like actual researchers and like genuinely concerned for the fate of humanity are not going to fucking charge people for information. They're just not. Like
Mm-hmm.
I for all my research, I credit to people. I tell them where to watch the full video, or if it's my own research, like I make sure to do that at least. But like charging for information is just insanity to me.
Richard Carrier do it all the time.
There's so many gurus and like all these people online, like historians, but they all have different stuff. Like there's the Pan-African movement, and then there's the Aboriginal movement of America, and then there's like it's just they're so conflicting, but yet they're both charging these different groups for information. And it's like, so someone's getting scammed. You know what I mean? Like, right? They can't both be right.
Right, yeah, that's right.
It's either everyone came from America first or everyone came from Africa first. It's not one or the other with that.
I'm
So
starting to think we might have originate from Australia. Hell,
That part is
y'all
not
heard that
even
theory?
the parts of history that I focus on are the parts of history where it affects how we are today. Whether we came from Alaska, Africa, or the moon is irrelevant.
Man, we come from Mars. Let's keep it real, guys. Mars was the first inhabited planet by humans, and then something happened, and they transported us from Mars to Earth. That's why we're trying to go back to Mars to this day.
probably.
Yeah, I seen a door. With
And it
that, what's that dude's name? They call him a reptilian. They say he a reptilian. What's that guy's name? Bill Carson. He showed a door. He said, "There's a door." It's this little fuzzy pictures. He be posting some fuzzy pictures, and they look like stuff, but it's just like,
yeah, and they found it in they found that it was a old structure and they found it in the desert somewhere. Someone went and Google mapped it and they debunked it. It was like here on Earth. Like I don't believe NASA. Let me just put that out there. But I'm definitely not like a flat earther when it comes to this stuff. But like I purposely think they mislead people with these like meme information. I just do.
mm-hmm.
Like,
I am not about to do that. She said I'm about to start a religion.
Well, I think she was talking. Wait, were you talking about Billy or Sutton? I think she was talking about Carson.
Billy Carson mixes truth with like stuff. I'm sorry, but no
Oh,
one
she
that
talking about you.
me.
No.
Hey, if you, hey,
Ain't nobody about to pay me for no religion, man. I'm telling y'all.
oh, hey, Sutton, listen. Let me tell you right now, you can do it. I used to be on YouTube back in like 2013, 2012 and 13 when we were at the height of the end of the world thing for that phase of the end of the world, right? Like we are right now. But it wouldn't work. I couldn't. It didn't work out how it worked out up here because I changed my approach. Since I had already been through this, dealing with people on YouTube, I knew that they were going to try to make me something more special than I was. So I put it out there in the open, like, yo, I'm just here. I exist. I'm nothing special. There's no chakras I aligned or nothing. I'm woke, but I'm not woke like because I'm special. Like I had to keep clearing that up. I'm just here sharing information. I'm just researching. I'm trying to be a historian. That's it. Leave it alone. I don't talk about no supernatural shit. unless somebody asks me about my experience, but then I still don't attach that to anything. It's just something that's weird, and I always relate it back to the brain. It's just something with our brains, and it's anybody could do it. When I was just up there on YouTube just talking, people was like, "Yo, bro, you're the gatekeeper. I remember you. You're the one. He's the one. Bro, I had a dream about you." And it just got out of hand. And they weren't worried about the information. They just wanted to hear me talk. To the point, this girl in New York, right? She came in a room and she said her husband was at the computer doing rituals worshiping me. It was at the computer. She was like, "Yo, this dude is the Messiah." I was like, "Nah, this shit is getting out of hand." I had to delete that shit. So then I even had people in my family say it. Even in my old neighborhood in Maryland, they called me the Black Messiah. It's the They call me the Black Jesus. It's like, hey, here go the Black Jesus. And I wasn't doing nothing but sharing information. But sometimes you impact. And look, this is what they do. If you ever wonder how all these cults start, they start off with what we're doing. We're telling the truth. And then and when the opportunity presents itself, they go, yeah, well, this is how I got the information. Because they'll ask you a question. They go, "Bro, how did you do that?" Well, give me your wife. And they start taking advantage of people.
Ah,
If you want to elevate, you got to give up everything on this earth, even your kids and your wife, everything. You got to give up everything, and they'll fall for it because they want to elevate, and they don't know that you just sat there and you researched. You didn't party, you didn't do drugs, you didn't go out and do what everybody else was doing. You utilized your time better than they did. They could do the same thing. We just ain't taking advantage of that shit. But you could do it, and if you do decide to do it, don't lie. Make your shit like the truth church or something, man. You ain't gonna be able to live with that shit.
Hey.
No, that. Hey guys, that happens to me
What's up,
all the.
Tristan?
Hey, it happens to me all the time. Like I'm reading comments under videos where people are starting to get a little bit like putting me on a pedestal for what I don't know. But I'm thinking about starting a new channel and leaving that alone because it is kind of getting culty for no reason though. It's like I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you
that
got to
validation,
embrace it.
like when
The people love you. Embrace it.
it's a weird feeling though. Like for me at least, like when people are like, "Oh, you're," and I'm like, I don't want to like. I put this out there to like make y'all do the research, but just don't believe me. Like, do it. You know what I mean? Like, fact check me. It's
Yeah,
like an eerie feeling.
yep.
Yeah, I
I'm
can't.
starting.
I don't like it.
Give me your money. Let's start a new perk. Yeah. Who the fuck is that?
No, but you really do have to value yourself though, Susan. You have to. It's not about that you want people's money. It's that you're spending time. Every time you do it, you're taking time away from your family. You're taking time away from yourself, self care. The snacks you eat, you like, man, I'm gonna
I
grab a
first
snack
got
because I'm
on
on
here, bro.
live.
They left. They mama pulled up and asked them did they want to go on the paper route. They said yes. And then when they was leaving, they told me the police came over here and said that the dude that shot up the Casey just running around the neighborhood shooting at people. So they told me be on the lookout. That's why I was gone for so long. Then you saw me come back in. I had to grab the strap.
I hope you run over this way.
I know Mo and I were just talking, and I was like, "Is
Got
Susan
Fourth of
alive?"
July. You said the pizza place?
The
That's right.
Casey's right.
That's right down the street.
It's less than 2 blocks away from me.
Yeah, they
You
getting out
like
of hand.
drove somewhere while Mo and I were
No,
talking?
no, I was in the
Oh.
house.
No,
The
he said
police
his
came over
family went
here.
out on a paper route. They doing a
Oh,
paper
okay.
route. And
Sorry, it cut in and out. I was like, damn, you just left your phone like that? Just
Nah,
nah,
rolling.
he ain't
That's
Kenya.
that nothing.
Kenya will run to the mall and come back with an outfit. Y'all like this? Like, what the fuck? You went to the mall, nigga? The hell,
She
man?
is so funny. I love her so much. You know what's funny though is that someone warned me about talking to you because they're like, he's so smart. He does these questions like purposely to back you in a corner. And I was like, Mo has never backed me in a corner talking about stuff. Like, even if you and I disagree on stuff, like, we're just running concepts, you know?
Right. No, I do that to the people who play too much. When they think it's a joke and they keep trying to like push what they trying to push on me and go yeah and take everything that I'm doing like yeah see that what you did, that's the Holy Spirit and that's God, and it's I go, okay, so you playing mind games, and I start playing mind games with them, and then they be in a corner where they can't get out, and I just leave them there. Like Chamercy, y'all know who Chamercy is, right? I
Mm-mm.
got his ass like that. Chamercy, Kenya experienced it when she was pushing the Hebrew Israelite shit.
When I
But
first saw her on here,
other than that, I'm just sharing information.
her shit kept popping up. I don't want to watch her live. She's just talking about this Bible.
Who?
Kenya. When I
Yeah,
first got on
I
here, she
like
was a true believer.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
like
yeah.
her
That's when
more.
she first got on.
Yeah, I like her in other people's lives better.
Yeah, Kenya, she too damn blunt. She like, nah, that's fake. I'm like, dang, Kenya. She's like, no, if you don't stop talking, I'm gonna block you. What?
Yeah, she messes. She forgets it's a debate that these people are props. When they get up there, you're teaching somebody, you're teaching an audience, and you need to let that person walk through their beliefs and everything and stay calm. But she's been abused mentally by these different groups, and when she found out, she's like, "Oh man, what the fuck? They had my head twisted like that." So now, whenever that happens, she stands up and she's just like completely tries to obliterate them. Plus, she
Literally.
used to be scared to talk. She used to be scared as hell to talk. I'm like, man, you need to just start doing lives. Just do it. Force yourself to do it. Get up there and just start talking. Cause they're talking. They get up there and they'll preach bullshit for hours.
Can I
I
give
got
you
a
my piece,
recording of these
Mom?
people
You
passing
like
out.
her.
They on live passing out perfectly. Like the lady was putting her hands on them. Oh, I'm gonna post some clips of this shit. I recorded the whole live. She was putting her hands on them, and they like prepared for it. The person came up behind them like, yeah, he about to pass out, and he just fell back smoothly and laid down and grabbed the chair and put his head on it, and they put a blanket over top of him. They did that with like 6 people. I was like, what in the world is going on? And the people believed it. It was like hundreds of people in there looking at it. What do you get out of making somebody pass out anyway? What does that do? With all of the shit that's going on in the world, you put your hands on somebody and they pass out and fall on the floor. What does this even mean?
So
Paul.
they can get
It's
followers.
Paulian.
That's the Holy Spirit.
It's Paul's
Holy
spirit.
Spirit.
The Holy Spirit.
No,
The
the
Holy
Paul
Spirit.
spirit. Oh. Paulians. It's
Yeah,
just
I'm gonna start calling it the Holy Spirit. Y'all got the Holy Spirit?
oh god.
What's up, Great Bobs?
Oh, we got somebody. That
I'm
30
the
of
oddball being of Caucasian contrast. I like being on the level.
What? I mean, I'm white.
Peace, peace.
what up, Great Bob?
No,
Does he
Kenya's
want to come in?
she's so funny. She'll like she's so blunt even when you talk to her about regular stuff. She's just like, no. I'm like, oh my god, all right. Like, but then she's like super sweet though. She'll be like, hey, let's go to Mexico. And she's like, do you want to go to the Yucatan Peninsula? And I was like, yeah, that sounds fucking awesome. And like she'll
Oh,
be
can
like,
you?
yeah, she'll be like sweet, but then like if I ask her like if I, sorry, my dog's like, but like she'll just say stuff like so bluntly, and I'm just not used to that, so I'm like
Yeah, and they be saying that I got her under mind control. They'll be like, yeah, Mo got her under mind control. That's why man, I can't even talk to her. I'm like, listen, hold on, wait, that don't make sense. She'd be like, nah, but I still believe it though, so I don't really
Right?
care. So, but like, I was like, okay, well, great. I'm glad you're thinking for yourself. I just leave it. That's why I'm like, man, because I got that shit. They really mad because they can't get along with her. That's all it is. They be mad they can't get along with her. So anybody she's cool with, they say like they got her under mind control. They did the same thing with the Yaju Judah dudes. And I talked to her, and she said exactly what the fuck was going on. She was like, "No, I'm trying to support my fellow brother in what his mission is, but she already made it clear, like I'll help you out or whatever you want to do because you got a good plan, but I'm not worshiping you. You ain't nothing special to me because I'm God. You know what I'm saying? She made it clear what she was doing,
He don't
but
care about it.
she ain't really worried about that. She'll be on something else tomorrow. So
Huh?
that I hope they don't get too excited. Yo, the moon is the earth and the earth is the moon. I don't care what y'all say.
I believe it.
Yeah, well, I was watching this crazy theory about how, because Plato talks about it, um, Plato's cave and stuff, and this artist did a rendition of like what his interpretation of Plato was, because you know how I always talk about like Saturnian worship and stuff. Um, Plato, like these people are in this image are watching TV, like they're consumed by it underneath the ground in the cave, and then the next step is they're like freaking out because they realize that they're like under so much influence from the government and from media and like all this stuff, and then they're digging out and then they help each other, and the next step out is that they look up and they're looking at Saturn, and like this guy underneath it was like, yeah, it's when you realize that like you're underneath Saturnian worship, and then you crawl out of Plato's cave and you realize that you live on one of Saturn's moon. And they hint at this in the media, by the way. They hint at they say that there's a moon on one of Saturn's moon could possibly contain life.
Mm-hmm.
They also just released that there is another ring of Saturn that's like it's like the biggest one they have, and it goes out past its orbital field. So what are they trying to say? You know what I mean? And like that, I've seen a bunch of researchers that do Saturn worship. I mean, it's a lot for me to consume, but like it was like he was like, he was like, I don't really know if I believe this, but they hint at it in media, and also like with the allegory of Plato, and like a lot of Christianity came from Platonic theory. That's why Paul plagiarizes like 7 of Plato's works, but I digress. But like,
They all plagiarize. All the people in the Bible are plagiarizing from other people.
but yeah, it's an interesting theory that we potentially live on one of Saturn's moons, and that our moon is a soul cycle. It looks like the Death Star in Star Wars.
A lot of people say that the moon ain't what we think it is
And
because
like
it don't rotate.
there's another moon on Saturn that looks like Pac-Man, and the Pac-Man eating the smaller little spot. It's like a crater, and the inspiration from Pac-Man was from that. And if it's like this thing eating all this information, and then it like or can it like the other little the ghost, like they get recycled back in to it gets recycled back into the beginning, like the middle, and then they go back out. And like the allegory of like the dots is its time, it's eating time, because that's always against us. That's why Saturn is the father of time. Like we're all sitting here, most of us, if that are in this group or research or anything like that, like time is against us to figure out what the fuck is going
Hey, man,
on.
when you gonna write this book?
Never. No, I'm kidding. But it's not my information. That's why I would feel really
It
guilty. Like
doesn't look. It doesn't matter if it's not your information because you're gonna interpret it the way you want to interpret it, and you write it in the book. And then at the end of the book, you just put the people that you took the information from, where you got your references from. Because everybody's gonna buy your book, especially all of your followers. So the book, you come out, it'd be like $25. At the end of the book, you put down references of people that you got the information from, what book it was, who the author is, and then people can go check out what they wrote. And because you're gonna put everything in your own words, you're not gonna just take this whole sentence that this person said and put in your book. You're gonna read it and you're gonna interpret it and put it in your book the way you want it to, how you want it to sound. So it's not gonna be word for word. Because a lot of the stuff that you read, it's scholarly works, and you really have to open your mind. And then when you come on TikTok, you dumb it down so we can learn, so we can know what you're saying. Because if you just reading like the scholars is reading it, we're not gonna understand unless you give like a whole hour presentation.
I'll draw like a little chalkboard behind me. I'm sorry.
Like
I'm
Mo,
gonna
Mo does the same. Mo does the same thing. Mo will go read some scholarly work, right? But when he presents the information to us, he has to dumb it down, or he gonna take us through a whole hour and a half of a lecture because we're not gonna retain the information as soon as he tells us.
And jokes. You gotta throw jokes in there, make
to
faces and
kind of
everything,
lighten
because this
up
shit
the.
is boring. Yo, I delete the video. I'm like, man, this shit is too dorky. I'm like, man, I gotta get some character involved in this shit. Like, I gotta be funny. It's just boring. And it's like, what the hell is this even about anyway?
Yeah, I have to
But
make
yeah,
sarcastic
people.
jokes to kind of lighten up the mood with the research that I do, especially about like Saturn worship and stuff, because it's pretty fucking heavy. Like,
What are
like
they
It is
worshiping Saturn for in the first place?
so the theory is that Saturn was once our
a sun.
star,
It
or,
was a
or
sun.
once our sun. Sorry, like the sun is a star, but like what it was like once um it was once our sun, and that this new sun came in and took over, and that's what we now worship, or believe is our heliocentric model. So again, I'm not a flat earther, but I don't trust NASA. So um but it's there's this moon. It's very interesting, the names of it too. There's on the rings of
Wait,
Saturn.
do we still have the sun we got now?
Yeah, that's what she said. The new sun, Saturn
We
was
have
the
both
old
of
sun,
them.
and the new sun came in.
Yes, that's the newer sun, is our sun now. So Saturn,
Sound like Jesus. I'm gonna
well,
send you my. I'm leaving, but I'm gonna send you my son. I'm gonna send my son for you to hold it down.
it's so on Saturn there's the outside ring is called the Inky ring. It's called the Inky division. And then there's a moon protruding through that ring, forcing the separation of the Inky, and I can't remember the other one, I'm sorry, but like the Inky one's the most important because that relates back to Inky was related back to creation, humanity. And so there's this moon called Pan, and Pan kind of showed up in the middle of mythology, and he really doesn't have an origin. He is just this god that appeared in like Greek mythologists, like scholars, like really don't know where he originated from. Um, but he is this god that doesn't really care, like sexual perversion, just like
Right?
kind of like,
He a bisexual god,
yeah, and like well, it's just kind of
and
like,
he's a
Yeah, I thought Pan was a female god.
well, that's
nah.
what I'm saying. There's like, and then Pan's Labyrinth, like that movie, Pan. Um, it's about being in the labyrinth, and that's what the Matrix is. So this moon called Pan, if you know, that's like the goat god, and then Inky was supposedly the fish god. So Pan is depicted sometimes in mythology as the this like serpent. It has like a fish tail, and then it has a goat head, and so it's like the tail is leading the goat is leading the humanity. So this perversion is leading humanity, and it's dividing the rings. Like, it's all very symbolic of what's happening on Saturn. So this moon looks like Saturn, but a warped version of it. It looks like a walnut. It has a ring around it too. So it's kind of symbolic because it's like, this is what's happening when it's causing division, and it's warping the original perception that was Saturn. And Saturn in the Sumerian mythology is Ninurta, and Ninurta was one of Enlil's sons, who was a demon lord. So it's whether these gods are real or not, there is a clear indication that everything runs off of Saturn, the frequency of it. It's a Frankie or frequency. So in the movie They Live, it shows that there there's a platform that the satellite is protruding. And if you guys know any, I don't know if you guys have heard of like sine waves, it's SINE. Well, it can be abbreviated to sin in math, and it produces a high frequency and a low frequency. And so what that does is, whether you believe in like a sin or not, what happens when you're in a low vibrational state or a high vibrational state is that you go on this unbalanced course of life. Like when you're doing awesome and you're like taking care of your body, working hard, like, getting 8 hours of sleep every night, which obviously isn't any of us right now with the sleep, but that like when you sink back down into that low and you're, not taking care of yourself, you're depressed, you're everything, like you're sinking back into the negative sine wave. So you're going through this coil, and it's weird because in They Live, they show the satellite that is producing sine waves. And the only way for people to wake up from the illusion of this matrix is to destroy that satellite.
That sounds like a galactic war.
I'll buy it.
Who the who the hell put that shit right there?
But this is what you have to ask, is that all these ancient cultures had this Saturnic figure, and then there's the Saturnia Fraternius, who, by the way, Elon Musk is a part of. Everyone's waiting on him, which is just this illusion of it. Like like the
Elon
Saturnian,
Musk is the new Tesla.
huh?
He's the new Tesla.
Right? Who, by the way, was a sellout. If you know the history behind it, he's literally, it's so funny. Everyone's like, oh my God, he bought Twitter and like free speech and all. But then he's like, yeah, I'm still trying to put a neural link in your brain, by the way. Like, you know what I mean? um,
Emily, do you believe in this stuff or are you just researching it?
I'm like pretty sure that these people, like, I mean, it's in every symbolism. Like when you look up how many logos, like relate back to Saturn, they always show this cube symbolism in movies and in video games and um, in music, like everything since the 70s. They've been doing this. Um, and it's just over and over and over again. And it's so in our face that you don't see it. Because what's the easiest way to hide is in plain sight, right? Like, I hate to be a cliche about that, but that's how programming works, is if you're conditioned to look at something, you're never going to see it in front of you. It's like your sense of smell. Like you get adjusted to a sense of smell immediately. So it's like when you're born into quote unquote sin, you're born into these sine waves that are producing from Saturn. And it's all about the division of humanity through these low vibrational acts that happen. When you're doing low vibrational things, it brings you down. And that's like, from a biblical perspective, that's why you're told to walk the straight and narrow and to make your path straight, because when you're doing really well, you feel great, but then when you're doing really bad, you're bringing yourself back down, and it's such a roller coaster of emotions that when you're just having a normal life, living day to day, being, out in nature, being a good person, just doing what you're supposed to do, you are walking the straight and narrow. And that's kind of like what it brings it back into. I mean, that's what my understanding of it is. And like, it's just weird how so much imagery is inside of it. Like, I don't know, like if it's false, then sure, it might be one big coincidence, but I just don't think that they would, like it's the black cube that they worship in the United Nations in their
It's the
prayer
cube
room.
of Matrix.
Huh?
The cube of Matrix.
Yeah, like they have a black cube, and then in
Yep.
front of it is a
And
sickle,
if you
which
if
is
you guys ever look up this black cube, because a lot of people have talked about it. Matter of fact, they said that they found the black cube in Egypt. I don't know if anybody's ever heard that. They said that they
Mm.
found the black cube in Egypt.
I didn't
That
hear
there
that.
was a guy that created like something. Something has to do with rocks and boulders, and he created it. And they said that he only worked on this thing at night. They said he had some type of black cube.
I wouldn't doubt it. Well, there's
They
one in
said it's somewhere in Georgia.
there's one in Manhattan where it rotates and people it's a tourist attraction and people rotate it. Yeah, the rotating one. And people are coming there giving that thing energy, veneration. That's what energy is. Like when we give our frequency to something, if it's bad, then you're giving that thing power. It's these things. That's why they have like I went to EDC and I felt so guilty being there because I didn't know because last time I went to EDC, like the Electric Daisy Carnival, it's like a huge because I was a rave girl like my whole life. And I went to the one in Vegas last year and they had a fucking huge owl and I know what that owl symbolizes. And I
Mm-hmm.
was sitting there trying not to freak out and I just ended up getting super wasted because I was just like fuck this and like it was so hard to enjoy it because I knew what I was if I was singing and then like some of my favorite DJs like they show the phoenix, they show the owl symbolism, they show the cube symbolism, they show Cascade, even like he's a huge DJ, he's been my favorite DJ for so long and helped me through really bad times in my life. But he was talking on
Damn.
his newest show about how they're the morph between AI and human being. That is their agenda.
I seen this. The Serapeum. But I
Mm.
didn't know I was looking at the inscriptions on it. I didn't know that was a big ass black stone. They had to build a damn ladder to get up
Mhm.
on there.
Yeah.
That's wild.
And it's interesting because that's why I
But
still
here's the question, right? What is it for? I don't get it. Like what I'm
so
trying to figure out. Like, so is it that are they supposed to be worshiping it? Did something tell them to worship it? Does it actually have power? Is it evil? Like, what is the point of it? Like, why like, does it, if this is the truth, what is the point of making something symbolic? Like, let's say, like, okay, because it sounds like in one instance, they don't want you to know about it, but then they put it right in your face.
because that's the
So
easiest
is it
way to hide
like
it.
they, right?
When
So,
you're
but why are you hiding it if,
because people would eventually find out about it. That's what like secrets don't say secret if it's not secret. Like if that makes any sense. Like if you have, like when you're younger and you're like someone's like don't tell anyone, you're going to want to tell people. But if you literally put it down in front of their face, they're not even going to pay attention.
So
They
are you
right?
saying they put it in plain sight so that we can give energy to it, but they don't want to tell us that's what it's for?
Yeah, you when you
Also, it's to get your energy.
yes, when you like there's so many companies who have this little ring around their logo. Sure, you might say coincidence, but when you start to really dig into these random black cubes that are showing up everywhere in in society, it you start to question why that's common. Like I was an art major. Like I sure you could totally throw out that this is new art movement, but these things are being anonymously donated. The New York City spent $180,000 over the last like I think 40 years renovating this thing to keep it. Like it's not that great. It's literally just a round sculpt or a square sculpture that you can rotate in a circle. Like it just like you know what I mean, and like it's a huge tourist attraction. When you see in movies like the Allspark in what is that, Transformers, it unlocks the power of the universe. um there's a bunch of like I think Fortnite has this huge cube in the middle. I don't play it, but like someone was telling me that there's like a big cube in there.
Yeah, I remember that.
um and it's the whole point. Okay, so on the top of Saturn there is a hexagonal storm. That is a known fact. You can like look this up. So a hexagon is 6 points, like six, you can get 666 out of it. So the hexagon on a 2-dimensional plane is a 6-sided object. On a 3-dimensional, like when you add another line or two, you're going to get a cube. So on a 3-dimensional plane, which is our plane, you are going to see the cube. And it's interesting because some people have linked that it is the same size on the storm of the New Jerusalem, which is my personal opinion of what's going to happen. This thing, it's like a mothership. In the movie Matrix, the Nebuchadnezzar spaceship, that's what the mothership was. And they kept looking for a savior this whole the whole time, and Neo sacrifices himself, and there's still stuff in the Matrix. It's like literally the Jesus symbology, because when you really study all those prophecies and stuff, he's not there. So they're waiting on this thing. It's going to come down, and they might be trapped in it forever. Like,
Don't
I know that
the
sounds,
Muslims have a cube too?
yeah, the Kaaba, then they have the tefillin for Judaism, and then they also have what is it called? And the cross folds into a cube. Like, it's really weird how all these Abrahamic religions have this tie to a cube worship. And it's funny because in Amos 5:26, it talks about how Israel betrayed God for Saturn, who's Ninurta according to the time period. He's one of Enlil's sons. He stole the tablets of destiny.
Wait, so you mean to tell me that the Bible is mixing up Sumerian mythology in it?
Yeah, of
Were you
Oh
not
yeah,
course.
listening when I was talking earlier about how
that's
Daniel
obvious.
Daniel tells
Yeah.
you that they had to learn the literature and the history of the
Man,
Chaldeans?
that's different learning about it, and actually putting it in the book.
Because
Think
that
it's
was their history. Shem is from Babel, like they're Babylonians, they're
Yeah.
Chaldeans.
no,
Yeah.
I'm
Abraham
saying like
is
they're
Chaldean.
literally telling you, like we be like, oh well, Gilgam, Noah, the Noah story comes from Sumer, but they're
It's
literally in the book telling you that they're taking stuff from Sumer.
Oh, you mean are they saying it in the Bible?
Yes,
No, I mean, if once you read the earlier stories in Akkad and Sumer and Babylonia, then you can put it together. But they're not saying it. Of course, they make it seem like they had to break off from those people because they were wicked, but then they end up telling the same stories. So it didn't happen twice. You just you demonize those people and then told the same stories that they're telling.
well, that's what I was saying, is that after the Babylonian captivity, according to the Bible, Ezra, well, it's not stated in there, but this takes research, just common sense. Ezra compiled the scrolls after the Babylonian captivity because that's what they were punished to go learn. It doesn't make any sense. Like the New Testament makes Babylon, like seem like, I'm not saying that Babylon isn't like a good or bad thing. It's just weird that as their punishment, they were sent to this great learning center with all these colleges, and then they had the actual history and these epic creation stories to learn their history.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's what I was saying about Shum being Shem. Like this rabbi did the etymology of it, and it makes sense.
Mm.
So this when Saturn broke off, right? How did they explain that it's like so far? Why the hell did it go all the way back there?
Uh,
Like it just went far the fuck away from
I
from
can
the
tell you,
sun.
Mo, Planet New Group.
yeah, there's a oh god, I just watched a
Planet
movie
New Group
on the
push the
opposite side of
planet.
Saturn. Was it Prometheus that I just watched? And they went to the opposite side of Saturn,
I never
and there was
finished it.
is it Prometheus?
Prometheus? No,
I just keep
I just watched that. I don't remember any of that happening.
It's
Prometheus, where he opens that little box in the beginning, and then he like falls into the water, and his DNA goes into the stream and all that.
yeah.
Ain't that Prometheus? I don't
Yeah.
remember them going to Saturn though.
No,
They
I
went
think they
to
went
another planet.
past it. But it's interesting because even
Wait, what Prometheus y'all talking about? I'm talking about the Alien movie.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I'm.
I thought they went past. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of another
I
movie.
don't know. I gotta watch it again.
But there's also with what's the movie with Matthew McConaughey, the really weird Interstellar. They
That's
talk
my shit.
they how do you, there's sat you need to rewatch it and listen to what they say about Saturn. And they talk about time moving in a circle, and it's weird because Matthew McConaughey also played in True Detective. That's such a good series. The first season is so good if you guys haven't watched it, but it talks about these cults that are making these human sacrifices. Like there's the the symbol for the sex rings on this little girl, or like she's kind of like an older teenager, but like you can see it. And it's interesting, like it's very interesting that he says again in that series time is a circle, and this relates back to sine waves. The formula of pi is the formula of sine waves, so
Mm.
it moves with the cosine. It's I have a
Is this
video on this, it's way
is
easier to
this
like
is
think,
this
but like
information gonna be in your book?
yeah, but it's the cosine. When you cosine, when you agree to something, right, when you're agreeing to the low vibrational energy, you're cosigning it, right? So there's a cosine that follows the sine wave, and together they produce a circle. And it's like it clicked on me when I was watching this researcher, and I had never seen someone put the symbol of pi next to the sine waves, because I've kind of heard about some people talking about that, but didn't really like, I wasn't just
I
ready
ain't
for it.
never heard of that.
I wasn't ready for it, but it moved in the cosine moved in a circle. This is what the father of time is. It's being trapped in a low vibrational state when you are constantly doing things that are against what you should be doing.
Okay, so what happens when you
That's
get
what
into
is that's
a
what
like
COS that's what COS stands for in math, cosine, right?
Yep.
yeah.
And it's related to cycles and the modification of a or the effect that it's having on the frequency itself. And sine waves is also in music because you gotta manipulate sound waves, the sine waves when you're making when I'm making music. You gotta when you want to make your own sound. Like if you get tired of hearing sounds, you can actually get certain synthesizers that let you create your own wave. And it's
Yep.
kind of like you got to kind of do math to do it. If you want to remember exactly how you did it, it'll let you take notes, and then it learns. That's the weirdest thing. Like that's what spooked me out about the new way of making music. There's certain software you can get, and it's not even like a big program, like a big file or anything. It's just an add-on to a DAW, a digital workstation that you have, where it learns. It'll learn what sounds you like and then start remembering how to do it. So it'll do it by itself. As
Yep.
long as you plug in something that's similar to it, it'll start creating a sound because it'll remember and it starts learning. You just click the learn button and it starts learning how
talking
you
about
create sounds.
AI.
Well, it's interesting because
Yep.
the theory behind, like with Plato and stuff, is that once you become aware, you go through this state of delusion, which is what happened with me, because I was like, when I was like, my dad was like a truther, but like never to like the depths that, like, he was like, teaching me about like Sumerian, Akkadian, like culture and their mythologies and stuff, but he had like more of like an ancient alien theory type thing with it. So he like, I'd always been kind of like into it, but kind of from like, like oh, it's really interesting, like I'll watch a podcast here or there. And then I went through a really traumatic period of my life and it completely changed. And I was like seeking, like that's when I became a Christian. And I kept studying and studying and studying to the point where I was like delusional. And I was like so aware of the evil in the world. And it really scared me. Like it was really scary because I had been, ignorance is bliss, right? And when you relearn how much they've changed history, how different people have been so accustomed to evil in the world, right? Like, so it's a really scary realization, and it's part of the growth of like breaking through, and that's what the allegory of the cave is. And then the next step is trying to climb out of it, trying to find your way, trying to find truth, trying to find good research, trying to find like actual, not psyops or anything like that. Like that's the next part. And then but like where I'm at right now is like it's funny because it's weird. I saw that like imagery the other day, and that's where I'm at now. It's like, how do you living in this, like knowing what I know and living in it, modern day society, like I don't do things I used to anymore. I don't go out all the time. I don't like, just do casual things anymore because it's so hard to live knowing that there is this thing that is always trying to bring you in a low vibrational state. It feeds off of your lower vibrational energy. And that's why Christians, when they like, or like anyone like that's like religious is like talking about this lower vibrational energy, that's what they're aware of. They might not know it's Saturn or anything like that, but it's like they know that, like people know, even just the average agnostic like knows that there's something out there that's pulling you down, right? Like I think we've all like sat there and been like, God, why is this so hard? Like, why can't I just do this? Like if you are struggling to motivate yourself, if you're struggling to get over an addiction.
I don't ever have that problem. I'm very motivated.
Well, you're the lucky
Yeah,
one
like
then.
after for some reason with me, when I found out that most of what I thought was true was bullshit, life became fun at that point. It wasn't serious. It's like it's
So
it's
I
a
got mad.
it's fun now. Yeah, I got mad for a second, but it's
I
fun.
know,
Like
bro. You're not listening.
it's an adventure
I
now.
was cussing people out.
But you
I
guys want
found
to know something? You
I
guys want to
found
know
out, and
something?
I went to work, and it was a couple of Muslims and some Hebrews that I worked with. I was cussing them out at work. That's how bad it was. My supervisor had to come get me.
He
Wait,
was
who are you
beefing.
cussing out?
He was at work acting a fool.
Who are
This
you
is
cussing
bullshit.
out? Oh.
My
But you
cousin,
guys really
I
want to
watched Hidden
know?
Up,
Oh,
and
we
from
can't
there
hear
I
you,
started
Kristen.
researching, and I found out that all this stuff was bull. And I went to because I worked with Hebrews and Muslims. They were trying to convert me. So they was fighting. They was fighting to convert me. They was fighting each other trying to convert me. And I found out it was bull after I was doing like 3 weeks of research. And I just went to work and I solid them out.
What'd you say,
But
Tristan?
you guys really want to know why, like imagery, symbolisms, all that stuff works? It doesn't matter if it came from Saturn, from Abraham, from anybody. It's us. We give power to these things, and I think people should really research about the mind a lot more, because you can make up any religion. You can, and people will go and get the Holy Spirit and they'll pray, and it works in any kind of situation. It's us. We are more powerful
So
than
I'm about to try to
anybody
make
now.
fun of
That's what I was saying. That's why I was asking, why does it matter if it's the cube or the cross or Jesus hanging on the cross or Apollo or Ra? Like it seems like it doesn't matter what it is as long as they can get everybody to go with it.
Exactly. That's the power. That's really the power from
what,
any of these stories
what
from
is
the
the point
past.
of life, though?
It's
If,
us.
if that's the case, what is the point of life?
You said,
Wait,
what is the
say
point?
that again.
What is the point of life?
To learn lessons. That's my personal opinion. To learn, like if anyone can say that they haven't learned life just in general or by someone else or anything, like they're lying. Like we've all grown from the teenagers, from the children, and then even in adulthood, you have to go back and heal parts of those ages that got neglected. Healing inner childhood trauma, healing teenage trauma, healing.
Whoa, I don't think you can heal childhood drama.
I
Like,
wouldn't say that.
don't get me
I would.
wrong. A lot of my drama came from my family, not just my parents, like my sisters and my brothers and cousins and stuff. So you might heal one aspect of like dealing with your parents, but then you got your brothers and sisters and your cousins. You're not gonna be able to heal all that.
For your question, I don't really think there's a point of life. Like, I think it just happens and then we make the best of it. Like, that's how I would say it. Life, it just happened and now we're here and then we're going to die. Like, that's how I look at it.
Yeah, because you got to think about this, right? We're not going to give up because self-preservation, like plants have it. They will You would pull something out of the hat when you're struggling to survive. And when it comes to making sense of everything, that's what gets you out of the bed. Like you gotta have something you're shooting for. You gotta have some type of purpose. Whether it's hugging a tree or bowing to a cross. You gotta
Or
have something.
going to work for no fucking reason.
Right. Yeah. So but when it comes to let's say it's learning, right? Let's push this into the hypothetical. If we're learning and they're telling us lies and they're stringing us along, we're learning lies. And then we find out like, oh, this ain't even true. It was actually this. But then go into your 60s and 70s and 80s, you don't even have time for this bullshit no more.
I ain't gonna
You
live that
just
long.
get you just get stuck where you're at. So it's like, what did you actually learn if you were just sitting here trying to solve riddles the whole time that weren't even riddles? If they put it out to you in a confusing manner and you figure it out, that wasn't even a fair learning process. You wasted most of your life trying to crack a code that they already have the answer to. Like the code isn't, there's no code. They put the
Well,
truth into a code and then gave you get a crumb after you crack it. But they
so
already have all the information.
I feel like sometimes people join, like, just for instance, like the Brotherhood of Saturnia. Like, I feel like they
The
join these
hell
cult,
is that?
the Fraternia Saturnia, the cult that worships Saturn.
Saturn.
Hmm.
Um,
Are they
they,
are they in Kansas?
but it's like they're playing the part in the Matrix. Like they're playing the part of the evil because it has to happen. Unfortunately, you will not be able to experience good things without evil in the world. Like in order to make choices, you have to either have a good or bad option. And for some reason, these people gave up on the good and chose the evil. I don't know what's going to happen to them. I don't know if they're going to be recycled or like whatever, but or if they're going to go to hell for all age. I don't know. Like I really don't know. But
So the animals are, wait, are you saying like they're helping the balance?
yeah, it's a balance. That's what it's
Because
the
it feels imbalanced. Like we got lions. Like there's somebody right now, and a lion just popped out on them and took them out. Like that's, and some baby was born. Like it seems like the world already has that under control. Like the earth is already balancing that out, and then we're making it even worse. Like we tipped the scale down. It's on the floor with what we're doing with the planet because you got snake bites, you got disease, and then we're adding on to the natural viruses, and we're adding more to that shit. We gassing up the sky. We're making people work their ass off, breaking their whole fucking bodies down to the point by the time they retire, they can't even hang out with their grandkids. Like
Right?
we're policing the streets in a ridiculous manner, and most of the countries around the world don't even use the way America's supposed to be so advanced, but we police our country like we're living 300 years ago. It's ridiculous. But when you add that someone is manipulating things so that they can keep a balance, that is crazy. That's almost like is there a good, because that's all dark. That sounds like dark and evil stuff. If there's a good side to it, what is the, is there like a good side to Saturn, or is there a different planet? That's all I'm trying to figure out.
Well,
What
I
would be
mean,
the duality with Saturn involved in it?
it's well, that's what I was talking about, the rings is like with that, but it's us. We're humanity collective is the good. That's what the Inky ring with the division of the Pan moon is causing. And this guy that I like was researching under, he was going in because he has extensive work. I reposted like a few videos down.
He said we can't live on Saturn.
But it was interesting because he was talking about like with division of people, like with humanity, what comes down to division of people. This is why they want to divide people, especially in the two sects. It's either what gender you are, what what religion you are, what like race you are, like that's what he was talking about. And he was like, these divisions collectively, we are all one whole. And we're just, he was talking about white, like with white people and stuff. He's like, we are like, they are a mutation of black people. And he was like, we can hate them or we can understand the purpose of what like went through. And it was a guy talking about it, and it was very interesting, like the way that he worded it. And he was like, collectively, like that's what we have to understand, is that the division that is being caused by a man-made concept, like these things that don't exist, like time, money, like with race, because collectively everyone's is part of the human species, whether you're a hybrid, whether you're like a Nephilim hybrid, whatever, you could somehow still have DNA that's together. And it's like, he was talking about like the separation is what's keeps going by this one mutated moon. It's very interesting. I can send it to you guys. I don't want to paraphrase him because he was so in depth with his research that it was just like kind of mind blowing, honestly. But he was like, I don't fear this anymore because I know what its purpose is. Like the evil in the world is for us to overcome it, to overcome our
That's
lower
not gonna
self.
happen, though.
If humans are the good, we're screwed.
Yeah.
But
We're
yeah,
completely screwed because people don't care. Uh, the truth has to be the religion. Truth would have to be something that you practice. It has to be the front, its first priority. And that people do not care about truth. Belief, all the way down to you should have freedom of speech and you should be able to believe what you want. No, you should not believe whatever the hell you want, especially when you're involving children. Like, that's crazy that we think that you should just be allowed to believe what you want.
Yeah.
That's not teamwork. Believe what you want, guys. And then people just imagine
Superior
that on a
power.
basketball court. We're all playing together trying to work against this other team to score points. And people believe that they can just go sit on the bench and jump up on the stands and drink beer and leave, get in the car, and they still going to score points that way. You have to take the ball, dribble it, get past the defenders, and score. And you think that you could just do whatever the hell you want on it? That's what belief is doing.
I,
And humans could care less about
I
what the
mean,
truth is.
you might be in that denial state of the allegory. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's taken me a really long time to get to where I am with like what I've accepted as reality. I no longer like it. It's that weird transitional like living in this. We all know something's fucked up. Like all of us know that what the quote unquote elite are doing right now, the Vatican, like the Zionists, like whatever. Like we all know something's not right, right? Like we all collectively feel that if you have somewhat of a working brain cell or emotion or empathy or anything. And like it's just it's like getting through that pattern. And like I've tried to walk away from my research multiple times. Like I've literally tried to like be like, this is crazy, Emily, like there's no like like this is bullshit, like it's just like made up, like whatever. But there's cults that date back thousands of years that knew the shape of the storm on Saturn. And then they knew that the southern pole has an all seeing eye shape. That's what the all seeing eye is. It's the shape underneath at the South Pole. It looks just like a singular eye. How did ancient Egypt know that? How, I mean, like, sure, you can say that, like, like we have eyes, like, I guess that's a bad thing, but like with the hexagram, that's crazy because we didn't know about that until I think it was like pretty recent. Well, so they say. So you have to ask yourself, like,
You talking about the hexagram with the kundalini, the chakras and stuff?
no, it's the shape of the hexagram that's the storm on top of Saturn. It's the North Pole of Saturn. That's the shape of a hexagram, and it
Oh,
looks
yeah,
like a black
yeah,
cube.
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And then on the
At
bottom,
first, they thought it went away, and then they tilted the scope a certain way, and then they saw it again.
yep. And then on the bottom is the all-seeing eye. That's why when you watch Lord of the Rings and stuff, when you have that vision,
I'll
this
never watch that again.
oh, like my favorite series ever. I was
Look,
such a Lord
listen,
of the Rings
I'm gonna
nerd.
tell y'all the truth. The Lord of the Rings was my second favorite movie. And then I was watching something on Facebook, and it said the Lord of the Rings ain't got no black people in it. And I said, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Then I watched it, and the only black people they got it in the movie are the things that the people in the Lord of the Rings are killing.
Yeah, Jared told me
Maybe,
it was a little.
maybe we're Saturn. So,
There's also that theory too. That's kind of what that guy gets into about it.
oh shit! Damn, I was joking.
Well, not you, like our Saturn, but the purpose of Saturn is to test the original people of this earth. It's
So you
very,
saying we guinea pigs then?
I mean,
Somebody need to pop out and talk to me because this shit crazy.
what do you mean like a guinea pig? Like, are you saying like it's that this is a test? Yeah, this is
Yeah,
a test.
we like guinea pig. We like the hamster and the test subject.
Yeah,
So that's what the Baphomet is.
that's he gets into that too. Supposedly that was the Shriners secretly worshiping Muhammad or like having Islam be their like thing, but um it's weird because Baphomet looks like Pan, and then he
Yeah,
has the
the
Mhm.
theory of the mind wants to come on.
All
who?
right, I'll I kind of want to stay in with him because he got a little aggressive about the white thing, but I think I'll
The
step
what
out.
thing?
I
Is
can.
that the person who was like, "You're not putting me in because I'm white"?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, put him in. I'll leave.
Are you sure I can jump down?
No, yeah, no, it's Tristan. You stay up so you can see what he was talking
Okay,
about.
I don't know what he's
okay.
talking
All right, I'll jump down.
about.
Bye.
Hope you know,
No,
Peace,
man.
peace, peace. No, we didn't pull no race card. But how's it a race card if Emily was up here?
no, it was no. The theory of the mind was saying, "Are you not letting me in because I'm white?" I didn't say that. The theory of the mind said
No,
that.
I said that. I was kidding, though.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
That was a joke.
Oh, social.
That
I
was
thought you were.
definitely a
Oh, that's
joke.
social. What am I even talking about? Social ain't on that shit.
Yeah, I guess it served its purpose. So I was just trying to get somebody to see it. Really, figured that'd work. I was a troll for one time in my life, I guess.
I don't give in to that, Emily. I just, I think
But
we just got different colors. That's
oh
all.
yeah, no, I ain't got nothing to do with it. Skin color, like at all. It plays too much of a freaking role in this life with people.
Hey, look, skin color could disappear tomorrow, and black people would not
Man,
care about it. We be like, oh no, we missed the racism. Bring it back. We don't give a fuck about that shit. That shit can
I'm
die
about to go
tomorrow.
where I can talk freely real fast. Hold on.
Oh, you nah. Say it in front of them.
In front of who? No, I ain't got nothing to do with that. You
I'm
got
playing.
Twitter facts?
We was having a good conversation about what people who believe in Saturn are thinking. What do you have to add to the conversation?
I hope
Hey,
I
my
hope
shit
that shit
tapped,
ain't
man.
true. That would mean we living on one of Saturn's moons and everything that they've been telling us. I don't think I can take that.
You're gonna have to.
No, I don't think I can take that at
I
all.
don't know where I'm at anyway, so that's why I don't care. I don't
Yeah.
know where the hell I'm at, so it wouldn't make me no difference.
The source
Now,
of the power
see,
is not from up high, it's from us. I swear. Anything, if we all started a belief system right now, we could come out with that out of our ass and we put our energy into that belief
Hey,
system,
y'all.
weird stuff will start to happen. It's
Yep,
us. It's definitely us.
that's my
It's coming
theory
right
on that
back.
too. I agree 100% because that's why all belief systems work. Nobody can beat me on this when I bring it up. They be like, "This is the way. This is the way. This is the way." I'm like, "Yep." So I talked to this person earlier, and they said that they prayed and this was working. What do you got to say about that? It's demons. Demons also bless people too. They're trying to trick you. Huh? Right. Right.
can I
Some
be
for
one of
some
them?
reason it works. The belief systems work for everybody.
They do. And
Oh,
it's
man,
really,
that
really,
shit's
if you if as us we research this stuff all day and all night, but if we can step outside and watch every people who believe in something that they say is above them, they pray sometimes it works, they do this, they have supernatural experiences, it happens because of us, like it's all the people doing it. So that's my theory.
nah. There ain't no way they've been to 300 planets.
Who, NASA?
Yeah, I don't see how they went to 300 planets. What happened? Hold on.
Yeah, man. Can't nobody see, and that's their egos. Because I talk to some people I talk to, they're like,
Every time I bring him
they
in, he keeps
these
dropping.
these be people older than me, and they be like, you know what, brother, I never thought of that. Like, how did you not sit there and think about that people are praying to other gods when their family's sick and they get healed? That there's countries fighting other countries and they have two different gods. And so if America stops and they retreat, those people are going to say, praise whatever God stopped it. They're not going to say, praise Jesus. Jesus was behind the soldiers who were trying to win, but they had to back
Right.
off. So whoever succeeds, they're going to give that reverence to their God. And you can't say it's fake. You can't say when somebody's in Japan praying over their family member and they get better that's fake. There's no way. You can't do it because then yours is fake too because you didn't even prove it. You called on some name, you laid hands on somebody, and your grandmother's better. And the same should be given to the other person, even if you agree with them or not. It doesn't matter. You can't just demonize it.
My favorite thing is when they had the study that came out that said that people who pray, like they live longer, things, they're happier, they're healthier. And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
Christians at the time took that to be like, oh, praise God. But guess what? It said prayer. It didn't say just prayer to one God. It said just prayer overall. And they missed that point.
Exactly. And they include meditation as well. They don't care what the person was
Hey, y'all
meditating
think I look
about.
funny?
We can't even see you. Nah.
Hey, what they say? God gives his hardest battles to his ugliest people. I stand by that comment.
You think you ugly?
Oh, I know I am. I make up
Oh,
for it and everything else though.
man, that's tough.
Somebody said
Yeah,
Christians die
outside looking
early.
yeah.
It's a win-win.
Never
if
say
I
that.
if I believed in a Christian God, I would be happy to die because then I get to go to a fun place. Like that's the thing. When they're praying for people not to die, you guys should want to die.
Yeah, but then they spend their whole life trying to like appease and live by the rules that most of the time
Not Christians
they
don't
don't
do
feel
that.
like they're enough.
Christians spend their life trying to spread the word so they can convert as
That's what I
many
mean
people
though,
as possible.
and do everything they can to not, break the laws.
Shit.
You know what I mean? Don't judge thy neighbor type. I mean, yeah, they doing it all, but they ain't letting nobody else know that.
They teach that shit.
Christians are the number
They
one
Breaking
do.
people
all along.
you're talking about.
You talking about the
how
people
many
that
families,
believe or the people that running
I
it?
grew up with that were in gangs and Christians. They in jail right now for putting people on
Yeah,
t-shirts.
yeah. That's the people that run it, though. That ain't the people that believe. The people that believe don't know no better.
No. They believe.
That was one of the things that I was happy I got rid of when I left religion. I didn't care about dying. And I feel
Hey,
like
and my whole life
I
too,
think
same
about it
way.
every day. I was like, yo, what the fuck? I was like letting so much shit happen. I was just carefree. And I'm like, if I would have died like that,
It
not
changes
knowing what
it
I know
changes everything,
now,
really.
like that shit is stupid. Like you're supposed to, you're still supposed to be brave, and you're still supposed to want to be like you still want to sacrifice yourself at the right time for your
Serious
family,
about it.
friends,
You
or
know
something
what?
for a good cause or something like that. But I just did not care about dying at all when I from the stories I heard growing up. Like I'm going to heaven. I don't give a fuck. I'm out of here. Like this place is a piece of shit anyway. But when you know the truth, you're here and you're supposed to be using a life you have because you're responsible for the people that are coming after you. You don't just come here and then create a family and then go, yeah, I'm going to heaven, and you can go to heaven
Y'all was
too if you
talking
just
earlier
follow
about
these
the
rules.
purpose.
That's
That's the
ridiculous.
purpose of life right there.
Like
They
that.
got to
My son,
live on this planet.
that,
That's the purpose
he
of
said,
life right there.
Daddy, you don't even put food in the house. I'm like, nigga, you lost my debit card. What the fuck you talking about? I'm like, you want food in the house? Buy my debit card. Well, I got money to go to the store because y'all lost my debit card. I'm like, y'all
Y'all
just
be going to war.
you gotta because he's just like me. He's me, but he's young. So he thinks like me, acts like me, he talks like me. He's light skinned though. And I told him that's even worse because you a pretty boy. I said, and females ain't gonna like that pretty boy attitude coming from you. So you want to change it. I
Cocky as
got
hell
away with
too,
it.
probably.
He ain't gonna be able to get
Sound
away
like
with it.
my son.
Love him to death, but he's a dick. I look at him like I was a dick when I was your age. My dad was like, yes, you were a dick. I'm like, I get it from you.
Yeah, they say you get it 10 times worse with your kids.
You know,
Yeah,
I was
my
worse.
sons
I know
don't
I
have
sure
it. My
did.
daughters do. That should be getting on my nerve. My
My
daughters are
daughter
like that.
got it too. Mo, listen to me. One of these days, you're gonna meet my oldest daughter, and you're like, bro, she acts just like you. She looks just like you, but she a female.
Twin turbo.
And I tell her, I said, it's not a good trait for you to have your father's attitude because you're a female, and that's a turn off for dudes. And she says, so if they don't like my attitude, that's their problem. I said, no, that's gonna be your problem because your relationship's not gonna last long. I don't care about that. I'm like, well, it's not what you care about. It's about who's going to help you take care of your children because their fathers are no longer in their life. She don't think, man. She just, I'm gonna do me.
So I
You
do want
gotta
to touch
fix.
on the old, on the whole white aspect. I seem to, I mean, just my subject matter I look into on YouTube and everything like that, TikTok, whatever else. I seem to be one of the select few white people that have these thoughts and beliefs that we're talking about here. If that makes any sense. I
Go
mean, I'm
ahead,
not trying to make
lay
it a
it.
white black thing at all by any means.
Too late for that. But go ahead, lay it down.
What you mean? No, that's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying. That's
the
how.
world
I
is
mean, that's
already like
definitely.
that. We're just at this point, we're just all responding to it and talking about it. It's not like you know what I'm saying. So it's too
Yeah,
late
I'm
to
coming
make
from
it that. That's just what it is.
yeah, I'm coming from you know, a information standpoint, not a judging or biased or anything like that. I mean, even my last name is predominantly black. It's like an 80-20. I'm the only white
What's
version
your
of my
last
last
name?
name that I know.
What's your last name?
I really don't want to say it on here, really, honestly. I mean, it's
Is it
Hargrove.
something like Johnson? Is it an English last name?
No, it's definitely not
Because
even an English last name.
because I'm trying
And
to because
it's
I'm
not
trying to
common
figure
either.
what I'm trying to figure out is what in the world is a black last name. We
Yeah.
don't-
Come
our
on now.
no, come on, I'm trying to keep it funky with you. Our last names come from slave
Oh,
masters, so
okay.
we don't we don't have any last names.
Oh, I know that.
So
Yeah. Hey,
they
that's fucked
probably
up
have
too, because
your
my
last
my
name
one
for some reason.
buddy was like, man, don't say that. Don't say that.
Hey,
No,
that's just
that's
what it
true too,
is.
because my one buddy, I seen him, right. I'm like, hey, bro. I was like, hold on, back in here where everybody's sleeping again.
What we talking about?
No. But
Yeah, I want to see where you're going with this.
yeah, like I said,
What we
it is
talking about?
you said where I'm going with it.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm definitely the wrong shade of skin color or something. Somewhere wrong somewhere. I'm trying to figure out why. Like I don't even. It's you'd have to be in my shoes to know exactly what I'm talking about. But just my whole life.
Try us. Try us.
I'm
We're
trying. I
open
really
to
am,
this.
man. I really
We want
am.
to hear
I'm
it.
trying not
Just
to
let it
come.
out.
I'm trying not to come off sideways, because it ain't never sideways. But man, it's just I got so much to say. Nobody want to hear it. And I know you're saying let it
Do
out.
you
I know what
feel
you're
black
saying.
though? Do you feel black on the inside? Do you
Do
feel connected to us? Is that what you're
oh,
saying?
I am. I 100%. Nothing about me says white, other than what I look like. Nothing. My interests, my nothing. Ain't one thing. On paper, maybe I'm white, but everything else is
So
not.
you like
So
to
that's what
just
I'm trying to figure out. That's my point. I really do got a lot to say, man, but it's just tough on
Do
here
you
saying anything, man, because
do you identify as black?
yeah, for sure. I think my black friends identify me as black.
Well, you can
My
have it.
one buddy did.
I told you.
I mean, I got it. I don't think there's no choice.
Black is up for grabs.
Take my black card.
Well, no, I don't think it is. No,
It
no, no.
is
Y'all
because
want that? That's important.
I'm
That's
100%
important.
African.
We about to pull that motherfucker. That's important. We need that. We about to throw that motherfucker down. It's gonna mean something this time.
y'all make it seem like it's great. It's great to look the way we look. We get ridiculed. We can't wear our hair the way we want to wear it. And in the field of getting a
It hasn't
job,
been up till now.
in the field of playing sports,
Yeah,
we can
I don't
break
think
with
it's been a benefit
profiles.
until now.
I mean, it's cool for someone that's not black to say, yeah, I'm black on the inside. But we need to be black on the outside as well. Because
Okay, let's talk. Let's talk.
when we get talked for a job interview and they call us in, we don't get to be just black on the inside and white on the outside, and then they give us the job. We're black no matter what. You can go in there and talk
run it.
proper if you want.
Pull my card. See what I'm talking about. Ask me some questions.
You're not.
I mean, if
You're
that's possible, I guess.
This is the Black Inquisition. Like you're
Come on,
asking us to
man.
pick your blackness.
I
We can't.
swear.
I
I
love
ain't
the last
trolling, man. I am not
conversation.
trolling.
I'm like, yeah, we ended that to see if you're black enough. Just be you, sir. That's all we
This
can
mug
do.
don't count, man. I'm about to hop in the car.
see what I say about kids. I don't want
Come on,
anybody
y'all
to
humor me, man.
but it's like Malibu's most wanted all
I
over
know nobody believes me. I don't care if anybody believes me.
Hey, my belief does not matter. You in your own body. You in
It
your
does
own
too.
body, man.
I respect your opinion, facts. I respect your opinion, my guy. But So yeah, we put here for a reason, man. I think we're right where we're supposed to be, y'all.
I do. I don't think
And I
that
mean
at all.
everybody. I don't mean just.
When
Oh, we definitely are.
human finally gets past his skin color, then we'll probably be where we're supposed to be.
You said what?
I said when we get past
That
the
last part.
skin color, then we'll be where we're
Well,
supposed to be. I
I
just
think
don't.
how
I
it's
don't
gonna
see that.
happen there's gonna be no choice. Like whoever's on the fence, they have to get with it or get lost because they ain't gonna have a choice.
Not okay, but
If that
that
makes
means
any
you're talking about
sense.
the higher up, the elite, the people that control the government system.
No, I'm talking about the regs. I'm talking about the Reggies.
The
But
who?
I ain't
the
talking about the higher ups. Higher
untouchables,
ups ain't gonna change their mind.
the untouchables
Yeah,
are
they
the
ain't gonna change their mind.
perpetrators. They over there in New
Yeah, but they ain't gonna
Zealand
change their
somewhere
mind ever.
with solar powered houses, and they
You
ain't
talking about
even
people
Yeah.
that don't
they
look
ain't
like
even with us over here.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. The people that don't look like me are the people that are in positions of power.
I mean, if you talking about money, yeah, sure. But other than that, no, they ain't got shit. It's in the numbers. Like it's hard to even talk freely on here, y'all. I swear to God. Anytime
I
I
think
do,
I
I start
really
getting
know
into
what
some
he's
real shit.
saying. He's what he's saying is he's picking a side if things go left. Like that's basically what he's
Oh
saying.
no, yeah, me. I think the side. I don't think I picked the side. I think I was just. I'm with the side. You know what I mean? It was never an option. Never. I was never confused about anything. I mean,
Yeah,
since I can
you're
remember.
right.
Boy, you need to start a religion, man. You need to start a
Well,
movement
I
and
mean,
start
let's do it. And I am
recruiting.
not kidding. I am not
No,
kidding. I hope you ain't either. No,
you could pull it
me.
off.
Okay, listen. Here's the problem with
I'm
it.
gonna get off put.
Socially superior. I don't know which side that is, bro.
Mo,
He didn't
here's the
have to pick
problem.
it. He's
I don't
black.
have. I don't have the. You want to say like the skills of somebody that's been playing this game their whole life. I don't have those skills because the skills I was born with, I kept and didn't shy away from those for nothing. So therefore I didn't learn any extra skills other than information. But uh, I'm not eclectic. I'm not. I mean, I know big words, but it's hard for me to come off like I'm trying to portray myself. Like I don't have to try. I'm just saying I never come off to who I am. It's always misconstrued, taken wrong, so on and so forth. And now you get me and one person in talking. We could talk for hours. Everything's good, vibes good. You throw one or two more people in the mix, and I'm the odd man out every
You
time.
sure
I
it's
don't
not when you
care.
tell them you black?
I ain't never did that.
Oh,
It's the first time I did that.
You
you
know what
probably
happened?
should start doing that more often.
Conversation that Saturn was
Oh,
talking
quit
about.
it. So you saying it worked for me this time?
I don't even know what you're trying to do. I'm just saying, like, you should just tell
I'm trying
people
to do
that.
what you said I was trying to do, my guy. You called it.
I can't
So there's a
help you on
movement.
that one.
I'm
You
about to
can
lose it.
help me.
I'm about to lose
I
it.
can't, man.
I'm telling
I
y'all,
have a
man. We
wild
can.
imagination, and I can't. I have a
That's
wild
what I need. See,
imagination.
I ain't got
But
that.
that one,
I got
that
a I
what you,
got a theory behind that too.
that what you doing, I can't. I don't know how to help you.
That's what
I
I'm
can't help
missing.
you
I
with
ain't
that
got
one.
no imagination, my dude. I'm gonna have to go around the block. I hope I don't lose y'all. If I lose y'all, better add me back, please, because I'm gonna uh, I'm gonna
I
grab a
don't know
drink,
about we I'm talking about Saturn's skin color.
and my Wi-Fi probably gonna cut out.
I think because the cube is black.
Well,
Rose,
It was the cube. That's a powerful ass cube. Cube is powerful.
the cube. Can we throw Rose in here for a second?
mad
She's on
cute
top of her shit.
elephant.
That's no cap.
That's no cap.
Stop.
This is what it feels like, the transition from one dimension to the next.
Can y'all hear me?
It is happening. I'm a believer. We are going into another dimension.
Hold on.
This is wild.
I guess he wanted us to ask him some Earth, Wind, and Fire questions.
What you said
Huh?
back?
What I'm saying is we always talking about Saturn. And
Yeah.
he said he has some information he can bring to the conversation. So Emily got down and he got up there and started talking about skin color. We weren't talking about skin color.
I forgot
Talking about what?
all about skin color while we was talking. Now I'm sitting here looking at myself again. Oh shit, I'm black.
Oh hell.
I was in space.
You are tripping, bro.
We was in outer space, touring the cosmos and shit. Now I'm
Yeah,
back looking at my skin
we
again.
went back to dark matter and how he's invited to the cookout.
Like tears are coming out, like real tears.
Hey, okay.
Now I just had to pick my hair out and stuff. Like, Lord. No.
I'm just saying, like, that's one thing.
Y'all just like I and I'll back.
Who is this Kyra girl? This Kyra girl is gonna kill me.
What'd she say?
Look at what she's doing.
I'm dead. Okay. I was so into the other conversation. I think this is so funny to me because I'm so upset. Like, we literally were just spreading out good information about energy, about the ancient beliefs, and you wanted to come on here and tell us you're black.
Hey, I could speak on all that too. I want to get that out the way first, though.
I thought he was gonna add on. I thought he was gonna add on to the Saturn, and then we just went back to I'm liking the inside.
He said he wanted to get that out the way first. He said I was gonna get to that. I just wanted to get that out the way. You can't get that out the way. That shit is stuck.
The funniest part is when I repeated what he said to get in the box, somebody's gonna tell me, why are you playing the race card now?
Oh my God. Y'all are messing with me, man. That's everywhere I go. I can't catch a break.
No, we can't catch a break. Everybody wants to be us, so it's time to be us.
Look how his shit froze.
when George Floyd, when Tamir Rice, when Mike Brown, when all this stuff happened to them, when I looked, my people, the people that looked like me were on the front lines. We shouldn't have been nowhere near the front line. People that are other shades on this planet should have been the first people on the line. We should have been somewhere in the middle and in the back. The Asian community could have been up front. The Hispanic community could have been up front. The white Americans could have been up front. Why we always got to be in the front? We're asking for help and we're not getting it. But the only time we're getting the help, and mass majority of numbers, when people, they just want to come to the cookout. I'm not understanding it at all. Like, I don't meet that many people who say this stuff like, I'm black on the inside. They're like, oh, dear brother, I'm not the same color as you, but we're the same race. And I feel your pain. I understand what you're going through.
Now this is
they're not putting on a headband, a jersey, a necklace, getting on stage on a battle rap and using the N-word. Like,
I can't.
My goodness.
Hey, this real talk.
We were having a great conversation with Emily, and then he just dissipated the energy that he wanted to talk skin color.
it's so funny because Emily was breaking it down and like just getting people's minds open to thinking about different things, and then this kind of energy comes. Isn't that funny?
Bro, she let you up here because we thought you had some intellectual information about Saturn. And you just
You want intellectual, but we can't get. I felt like I was black on it. If we could get past that, we'd be good.
We
I didn't look. I don't. It doesn't matter what color. It doesn't matter what color you are, as long as you bring good information.
I'm not taking nothing away from anybody. I'm just telling you from my point. I'm black. Like everything about it. Like my struggles, my
No, bro.
the
Listen,
discrimination.
listen.
Yeah, but we're not
Everybody
black
here.
because of the struggle. Why is the struggle always like synonymous with being black? We're
My
not
sister
black
don't
from
want
the
people
struggle.
to struggle. Yeah.
Last
We're
word
just
on my
black.
name. You guys see the last word on my name?
Yeah.
We can't hear you, bro.
And that means the rules the society goes by, most people exception to the rule. So if there's a rule that
Bro, look.
people fall in
The
the category
exception,
for,
the exception to the rule is you are with your parents, or if your mother and father are not genetically black, then technically by default you're not black.
let's just act like I never said that, please.
Too late.
And no, take it was worse then, or what y'all think it was worse.
We
I wasn't
understand you
doing
got
it for
you got
any
some
other
black
reason but
friends
to
and you
try
kick it with them.
to
Y'all hella
get it.
cool and they're like, oh, you act like one of us, but you just black on the inside. And you friends with it. That's
No,
cool,
that's
bro.
me. That was me literally trying to figure it out. That wasn't saying it for no other reason but to figure it out myself.
Okay, look, one of my TikTok friends is in here. Matter of fact, she let you up so you can talk. Emily, have you ever heard us say, besides Kenya, that you were black on the inside? Because Kenya will tell you you black on the inside all the time. But have we told you that? And I have never heard Emily say, I've never heard Emily say she's black on the inside ever. I've never heard her say that.
Okay, well, my best friend of years, I met him at a job. I went through this transition, right? Like everybody else is going through. Some people recognize it, some people don't. But I've been waiting on mine. I've been waiting on these facts, these confirmations. I've been waiting on this my whole life. Ain't nothing else made, but since I made of things, right? So this little whole boost or whatever happened in the last 10 years, some people knew how to take that. Some people didn't. And, the equivalent is what you see today. People that ain't, people that say they are, ain't. Like,
You want to be
like
invited
I
to
was
the
saying,
too, bro. I don't have a problem with that. But what I'm saying is you struggle in life and you're equating your struggle, your personal struggle, to what the the struggle of what a black person goes through in life. And what I'm saying is that our struggles are not the
we all
same.
do that. We
Okay,
all do that. We all try to
you
find
grew up
commonality.
Oh, now it's y'all? I thought it was we.
I said, don't we all do that?
okay, look, but
Humanity.
this is what I'm
We all
saying. Like, I don't
using
equate my
something.
struggles. Hold on, listen. I don't equate my struggles in life with most struggles in life. You see what I'm saying? I don't equate my struggles in life with Tristan knows best in life. But if we all pull up at a barbecue and we start talking about certain things that are happening in our community, we both know exactly what we're talking about
The whole
without us
time.
actually
If I
getting
didn't
into
say,
a deep
hey guys, I think
conversation.
wrong the whole
Okay,
time.
so
Wait, bro.
now,
Whoa. Keep your
hold on,
hands on
hold
the
on.
steering wheel. He took his
On the
hands
Tristan
wheel.
off the.
knows best.
He took his hands off the steering wheel.
If me and you and Mo are at a cookout, or we had a get together, right? And you bring up, you guys know when you get the press comb, when you put it against your hair and it starts sizzling, but you're telling a joke. We all know what you're talking about, so it's gonna be funny. And you be like, yeah, y'all know
Why
that
you gonna bring
smell?
up the
We
only
gonna
one thing I can't comment on? You brought up the one subject I wouldn't be able to comment on. It's hair.
Nah, it's a lot more.
No, there's plenty of
Oh,
it.
that's what you say. I
it's
beg
a
to differ.
it's
The
a
fact that you
lot
said you
more.
had a black last name,
I beg to
the
differ.
fact that you said that you had a black last name is very telling.
It's
what
telling.
is a black
Yeah,
last name?
we don't have no last names.
That's
That's the
what I'm
craziest shit
saying.
about it. It's like you clearly got a warped view of
Well,
what's going on.
statistically,
We
there,
don't
there
have
are
no
more
we don't have a last
that are
name.
telling is my last name than white people. That's what statistics would show. If,
Our
Bro,
I
last
don't know.
every
I don't
African
see how
American
this is
here
solved
in
every time.
America picked up
I
some
can't,
European
we're
name and
doing
they
all
ran with
pounds.
it. We don't have our true identity of our last names. We don't.
So what do you think I'm here doing? What am I trying to prove? What am I doing?
At all. It looks like you're
What
going
am I
for a mic
doing? In this
drop.
room, why do I want to get on the line?
What I said, because we said you're not black anymore. So yeah, I was through
listen, listen, listen. Until we get to like the 13 or 1400s, we don't have last names. When you go
No,
back
we
into
don't.
our culture that we follow,
Yep.
we didn't have last names, man. So this doesn't make any sense anyway. There's no black last name. The last name comes from people trying to follow trades and trace the father and all of that stuff. We didn't have that.
I just make the rule.
That's
I'm
part
not
of
saying that.
colonization. Yeah, but I'm just
I'm
saying
saying
you can,
if you get 100 people with my last name, 85% of them are going to be people of color.
you not
That's what
you
I'm
ain't
you,
saying.
you don't
That's
you
all.
don't
But
you don't
why?
understand how that
Why?
happened. You don't know why
Why?
that happened.
I don't.
You don't.
Y'all are taking this shit all the way
Huh?
sideways, man. Y'all taking it as sideways as you can take it.
No, we're just going back to history. History is
But
forward and back. Sideways is your
right.
imagination.
No. What? No context.
When you go
The
back
point
into
of my
history,
conversation.
when you go back into history, those black people that you have the same last name, you own them. That's where that
Yeah.
came from.
if you put up
Where?
to
Oh man.
if you put up to a gathering where it was like 300 black people out of the park,
Okay, can we
right?
talk about
And they
anything
were
else?
at listen, and
Is
they
there
were at a
anything else to
festival,
talk about?
and you said your last name was Thomas, and then like 80 people there was like, hey, my last name is Thomas too. You are brother. You gonna take that as you really believe that
Hey,
you're their
look,
brother, right?
Emily said this is the sine wave she was talking about.
Yeah, no doubt. Tell me about it.
It happened
You
so
ain't lying.
perfectly. It
she
happened so
activated
perfectly.
she activated the cube. Hey guys, I'm black.
Yeah,
Help me figure
yeah, the
this out.
cube.
He
Yeah, on
came and
that.
tried to help. He came and asked for assistance with something that we cannot assist him with. We could talk about this for 30 years and
Right.
it'll
We
never be
gotta be his.
concluded.
Hey, yo, I'm cool complex. I got a
We
cop
gotta
right
be his
behind me. I'm cool
therapist.
complex. What's up? I don't need a therapist.
Yeah,
I'm the
that's because you're
therapist.
white.
Ah! God, see, I couldn't even take advantage of
Emily,
that.
you took the black cube with you when you sat down. That's messed up.
Man, I swear I thought this was going a
I'm about
whole
to
nother
pray
way.
to the king right now.
I mean, we were talking about
That's what?
Saturn, bro. We were talking about Saturn,
Saturn,
sine
yeah,
wave,
that's my
and
ruling
all of a
planet. That's my
sudden
ruling planet.
you took us back to a low
Y'all believe,
frequency.
y'all believe in astrology? You guys believe in astrology? Anybody?
Do I believe
No?
in it?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it's a
Damn,
practice.
these boys is out right now.
Have you ever looked into it?
Yeah, I looked into it, but that don't mean believe in it. It's just a practice.
Well, I don't mean like like horoscopes and that like that. You ever did your birth chart?
No,
You
I
have?
don't believe in that.
No?
No.
Well,
Oh
I mean,
man,
I didn't either till I read my birth chart.
I was done with it when it kept saying you're trying to, find a partner, and I'm married. You're trying to find a partner, and your relationship, and you want to find that special person. I already found a special person. You like ice cream. I don't like
No,
ice
that ain't
cream.
it. That's the wrong part.
Shit was
That's the
weird.
wrong part. That's the part that everybody looks at and is like, nah, that's fucking retarded.
It says,
So yeah,
listen, it
that's
You
told
not
me,
you
how
hold
already
on,
know
look,
what
look,
he
look, look,
said.
look. It said that I'm not compatible with the person that I'm with. It said I'm not compatible. It's the worst person to be with, and it's the best person I've ever been with in my life. So that's retarded.
See,
Does it make
that's
sense?
not me and my
I'm gonna
wife.
have to park.
Cancers and
Park this
Sagittarius are
out.
not supposed to be together at all. We're not compatible for shit.
Well, that would be the case with me and mine too. We're the total opposite. But if you think about it, that song, well, I mean, it's just a song, but opposites attract. That's
But
fact.
if we if we
Opposites
if
do
we
attract.
went off your logic, then we would be with the person that we're supposed to be with from astrology. I wouldn't be with a Cancer, and I'm a Sagittarius.
Yeah, everybody, go ahead and drop your
I'm with the
signs since we
Cancer.
talking about it, so y'all don't feel left out. Go ahead and drop
Yeah,
your signs.
yeah, I'm with the Cancer, and I'm a Capricorn.
Okay, you
Capricorn is
guys
the
don't
total
understand
opposite of the
how it
Cancer.
works. It doesn't.
Yeah.
You guys don't understand how it works. So it's more than just your sun sign. You have a whole bunch of other different signs, and that's really what would make you
Oh yeah,
You're
compatible
there's
in
right.
a whole
Yeah,
lot
astrology.
to it.
So it's not
Sagittarius
just that
not.
you're a Capricorn and you're a Cancer. Yeah. It's your moon, rising sign, Venus sign. It's a whole bunch of different signs that go into compatibility.
So,
Our Saturn sign. See,
see, your
Emily,
birth
you
chart
could have stayed
determines
up
your
here.
personality.
See, I got it.
And your Saturn. And your Saturn. Yeah.
Yep.
That's how it works.
Yeah, me and my
I
wife.
swear, y'all, that's the truest thing I've ever been able to like look into. Like if we're talking about like the Bible and things like that, astrology is closer than anything else that is a belief of any kind. That is closer than anything. And I mean, if with an open mind on everybody's end, I could explain it with only the open mind. So it's really hard to talk to people that are just already got their mind made up because you can't tell that person nothing. You can't tell
Yeah,
them
but
anything. Literally.
astrology is compatible to what?
No, I'm saying as far as like a religion or a belief
But
or
this is what I'm saying. We
old
don't do that.
esoteric knowledge,
We live life.
I do too.
So you're saying
I
astrology
do
is
too.
best compatible with my life.
No, I'm not saying that. Going off horoscopes. I don't
I
read
don't believe in
horoscopes. I don't
horoscopes
read
because
that.
majority of horoscopes say the same stuff. They just phrase the words different.
I agree. I agree with you. I don't read horoscopes either. Astrology ain't just horoscopes. Matter of fact, horoscopes is probably the most least influential thing of astrology.
It's still part of it.
That's
I
the
don't
guessing
believe in
part. That's fortune teller shit. Yeah. I mean that's seeing the future. People can't see the future. That's the only part of astrology that's wrong
I don't
is
know
the
about that.
horoscope shit. And that's the only part you're
I
looking at.
done talked to a couple of people that they read the future. They knew what was gonna happen before it happened.
Didn't something happen like
Why do you
5 years ago? Didn't they discover something that shifted the whole zodiac?
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, I think that they
I'm
added
telling
something
you
to
guys
it
right
and it
now.
shifted the whole entire zodiac. I think my
Matter of
kids
fact,
my kids were
it
telling me
moved
their sign changed. I
it
was like, "What are
moved
you
to
talking about?"
right before COVID hit. The zodiac signs changed.
Okay.
But
Thanks. No.
when you go to December, in December you got like a week. It might not even be a week. It might be like 3 or 4 days where the zodiac sign's not Sagittarius. It's something else. And since it was so
Yeah, I was.
short, they took it
That's
out
wrong. No, they lying
because
about
you had
that.
it was
Did that
13
to get
zodiac
those
signs.
people off.
Why are you trying to tell me that
No, they
I'm born in
there's as
December,
many as
bro?
there as
And this
there.
sign, the sign that they moved out is the sign that I was, but it was so short they moved it out.
Yeah, that's cap though. That's cap.
Right. Look, Emily
I
just
mean,
said
it
it.
is.
The serpent bearer. I remember that. It's like Ophiuchus or Ophiuchus or some shit like that.
You just like dismiss me as cat.
Oh, fuck it. That is cap. Not you as cap.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
dismissing the
there
claim
were
that there's a
13
whole
signs.
nother.
Yeah, it
What
was
in the
right.
beginning?
It was no. It was
Or
right around. It was right around the 2012 time, like 2011, 12, or 13. Right around that time, a new sign came in and it shifted the whole zodiac. Because I remember my kids were saying, my sign is different now."
yeah.
Yeah,
And
Well,
I
what do
it
you
wasn't.
think
It's
that
not
did
new.
though?
There was originally 13.
Yeah,
yeah,
they
they
took
said
Oh,
they
It's
yeah,
said
not
they
that's
said it
that's
new.
was
what I'm
there.
So
that's
saying.
that's
what
always
That
they
been
got.
there.
they took my original sign out because it was only like three
Yeah,
or 4 days. That's it. That's what Hero just said it. That's the sign in December. There was like 3 or 4 days and they took it out. It might have even been a week. They took it out and just made everything Sagittarius. But the
They
and they
zodiac,
took it out.
the way the
they took
zodiac
it
is set up now, it's not the way it was set up back then. They moved dates around. Then they went in like Mo said and they changed it. So everybody that's supposed to be Capricorn, Libras, and stuff, everything got switched around. And what people said was they're sticking with their zodiac signs no matter what the new calendar says.
Yeah, because we use a different calendar than the 13 ones that they had. So that's why they have 12 sun signs or whatever. But still, it's still there. It wasn't new back then. It wasn't new.
And it's fact, y'all.
I was telling my wife
And you said
this
they
in
took it right back out?
2012. I was like, there was 13 zodiac signs? Right before
Hey, who don't
COVID
care to
happened,
give me
came out with the new zodiacs,
their
the
date of
way
birth?
the way our zodiac months are set up now. And a lot of people said that they're not following it because it moved them out of their zodiac sign.
Hey Mo.
They didn't want to be what the other zodiac sign was, so they said, "I'm not following this. I'm sticking to what my old zodiac sign is." Like
Mo, what's your date of birth?
my sister's best friend, she's a Libra, right?
I'm
And they moved her out of her zodiac sign, and she said that she's still gonna be a Libra no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Mo.
I'm a Leo, so I don't care. I'm a lion both ways.
What's
Give me the 13th month or the 12th month. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
let me get Mo, let me get your date of birth. And I'm gonna read you
Psych.
something and you tell me no, listen, for real. I'm gonna read you
They
something
trying to
and you're
cast a
gonna
Yeah,
tell
spell on
me
you,
if it
Mo.
applies to
don't
you
get
or not.
Don't do it, Mo.
Anybody, I don't care. Y'all can get mine too. It ain't nothing like that.
Yeah,
He's
do
trying to
yours.
spell on you.
I already
He
know
was.
mine. How am I gonna tell you about me and you believe it? So I'm supposed to read you what I am, and you're gonna be like, oh yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, why
Yeah.
Come
not?
it.
on
Well,
now.
it said that you're black.
I mean, I
What you
will
gonna
read
get
you
up here and
mine. I ain't
lie?
tripping.
You
I
was
ain't fucked
born.
up about it.
You was born Black 25th, 2000
No,
African,
January
right?
3rd. January
Uh,
3rd,
Man,
my dude. January 3rd, my dude.
oh,
Y'all
you
are
a cap?
tripping, man.
You a Capricorn?
I just
Yeah,
want to
a
no
know.
cap.
cap?
Big cap,
You
no
a
cap.
cap? A
Big
corn?
cap, no cap.
He's a cap. It all makes sense.
Is it Johnson?
No offense
Is
to the
your last name
Capricorns.
Jefferson?
I love the Capricorns.
No, it is
I
not
got some friends
Jefferson.
with that last name.
You do not.
Of course. And we know. I was
And
letting
they
you know,
roll
but I
deep.
kept
It's like
checking on you.
30 of
33 of them, to be exact.
That door might be locked.
Y'all tripping, man. Y'all tripping for real. There you go. You ready? Y'all ready? Yeah, Capricorn's symbolic goat was historically a half goat, half fish. Capricorn native personality reflects this complicated dual nature. They have two different personalities. Ambitious, hardworking, enterprising is one side, and uh, extremely driven, enthusiastic about life, capable of setting lofty but attainable objectives. Capricorn natives, on the other hand, are lost in a world of actual or perceived barriers to achievement. Capricorns natives frequent lack the drive to act and
Look
confront
at
their
Terry.
challenges.
I gotta follow Kyra.
Hold on. Even the most prosperous Capricorn have a habit of whining and complaining about fictitious difficulties. Uh, their need for isolation makes it difficult for them to deal with difficulties on their own. Those born under the sign are logical, competitive, obedient, but they may have been stern and gloomy at times. Capricorns are associated with the element earth, which is understandable given how anchored they are in reality. When it comes to achieving their goals, Capricorns see everything as a task to be done, which makes them a very self-reliant and diligent personality type. They can do everything they set their mind to, regardless of how much energy it takes, as long as they have a clear objective in mind and plan to get there. Capricorns appreciate tradition and are known for their traditional personalities and hobbies. Capricorns tend to hold others to extremely high standards because Capricorn is associated with Saturn, a sign of constraint and limitation. The Capricorn mentally can appear aloof, emotionless, and too analytical at times. As a result, it is vital for Capricorns to relax, connect with their feelings. Activities like meditation. Capricorns are one of the zodiac's most serious, hardworking signs when it comes to a certain activities such as work-related and school papers are dedicated and achieved. Hold on, let's rigorous approach may cause them to ignore positive aspects of life, leading to distraction and deep sadness. So, uh, I mean, I'd much rather tell you guys about one of yours, and that way you would be able to relate and either say, no, that's fucking way off, or man, that's on point. Or in the middle, yeah, that's about half right. But that's how it does it. It don't say
No,
nothing
it can't
about
be half right
fucking.
because if it's half right, then that means it's not true.
No, that means you ain't living up to your potential.
No, because a lot of the stuff you just said, you can find that in other zodiac signs.
No, it's the same. No, it might be
You're right.
different
You are
wording,
right.
but the
It is
same.
the same when you go to a different zodiac sign. You're right. They just slip a couple of
No,
things in,
no, a
then
different.
they take a couple
No,
of
no, no,
different.
no, 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 no. Don't misconstrue them words too. Come on
Oh
now.
wait, he's a believer, honey. He is a
I'm
believer.
here
He's
to
not.
help, man.
No,
I'm
he's
here
a
to
believer.
help. Y'all on some different shit.
You started off on
Y'all
some
on some
different.
different shit.
You
I guess
Right.
I
started.
did. I mean, hell, I thought this was an
Listen.
exception.
I'm gonna take it back to what you
You
said.
you thought you were an
You
exception.
go ahead, Christian. Tell them what happened.
You thought you were an exception, and we're supposed to be like, oh yes, he's black and da da da
No,
da
I
da.
thought this was an exception. I thought this situation was. I
That's
just
very.
thought we was being honest. I mean, I didn't know. I didn't know we wasn't being honest.
But you,
My
listen,
bad.
you told
You
I'll
us
remember
still
that next
that
did.
time.
you had information that you were going to bring to the conversation that we were talking about to enlighten us. And so
No, because we
Emily
got
said,
hung up on the bullshit. We got hung up on
no,
technicalities.
listen, we did not. When you first came up here, you said you were black on the inside and you can relate to us because we're black. And that had
And that's
nothing to do
bad?
with,
How is that a problem?
that had nothing
How
to
is
do with
that
what we were
not?
talking about.
Because this
We
is
were not
exactly
No, but
talking
if you'd have
about,
been like, yeah, that's cool, man. I appreciate you even thinking this way. I appreciate that. But on that enlightenment shit, what was you talking about? I mean, there's a
so
whole trillion ways we could have went about that.
the whole
Trillion
point
different
of what I
ways.
was talking about before you got up here was the
Oh, Rose is
separation
in here. Okay,
this the
I'm listening.
separation of human collectively is by division. Collectively whole, when we were all vibing, we all, well, at least anyone else in the chat, when everyone was vibing together, putting their minds together, thinking outside of things, we were all on a higher frequency. We were all walking, or at least walking a straight line together.
Going like water, fluid.
Exactly. But when you come in here, and one, I saw your comment saying that, you know, like, why can't I get up here because I'm white? You clearly see me as a white female being up here talking to them.
See who?
What you asked
Do
me,
what?
why you asked me why I can't, like, why they won't let you up here, and I was like, what are you, like, I'm up here. I talk to Sutin and Mo all the time, and I just met Tristan today. Like, there needs to be no introduction. In order to be collectively whole, we don't need to pronounce ourselves as black or white. It's just going to keep dividing people. If
No,
you
that was
acknowledge the fact
definitely
that
100% a joke, and I guess it was distasteful. I mean, considering I never joke, that's probably why I'm not good at it.
so why did
I
you
mean,
why did you say that
I
to
can
them
take it as
though?
a joke, but the person you got up here said you black on the inside. I mean,
Like, we all talk about really deep things on this channel, and I know that you're new and stuff, but like, if you want to, like, I have no problem dropping down for you. Like, I don't want to be the sole person leading conversations normally, but in order to contribute to something, just a heads up, like, don't bring the frequency down unless you have something to add to it. You can learn, you can ask questions, stuff like that, but like, when you came in and you just immediately said, I'm black on the inside, it was just so off in the left, like, millennium. It just, you know what I mean? Like, it just didn't make any sense.
I
And
typically
I
don't
don't think you're like a bad
to
person.
people.
I just think that, like,
No, yeah, it's like
collectively, people with our skin
literally
color
never
do
my
not know how
intention
to
is.
approach conversations. And that's sad.
Yeah, that's never my intention. It
Like,
is
this
sad.
is what I was.
I can't buy a noun. I can't buy a verb. You know what I mean?
Oh, now you're doing the victim thing. You're definitely white. You're white.
No, I can't. Now, see, that's how y'all took that one. That ain't on me. That's on y'all. I'm just saying.
Part of
I'm
our
just
journey as
saying in
people that are
general.
less
I wasn't.
melanated is to be able to accept
God,
that
why are
we
we still
do.
on this? Is there anything I could say to get off this topic? Anything?
I mean, you can drop down.
Drop. Oh, I mean, I'll drop out. I mean, last time me and Mo had conversation, it was all good. But I guess I didn't say anything to, stir up anybody's feelings about anything. That's not what I'm
Because
trying to do.
this is what I was. But if you listen to what I was talking about with
If I can't
Saturn,
tell you how I feel and you take it from that's all it is, then yeah, I'm in the wrong place. Good luck.
okay. Sorry. I don't know. But this is like literally proving my fucking point about everything I was just saying. Like, when collectively humans, the whole point of Saturn in astrology, in the occult understanding, in like theology, is division. And I literally just, like, you know what I mean? Like, we were all vibing, we were all kind of thinking outside of the box, which is what the whole, like, that's the metaphor we always use. We like,
no, he
out of the
brought us back
box.
to something we
And
wasn't
we
even
got
talking.
put right back in the box because that's how Saturn works. That's what the constant division of humanity is. Like,
As
I
soon
know
as you
this.
got him the knowledge about the black box, he came in with, "Well, you're not letting me in because I'm white," and then it went downhill from there.
Right.
Yeah, like, it's just, I it's weird how it works. Like, I've gotten used to these type of things, like, not even just about race or, like, colorism or anything like that, but just collectively when you're trying to, like, vibe and just see eye to eye. And even when I don't agree with something, if I'm just listening to people, and then there's always some like, just person coming in and just, like, trying to just bring you back down. That's what the it's that's why, like, Satan and Saturn are very synonymous with each other. Satan isn't this like devil that sits, with pitchforks. It's an adversary. That's what the word means in Hebrew. It is an opponent of
That's true.
what you're
Oh,
doing.
you so strange, dude.
Huh?
Mo is strange.
What'd he say? I missed it. I wasn't even watching the comments. What Mo say?
Uh,
Yeah, but sometimes you have to, like, I mean, I'm not trying to make anyone ever feel bad, but collectively, as like, I'm not a social justice warrior. I'm not anyone that's going to apologize for the skin color I was born in, but you have to understand that there are people, not just in America, that have had this adversary against them because they were born a certain way. That's like, it's like a balance in between. That's at least how I figured out. Like, I talked to Kenny about this a lot too, and like she like, that's why she says what she does, but it's not true. Like, I am a white female, if you want to call me that, but it's like,
Hold on. Are you sure you're not black on the inside?
no, I
It
don't.
was a joke. It was a joke, Emily. It was a joke. It was totally a joke.
You know what I mean? But like, it's just like, I don't like, just to vibe with people. I don't understand why anything needs to be brought up like that.
Right.
It's so crazy. This is an adversary. This is
And
what
like, to
I.
be honest, like that was so racist for real. Like, obviously his skin color is so white. Like, what gives you the right to say you black on the inside? And then he said his black friends say the same thing. Like, where are your black friends you talking about? They not on your live. You know what I'm saying? They not here. And like me myself, I'm a mix. I'm mixed. My dad's from Panama. My mom's white. I'm mixed. And I got some people, they think I'm white. Some people think I'm black. That don't matter. But like, I would never like try to put, what I'm saying, like try to label myself something that I'm not. Like, I would never say, oh, I'm a black man. Because I'm not. My dad's from Panama. My mom's white. I'm mixed. And to hear somebody and see somebody that's obviously white, and Emily just said the same thing, like she's a white woman, you know what I'm saying? To hear somebody say, I'm black on the inside, oh yeah, and the struggle's real. What struggle, my dude? Like, we
Right.
on some whole other stuff. Like, Emily was like, I was interested. Like, she talked about Saturn and stuff, I always want to learn stuff and like be educated, and that whole vibe, like, come on, bro. Really? That's all you had to bring to the table?
Look, but listen, we all thought he was going to add on top of what she was talking about, because he said that he could bring some stuff to the topic that we were talking about, and I was like, okay. So I told them he wanted to come up, and then Emily was like, she'll leave. Then Tristan said she'll leave, and then Emily was like, well, you can stay up because Tristan said that she wanted to address what he said. So I thought when he got up here, he was just going to say, hey, it was a joke, but I just want to talk to you guys about what Emily was talking about when it came to no. He just like, you know what, man? I'm black on the inside. Cause
Whole left field. Whole left field.
it would have been
Because my
different if he
last name, I have a black.
yeah, he said that like I don't know what is, and I'm not trying to be funny or anything. What is a black name? Where can I find this at?
I mean, just pick one, bro. I'm not trying to be funny either. Just pick one. Pick a American last name in the U.S. Just keeping it real.
Is he
They
just
all
saying, you know,
descend from slave owners for black people. That, that is a horrible way to prove your blackness if you don't know that. I don't think you knew that. You don't have the same last name as most of your black friends just because you guys are related in some kind of way. It's
Right.
because your ancestors enslaved ours.
Right. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
no, his last name is Thomas.
So can we get back to Saturn though? Cause like, I want to know, cause Saturn ain't got no
Yeah,
water, ain't got
I
no
got another.
air.
I got
What can
probably
Saturn do
to
for me?
6:30, and then I'm probably gonna end the live.
Okay,
Shoot.
so really quick. So kind of just with what happened, if like I was talking to Satan about, like, with in the movie Lord of the Rings, there's a lot of symbology in that movie. Um there once this the all-seeing eye of what is it, Mount Doom? Like when it fixates on something, it sees these people collectively working together to defeat it. So when it'll turn its eye on something when people are working, and it'll send its minions to you. That's literally what happens. And I'm not saying that this
That
person is
just
like,
happened.
that's what I'm trying, like, I know I'm trying to get y'all to know this. Like, this is what happens. It's a satellite. What does that look like in that movie? It looks like something that's viewing, like, remote viewing people, and it can see thousands of miles away, and it looks right on it and sends its minions and its workers to mess up the plan. That's the whole allegory of what the adversary is. It's internal conflict. It's also conflict with people. Like, it's it's just kind of, it's weird how it works so fast too. Like, it's kind of crazy how that just did happen. And I'm not saying that person is a minion of him, but when you're under the influence of society, of, racial division, of classism, of all of these different things, you are going to be an advocate for Saturn or Satan. Like, in the sense of what it means. It's just an adversary. And
I
it's
just,
just,
I'm about to look into this black box now. I gotta look into
yeah,
it.
don't pray to it. I heard you say that. I was like,
He
no.
never left. He's still in the comments.
All
He
right,
just dropped down.
I'll
Hey, Emily, can I ask you something now?
I'll drop down
No,
if you
you're
guys
all
want
right.
to entertain him some
Can you,
more.
You're all right. You are okay.
Okay.
Emily.
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. I was going to ask you. You said the Lord of the Rings or whatever. Okay, so from what you're talking about, okay, so with everything like you trying to talk about as far as Saturn and everything, the adversary, where does the ring, like, where as far as Saturn and
Oh, I think you're cutting up. Can you say that again? Can y'all hear me?
so you were talking about the Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. You were talking about the Lord of the Rings, right?
Mm-hmm. You were
Okay,
asking, like,
so
what's the point of the ring?
where does no, not what is the point of the ring from everything you're talking about. So the ring from the Lord of the Rings. Okay. So you know what it did to the little dude, it was
Gollum.
his little
Oh,
precious or whatever. And the power the ring had. Yeah.
single.
So with all that being said, like where does that fall into place as far as everything you're talking about with Saturn and how the Lord of the Rings like plays in everything? Because the ring was something that man held on to and tried to possess, and it took control of them. So I was just asking, like, how does that fall into place with what you're talking about with Saturn?
So that would be the material world. The material world of, trying to keep up with the Joneses, like trying to have the best new car. That ideology, like, what do celebrities do? What, like, when people say that they're my idol, that's literally you being obsessed with another human being that you have no social interaction with. It is a material thing. And what do celebrities do? They promote material things. They promote sex. They promote, partying. They promote, like, drugs. They promote fashion, expensive cars, expensive, houses. All of these things that that's what the goal of mine is that if we can't obtain it, we can't have it, it'll consume us. So part of breaking away from Saturn is breaking away from, Christians will say the flesh, like, our sin, or like just being down in that low vibrational state of trying to obtain things that literally don't mean shit in this life. I mean, I remember I got a Louis Vuitton bag and I worked up for it, and now I have it. I don't give a fuck about it. You know what I mean? I was so proud, and now I'm like, I don't care. It just sits there. It's just
Right.
that ideology of fast gratification, like what's really important to us in real life, you know, like real reality, our emotional connections with
Family.
our family, our loved ones, our friends, our animals, our health.
No, I don't. I'm not connected to my family like that. I just my kids. Like,
Well, that's your
so I
That's
family.
your family though, bro. That's your
kids.
family though.
Like my
That's your
brothers and
genealogy.
sisters. You know,
You can't
I
control them, bro. But like your kids, like that's yours. You made them. You know what I'm saying? Like that's you. That is your family. Like,
Mm.
if I never talk to my mama again, I mean, I love my mama, but like my kids are my kids, bro. Like that's
I
my
be
heart. That's my family.
I
You
don't
feel me?
talk to mommy. I love my mom.
No, I do too. I'm just saying though. But like when you say,
My
I
mama
don't talk to
treated
my
me like
family,
shit. I love my mom.
like aunts and uncles, But like, circling back around to like what Emily said, she talked about celebrities and what they do and all this. You know, celebrities are, some people can put them on a pedestal and worship them. Okay, but like we are human beings. Like the people in this live right now, I'm not famous. I don't know. Maybe somebody else in here is. I don't know. But like, as far as celebrities are concerned, you can't put things that happen in life, just because a celebrity does it, you know what I'm saying, makes it okay or makes it sexy or whatever, you know what I'm saying? People have a choice to make every day. You have a choice to love, you have a choice to hate, you have a choice to walk into school and shoot up some kids, you know what I'm saying? A celebrity can't make
Hey,
me do shit.
I'm gonna be real honest with y'all. That could have been me when I was in high school.
And see, look, mm,
Cause
that, that,
I was the kid that was bullied. I was bullied elementary, middle school, and high school. And every time I was bullied, I retaliated. And when I retaliated, they kept trying to expel me from the school. But when I was in high school, I could have
Mm.
been one of the kids that went to school and just put everybody on a t-shirt.
right. I feel you, because look, people want to blame guns, but here's the thing: nobody wants to help the kids who are dealing with bullying, mental problems, the mental issues. It's
Until
not the
you
guns that's killing
retaliate.
people;
That's
it's
the
people
only
that's killing
time.
people.
The
And
only time they want to help is when you retaliate. When the bully person goes against
Says,
the
you know
person
what? It's
that's
enough.
bullying them, that's when they want
Yep.
to step in. Why did you do that? We didn't know what was going on. I was telling you this for months. What do you mean
Right.
you didn't know? You
right.
don't want to
Mm.
discipline him
Yep.
because he's part of a football team or a basketball team, or he's on
Right.
the wrestling team or the track team. That you
Or
didn't
he
want to touch him then. But
exactly.
when I almost break his arm or
Right.
for a bleach on his skin.
Right.
Mm.
And
I feel that,
this
bro.
is kind of
I
what I
feel
was,
your trauma, bro.
it's like a
Mm.
material, but like when people get bullied, they're getting bullied for material things. Like I was bullied for being thicker all through elementary through until it became a trend to be a thick girl because society said
What,
so.
what
And now I
school
feel
Why you
bad.
gotta be thick,
did you go
No,
Emily?
to a
because
Emily,
like,
Emily,
predominantly white school? Because
Emily.
where
Why
I
you
come
gotta be thick
from,
though?
we love the thick girls in school.
well, yeah,
Exactly. I said, Emily, why you gotta be thick though? It was a joke.
but like that's something. And then like
It was a joke,
one of my
but
friends
I
was
feel you.
bullied because she was poor. One of my friends was bullied because she liked, you know, the same sex. Like these are all physical things, like in an aspect, materialistic things, and that's what causes mental health. This is why I do what I do to try to break people of society. It's in my bio. Like to be free is to go against society because when you break out of this system, it is scary. I will say that. I lost a lot of friends on this journey. I lost friends who were so plugged in to afraid. It's like the Matrix when he says, like, not everyone's ready to be unplugged because they're not. Because people, I've had my moments. Well, like I said, like I wanted to walk away from all this. It got too overwhelming. I knew too much. I was starting, you know, I was like, there's just no way. But like I kept going because it's part of the journey. There's that one dude on the Matrix who like wants to jump back in, and I think he does because it's easier in the Matrix. It
Mm-hmm.
is easier, but it's not
Mm-hmm.
happier. And that's the point. Like it's easy to be in the Matrix. It's easy to go to work and work a 9 to 5, come home to a wife you don't really love, you know, kids that drive you crazy or whatever, you know, the typical
Mm.
stereotypical scene in the movie that you see. But when you break out of that and realize that you have a higher purpose in life and it's not to be stuck in these low vibrational materialistic things that do not mean anything, what are you going to
Right.
take with you to the grave? Are you going to take, your brand new car?
Mm.
Are you going to take, if for me,
Regrets.
yeah, like that, you're going to take regrets. Like there's so many people, if you've ever read like deathbed, like words of advice or like their last things, it is so depressing because these people regret, losing the love of their life when they were 22 because of a job that they took instead. These things that don't mean shit to us, we give into instead of who we really are as a person. Like, look, like when
And
you
if I could
go.
add something to that, like the bullying thing. I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Emily. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was
I
just
was
saying,
gonna
like,
say, like, it's so easy for people to fall in line, like, and co-sign with the people that's picking on the other people.
yeah,
Like, it's easier to be a bully and pick on people and go with the other
Because the
people than
bully is
stand up.
always famous, bro.
yeah.
They
You said what,
always
bro?
the famous kids in school.
But you know that they
Mm,
can't work by themselves. That's the whole point. Is it has to work in a minion. It has to work in packs. There's not.
right.
This is like one person will say something and send their minions. It's a sit like the chain of this adversary in a sense. Like I'm not talking about like a devil like with pitchforks. Like that's a Christian, like Dante's Inferno
Mm-hmm.
interpretation of this. Like this is the adversary of what life
Right.
is, what you have to overcome. For me, it was bullying.
Yeah.
For me, it was eating disorders. For me, it was having parents that hated each other to the point where I literally begged them every day to get divorced.
Mm,
Like, I had to overcome these things. I had to
mm,
overcome a chance of becoming an addict because my dad was a meth addict for my whole life.
Yeah.
Like I came over these things, and like I think with like the guy that was previously saying, it's like as a like quote unquote white person, I don't negate the fact that everyone has struggles. Like to say that wholly, like when someone's like, "Oh, you don't like have any struggles," I think that's insensitive to people because it's just the differing. We have just different levels of adversary, completely different. Like, why would my adversary be my neighbor's adversary? You know what I mean? Like, it just wouldn't be like that. Is like, and I think that goes along with the mental health
right.
thing. When we collectively realize that we live in a society that breeds us like cattle to become slaves for corporates, and to become like trying to keep up with each other to buy the iPhone that just came out, the new fashion that's trending, all these things gets depressing. And I had my wits end probably like 3 years ago was when I finally was just like, I don't care anymore. And I went down the quote unquote rabbit hole, which can obviously be, way overwhelming. But eventually I found peace in the fact that I don't have to live like this anymore. I have my struggles for sure. But with like Saturn and stuff, like it's just, when you start to see the way the world works with an operation of the quote unquote satellite that it is, it's just, it's just really like, it's just really eye opening,
Somebody said you're fallen angels. You took Lucifer's trap tempting.
You are the fallen angels.
Look at that.
Look at
Saturn.
look at that box just coming up here.
I
Hold
know,
on,
that's
doing
so
Saturn.
funny.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, scroll
Yeah, we
down.
can hear
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, like Saturn, like nobody's been to Saturn. You know what I'm saying? Nobody habitates Saturn. Okay, so I'm just trying to, Emily, I'm not trying to argue with you, and I'm just trying to make it make sense. Okay,
Mhm.
how can Saturn have so much power over the people who are walking on this earth right now?
Yeah,
Like where we at,
she's talking
where
about
we habitate?
low frequencies. That's what she's
Okay,
talking about.
I understand that. Like, but she has not been.
So,
I mean, she mentioned frequencies, but she's been talking about Saturn over and over and over. So here's my question, though. I'm just putting this out here. Saturn has no air, no water, right?
Mhm.
No life, nothing.
well, they
So
did release that
why should
info
I?
that the moon potentially has life on it. They're speculating, and that's a
We're not
hint.
talking about the moon, Emily. We talking about Saturn.
Well, that's a part of its system, though.
Okay, but okay, what is Saturn? What does Saturn have when you in its atmosphere? What is in Saturn's atmosphere?
Right. Yeah. Is there oxygen there?
It storms on Saturn, so clearly it has water.
There's a storm, the
Mm-mm.
hexagonal storm. If
Yeah,
you
you see thunder. I mean, you see lightning, and it has water. They know this, because they see it.
so
You said
my
Saturn has water.
well, it has a
Yes.
storm on top. It's been a
Mm.
storm that's been brewing for a while. Um, my question to you is like, how did these ancient astronomers, if we're going off of the traditional understanding that as we progress through society, we've, elevated ourselves in technology, how did these ancient astronomers from Sumeria um, understand this? Because they
They,
did.
they
There are
had technology that we don't know about. So
exactly.
that's an easy answer. I
So
think we think our technology is linear, like it just keeps progressing, but they still haven't figured out the
Exactly.
pyramids. Like there's technology they had that
This
we
is
don't know
what
of. That's how
they
they knew.
say, that they haven't figured out the pyramids, but Khufu wrote a manifesto on how the pyramids was built. They just don't tell people that because we don't know how to read the glyphs.
Okay. Hey, look.
Oh,
With all that
oh,
being said, like we listen, we all have minds. Okay. How how is the Hubble telescope 17 million light years away from Earth? It launched in the 90s. It's 2022. 17 million light years away from Earth. Come on, man.
I mean, like it's just the way
Nobody.
that our sun
Crickets.
produces heat on us. It would be if it's by what 93 million miles away. Why does that have an effect on our system? This is what the theory is that Saturn was once our sun, and then I don't know. There's different conflating things. Like we either abandoned it or a new sun took over. So it became this enraged jealousy, and that's why it's conflicting us now.
See that? Yeah. See, that's new to me. I've never heard that before in my life. That Saturn
I've
used
heard,
to be our sun. I've never
I've
heard that
heard.
before. I'm gonna research it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna take it all in.
I
I've
would
been hearing
just
that
my advice
since.
to anyone like researching this is to one, have an open mind, two, literally think outside the cube,
Absolutely.
and then three, be careful of who you're researching under because there's a lot of disinformation about this. Um, there's a lot of Gnostic interpretations of this as well. There's a lot of uh, big platforms that are like Gaia Network and David Icke and all this stuff. They're not producing good. They're trying to
What's
stray you from the
what's
truth.
the name of
So
Madame Zablosky? What's the name of them? The
Madame
thieves.
Blavatsky, the Golden Dawn.
Yeah, they do a lot of this stuff.
So Saturn only represents Kronos in the Greek mythology. If you go back to the Sumerian tablets, who the Greeks got their mythology, they kind of morphed it into their own, and then it became Roman mythology. If you go back to the earliest cuneiforms that we have, Ninurta is Saturn.
And see, that's my thing. I want to go back farther because God is the creator. Like I'm talking, she just said Greek mythology. I want to go back way farther than that.
She
Before the
just told
Greeks even
you
knew they was
though.
Greeks.
She said go to the Sumerians.
Right. But I'm talking about I want to go back, you know what I'm saying, farther than that. You feel me?
Yeah,
You ain't
there
going
is a farther
farther
than that. This is an
You're not going
interesting
farther
topic,
than the
but
Sumerians.
there is a farther than that where these thought processes weren't a part of them. But it's still interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's the writings of the Greek that talk about, I think also African tribes too, that talk about our life before we received our moon. They say that our moon was not always here. And look at how much of an energy pull that the moon has on humans, especially women. Our menstrual cycles correlate with it. Like, we
I was-
like when there's a full
Somebody
moon
told
out,
me
people
that the
act
moon,
crazy.
our moon, probably came into existence and it collided with Earth, or it collided with another planet, and that's how it was formed, because it came from Planet X, Nibiru, that
Yep.
our moon traveled with that planet, and when it came here, it collided with another planet. I don't know if it collided with another planet or it collided with Earth, and the moon is just the debris of the Earth colliding with another planet, I guess you could say.
Mm.
There's so many theories on that.
Right. We just
Um,
got to figure it out.
We are never gonna know the
Yeah,
truth.
just keep searching.
You don't
I
No
think
matter
so?
yeah.
You don't
how
think we'll
much
ever know
we
the
all
truth?
think we know the truth, none of us are ever gonna learn the truth unless some alien come here and abduct one of us, and they have this massive technology, and somehow they can insert into your brain, and then you become Doctor No. That's that's the, that's the only way I see it.
Nah, bro. But listen, this is how I feel about it. Like I talk to you, I'm listening to Emily. I feel like we all can find our own truth. You feel me? I can't tell you what to believe. You can't tell me what to believe. Emily can't tell me what to believe. We got to figure it out for ourselves, bro. I think we can all figure it out.
I
It's a
No,
don't think
personal journey.
I agree
I
with
don't
that.
think our
But
I don't think our lifetime, our life cycle will allow for us to find out everything that has happened before or after. But I mean,
Right?
it's a nice journey to look into the history and to look into what's happening now. But I don't think our lifetimes will allow it for
Um,
you to just know all the wonders of the world in this one
Oh yeah, I
lifetime.
didn't say no everything. I'm talking about
Hero,
at least
you gotta go
have a
watch
path.
the YouTube on this. The I forgot how you say this. The what is that first word? Because I don't know how to pronounce that.
what one?
The one he just mentioned.
The Enuma Elish?
Yeah, how do you? Because it's a certain way that you say it. Like the
That
after
was
hatu, you say it a certain way.
the
But
Ashtahazi.
they got it on YouTube with this guy. He's breaking down all the Sumerian gods, like because Elil and the Anunnaki, and what's the other one, Emily?
Well, there's the Apsu, there's
I'm
Tiamat,
talking about the lower level ones. You got
so
Elil, you
Anu,
got
whose sons are Inki, and then
yeah,
Enlil.
they're low levels. The dude breaks down the top ones. It's like the genealogy of the Sumerian gods. He breaks all of this down. Matter of fact, he got like 4 or 5 different videos on it. Because I thought this man was bullshitting. I looked all this shit up. I was like, God damn. And
Yeah.
when you look into the genealogy of, well, not even the the gods that they got over there in Sumer, like 2 of those gods you can find them in Egypt. It might be 3 of them, but I know it's 2 for sure. You're gonna
Hmm.
see them in Egypt.
Yeah,
Right.
there's a lot of
And see, like the one big thing though,
oh, I'm sorry.
you got, I was just like the one big thing people say, with God, his only begotten son. Like that's so controversial. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not a Christian. I studied my way out of the New Testament. I believe in the Torah and the Tanakh. I definitely think things have been morphed, like that's I've said this a few times on this live, but like when Daniel it says that they had to go learn the Chaldean literature and history, like they had to relearn the telling of the truth. Because God in the Old Testament says multiple times they never knew who he was. They kept getting swayed by other gods. And like it's very interesting, like, and then when you place those two, the creation epics next to um you know next to the Torah and the Tanakh, like it makes sense. Like I've been able to go through one research and history and see the different gods because there's a ton of Anunnaki that are mentioned in the Tanakh. Like Nurgle is a deity on the Enlil side. People do not know this unless they know the Anunnaki lineage. And like it's helped me by going back, but when I, like I got to the bottom of like who Ninurta was. Like, I'm sure there probably is a Saturn before this happened, you know, like a different deity that was called that. But according to them, that's the earliest form of him. Or at least at my research. If anyone has anything new, I'd love to hear. But like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just interesting, you know, like it's interesting how it kind of just
Yeah.
ties in together.
Yeah, it definitely all ties it together with that part of time and that part of history and that part of the world. They all tie into each other.
Is Mo still in here?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't see him.
No, Mo probably asleep.
Yeah, and it's interesting because there's like a Gnostic telling of Saturn where the Saturn becomes the god of the Old Testament, but in the Tanakh, like he's like, why are you worshiping, you know, like he's like, you took up your sacrifices and offerings to the god of Saturn. So clearly from the original text, or like, you know, the preceding text from the New Testament, he's not Saturn. It's very interesting. Okay, Emmanuel is
Yeah. Because Emily, hey, you been
Hezekiah.
like,
Well,
yeah,
I
Emily.
told him I was gonna turn it off.
I wanna hear from this. Is
I'm sorry.
Nunaki, has he put in a guest request?
Who? No, I don't see nobody
I
in
want to
here.
hear from that person.
Yeah, he has a Gnostic spin on
Could I
this.
ask one more question
I've
before I
done
hop off?
research on that too. Huh? I'm sorry?
I was just gonna say, heard you say, yeah, like,
You breaking up, bro? You gotta say it again.
Emily said Saturn. Okay, she said he and him, you know, and then she said something about he became the God of the Old Testament, like the King James Bible.
No. So in the Old Testament, the Israelites, you know, who supposedly come from the Sumerians, were worshiping different deities from these classes of Anunnaki. And he constantly says over and over and over again, you don't know who I am. Like, you don't know who I was in the wilderness. So you have to break down like who they were talking to at each time. It takes, you know, time to do that. But there's a family of gods. Like, that's what the Sumerian tablets say. So if they were studying this in Babylon as they were commanded to, that wasn't for, you know, vain. Like, they had to go back and relearn their history, who was who. And then I've like with the Gnostic spin with the Abraxas Jesus, you know, who supposedly breaks the demiurge's spell on the earth. Like, I was heading down that road because I realized that Jesus's dad was not the God of Israel, because unfortunately people think that Yahweh or is the God of Israel. That's not. That's Enki, or Ea, is the God of Israel. With Zacharias Sitchin took the Sumerian tablets and morphed them to say that Enki was the serpent in the garden, when that's not what the original text said. Ningishita was the serpent in the garden, who's one of Enlil's sons. And like, it's
Okay.
so that's why, like, when I try to stand against the Gnostic take in this, only because it really does not go with what the tablet said. It's what Zacharias Sitchin, who's very popularized, always playing on Ancient Aliens. They are not going to tell you the truth on the History Channel. Like, they're just not.
Right?
Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, that's how, you know, they get into this. But Enki's name was Ea. That's Ea, Asherah, Ea. Like, that was the name. Like, that I am. So when you realize who is on one side of the family and who is on one of the other, and actually read the text, the original text of the translations, you will see that the Zacharias Sitchin kind of Gnostic, oh, Enki gave, you know, the knowledge to free themselves of Enlil. That's not what happened. That's why I say, like, read
Right.
these books.
And
Like,
so-
study who the
right. And see,
publisher
for
is.
somebody like me, like right,
Broke
like
up.
for somebody like me that I haven't studied all the stuff that you're talking about right now, but I can break it down like in common sense or whatever. So if man sinned, right, man and woman, God created man, whatever, man sinned, okay, how can a deity make amends for something that God's creation messed up? You know what I mean? Like, it's like kind of cheating. It's like, having a power up on a special player or like a designated hitter coming in, just to hit a home run. How can man be brought back, to like their original state before they sinned or whatever by a God coming in and making things right,
Yeah, that it's all impossible. It's just all impossible because what she's talking about is the timeline of even these beliefs being created. So if you don't read Tanakh, if you don't read Torah, if you don't understand that history, we can't
I
really
don't, I
get
don't,
to
I
the
don't
New
know it. You know
Testament.
what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, you
but
have to you really have to look into that because now you're going into a whole, like she explained, the God of this Jesus, it's a whole different thing than what they're talking about in the Tanakh. So it's a whole different thought process that was made. To me, it was made up by the Greeks in general. It started with the Septuagint. It started there where they started taking things out of the Hebrew manuscript. They started making it to where they can create their own part of the story, which would be Jesus being the Messiah and blah blah blah. But if you
You
don't
missed
start at the beginning, it it makes it hard.
Yeah, you're 100%
right.
right.
And like
Learning
I wanted
Hebrew,
to
studying the
like
prophecies
where
of the
where does
Lord.
the Quran fall into all this? You know what I'm saying? It,
The Quran did
it's
the
so
same thing as the Quran did the same. It does the same thing as the Christian portion of the Torah and Tanakh did. So they just have their own beliefs in that general area, and they added to the story of the Bible
right. But
or
but how
certain
does
scripts from what we
but
know
see
of the Bible.
right? But like my question is, how does God get put into Christian or what I'm saying any other thing? The Creator, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, how
hold on,
did he
y'all.
get put?
Kenny,
It's for
Are
power.
you going
It's
live?
for power and control.
I'm sorry.
I was talking to Kenya. I'm seeing if she about to go live
Is
because
she in
I'm sick. Yeah, she in here. I'm 16 minutes over because I said I was going to end it at 6:30.
here?
So I'm trying to see if she gonna go live. I just tell everybody to go.
Oh, you need
No, she not.
you need to go to sleep.
Oh yeah, I'm about to lay it down. I was waiting for my little son to go to sleep, and he finally went to sleep. He stay up past everybody.
All right. Well,
I was
it
letting
was
y'all
nice
get y'all
talking to you guys.
Yeah, you
go
too.
talk.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
I'll,
appreciate you,
I'll
man.
probably be
I'm
live
a, I'm a,
later on today.
I'm gonna study, man. I'm gonna study, and look, I'm gonna come back with
Yeah,
some
I'm
questions
gonna
for you.
study that Saturn stuff too, because I know some of it, but I didn't know about that low frequency stuff.
Yeah, I can tag you or send you some videos if you want. Just
Yeah,
like in literature explaining it. I have videos posted, just explaining the sine waves and how it relates back to kind of a believable thing of like what's going on. And just all the symbolism that they put in front of our face that we just don't even realize, like, you know. But I'll
yeah,
send it to you guys. I'll send it to Mo too.
yeah.
All right. Yeah. Send it to me.
Most
All right.
probably
I'll
not.
talk to y'all later.
All right, bye.
All right, y'all.
Bye.
I'm out, bro. Thank you, man.